Some kids were sprinting through the streets, desperate to reach the heart of the festivities that welcomed the heroes of their estate. Suddenly, they encountered someone approaching. The boy stopped in his steps the moment the man drew closer, and his sister halted as well, wondering why her brother had gone still abruptly. Quickly, the mysterious man simply walked past them with a heavy stride as he headed towards a towering building, where a beautiful lady stood inside, gazing out the window. Her attention was gripped the moment the MC stepped in and dropped the head of a beast onto the ground. The priestess addressed him as Minold, and he immediately stated that the last threat to Isgard had been eliminated. The priestess smiled at him, thanking him on behalf of the Empire, but he instantly demanded that she fulfill her end of the promise right now. She told him not to worry, shifting her tone as she asked him if she could call him Kim Minjun. The scene transitioned to a different chamber where Minjun looked around, noting it had been a long time since he was last there. The priestess exhaled and asked him to stand in the middle of the summoning seal, the exact place where he had originally arrived. He did exactly that, and a seal appeared right under his feet. She explained that she would release the protection of the saints first. In that moment, Minjun removed his glove and looked at the back of his palm. He understood that while it was called protection, it was merely a leash that restricted him from fighting that woman. Looking at the seal, he realized he was finally being released from the cycle. He extended his hand, and as she used her holy magic to release the seal, she mentioned she could not understand him. She wondered why he would give up the incredible powers, riches, and fame he had obtained. Minjun told her to mind her own business. He asked if she wasn't concerned that once the seal was gone, she might die by his hands. She replied that she would willingly accept it since she had started it all. Once the protection was undone, she told him he could kill her if he liked. Seeing he had no immediate desire to do so, she moved to the next stage, saying she would now remove the powers he had obtained in Isgard. Our boy smiled and suddenly used his dark magic to grab her by the neck. Minjun used his magic to lift her upwards as she hung limp. He asked her if she knew how hard he had worked for those powers, and if she really thought he would leave them behind. As she glared at him, she began to reason that even if he kept his power, he would not be able to activate a dimensional portal with dark magic. Much to her surprise, Minjun opened the portal right in front of him. She screamed for him to stop, saying he could not attempt such travel so rashly. Minjun replied that he knew, which was why he had practiced it over 1,000 times. Before leaving, he pulled something out and told her it was a pleasure, before calling her a bitch and saying they should never see each other again, and disappeared as the portal closed. Annoyed, she struck the ground, thinking to herself that he was a crazy bastard. The scene shifted to modern Korea. Inside a room, a strange energy began to emanate as the lights outside shone brightly. Minjun suddenly appeared, huffing and puffing heavily. He realized that time travel had been incredibly heavy on him, but he slowly got up and looked outside. He spotted his laptop and phone on the table. Picking up the phone, he mentioned he had missed the sensation and looked happy to see a game he used to play before being taken. He began to laugh frantically, but his excitement was cut short by a network connection error. Elsewhere, some soldiers were trekking through a space, tracking a target. One of them confirmed the direction, noting the observer had radioed the location. Another soldier asked Corporal Choi Inho why regular soldiers like them had been dispatched for this. Corporal Choi Inho mentioned he didn't know and told the man to ask the administrative officer. Taking a deep breath, Corporal Choi Inho led the group as they dashed out of their hiding spot. The corporal glared forward and spotted someone walking into the space. It was Minjun, looking at his phone and complaining that it had been 2 years since he was summoned. He was annoyed that while his phone worked due to autosync, he had no contacts and no internet. The soldiers whispered among themselves, bewildered by the presence of a civilian. They wondered how he had gotten past the guards. Corporal Choi Inho called out to the young man, telling him to come their way. Minjun glared at them, wondering why there were soldiers in a civilian area, and told them he was just passing through. Suddenly, the corporal screamed for the young man to run. From behind Minjun, a wolf leaped into the fray, launching an attack. Our boy turned his gaze toward the beast, his body going still for a fleeting second as the weight of the moment took hold. Minjun glared up as the security guard urged him to dodge, and in that moment, he fixed his gaze on the creature, his fist folding as he reasoned why such a creature, not even worth a single punch, was coming his way. However, as he looked at his hand, he could feel no demonic energy at all. It was completely gone. Despite the lack of power, our boy reached out and caught the beast by the head. With a heavy, deliberate movement, he struck the beast straight into the ground, appearing nonchalant as if the feat required no effort at all. The teeth of the creature went flying across the pavement as it began to bleed, leaving the nearby military men baffled by the display of raw strength. Minjun glared down at the beast, calling it a stupid son of a bitch, and began to strike it again and again. As the soldiers watched in shock, he mentioned that they must think he was a loser, just because his dark magic was currently inaccessible. His mind went back to the strength training he had endured in Isgard. Remembering how ruthless and heavy those sessions had been, he stood up, finally wondering why such a creature had appeared in this world so strangely. He turned to the soldiers and addressed them, but they screeched in response, telling the young man not to come any closer. Eventually, the scene moved to the interior of a military vehicle. The soldiers mentioned that they didn't know why he had gone that far, noting that such actions could typically lead to jail. However, since their commander had instructed them not to escalate the situation, they told him they were letting him go. Minjun listened, feeling surprised by their words. The men asked if he really had no idea what was happening in the world lately, to which Minjun replied that he had been living abroad. He understood that he was technically in a different world, but he figured his explanation would suffice. He realized that this was not the Korea he remembered from 2 years ago. He recalled the phenomenon of dungeons appearing from 7 years prior. He remembered that the appearance of dungeons led to the rise of the awakened, superhumans who joined the Hunter Corps and wiped out monsters as they appeared. Before he had been summoned by that goddamn saint, Korea had been relatively safe in civilian areas, though his priorities were elsewhere. Minjun glared at the game on his phone, wondering if the server for Dungeon Power Fighter was completely gone. He felt a surge of anger, wanting nothing more than to see the server open. He tapped his phone frantically, and the military man beside him gathered that the young man was suspicious. But since he had seen how easily Minjun struck the beast down, he reasoned it was better not to pry. Minjun then asked very seriously if it was still possible to get a job at a game company. The soldier began to talk in circles. He explained that the situation had worsened because of a phenomenon that started 2 years ago. Dungeons had begun to appear more frequently and grew much larger, with giant monsters pouring out in numbers the military could no longer control. This led to the lockdown of civilian areas. Minjun was distraught, but not because of the tragedy. He was only interested in whether the game companies were still functioning. The soldier asked for his age, and Minjun said he was 21. The man smiled, mentioning that his enlistment should be coming soon. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a notification titled, "The Call of the Nation." He wondered what it was, only to find it was an enlistment notice. He was baffled that the date was set for the very next day. He screamed at the soldier, asking if this was real, and how one could be expected to enlist without a physical exam or more than a day's notice. The soldier, looking a bit scared, explained that they were so short on manpower that physical exams were now done at the training center. He suggested Minjun visit a PC room near the evacuation center to double-check. Minjun stiffened as he remembered his past. He recalled when his parents went missing, how he had holed up in his house to play games, and to him, PC rooms were the forgotten paradise of humanity. The scene cut to Minjun inside a PC room, finally enjoying a game. A lady walked by, and he thanked the owner in his mind for operating in such dire times. He noticed a new item on his screen and asked her to bring him a hot dog. The lady wondered how he could eat so many, but Minjun was focused on the screen. Once he had satisfied his need to play, he checked the news. Every word the soldier had said was real, including the enlistment date. He reasoned that if he possessed his full powers, he could clear all the dungeons alone. Even without his demonic energy, he felt he wasn't defenseless. He sat deeply in thought before declaring to the room that he would solve this himself. The next day, the scene shifted to the National Defense Center. Minjun walked in and noted how many people were present. He saw the depressed faces of families saying goodbye to their sons, and just then, an announcement called all soldiers to the auditorium. Minjun wondered if the army would be as tough as Isgard. Inside the building, instructors were screaming at the recruits to stand straight and move faster. They shouted at them not to look at one another and to inch forward as if their lives depended on it. Everyone looked confused, but Minjun thought to himself that compared to Isgard, these instructors were actually very nice. The instructor then called for attention, asking if anyone wanted to apply for the Hunter Corps. He mentioned the pay was much higher at 3 million. When the room remained gloomy and silent, the battalion commander noticed one volunteer. Our boy, Minjun, raised his hand. The commander told him to come forward immediately. Minjun complied. He squatted, and the weight of his momentum caused the wood beneath his feet to crack. He jumped, leaping over the space with a sheer force that wowed everyone in the room. He landed on the stage with a grounded thud, looked at the commander, and introduced himself as recruit Kim Min-jun, stating he would like to apply for the Hunter Corps. The narrative shifts to a memory of Isgard, specifically the Forgotten Canyon within the northern region. Sometime in the past, before his return to Korea, Min-jun sat atop the massive carcass of a dead spider inside a dim cave. He spoke aloud to the stillness, reasoning that the path of a dark mage was one of endless turmoil. He mentioned that there was truly no worse character class to inhabit. While they possessed insane skills, those abilities were tethered to demonic energy. If that ran out, everything was for nothing. He knew it would not naturally restore itself like the mana of regular mages, forcing a practitioner to regularly collect it by defeating monsters. Our boy noted the lack of efficiency in using energy simply to replenish it, and understood that the solitary nature of the job meant no party members would come to his aid. He concluded that running out of energy in a dungeon was a death sentence. He looked down at the dead spider beneath him and posed a question, asking what the best method for a dark mage to replenish and retain their energy might be. He paused, watching the fire crackle before him, and felt the space around him enlarge with silence. He sensed there was no one left to respond, and suspected it was because they were all dead. In that moment, a heavy presence struck the ground nearby. Min-jun realized that the hidden dungeon boss, Arknest, had arrived. The leader of the spiders loomed much larger than her kin, glaring at the carnage he had wrought. Min-jun smiled, asking why the late dungeon boss was only now answering his call. He mentioned he had almost died of boredom waiting for her. The spider screeched heavily, bewildered to find its entire brood slaughtered. Min-jun gathered the beast's intent from its breath, and asked if that screech was its only answer. Before the creature could even twitch, Min-jun dashed forward with explosive momentum, striking it straight in the head. He told the beast its answer was wrong, and declared that the true method was to defeat monsters using maxed-out strength. The scene cuts back to the present. A cup of coffee was dropped onto a table as a man, a battalion commander, asked if his name was indeed Kim Min-jun. Min-jun confirmed this, and the man mentioned that if he waited there, a troop from the Hunter Corps would arrive for him. Min-jun thanked him, leading the man to observe that he seemed quite enthusiastic. He asked if there was a special reason for applying, noting that many were returning to the regular army, because the current state of the world was so grim. Min-jun smiled and mentioned he had some business to attend to in the dungeons. The answer left the man confused for a second before he began to laugh, telling Min-jun he was a funny guy. Min-jun laughed along, but internally he told the old man to stop, as he was not joking. He knew that all dungeons in Korea were managed by the army, and that the Hunter Corps held first priority for subjugation. He understood it was a unit where ranks could be advanced regardless of service period, provided one proved their ability. He hoped that by enlisting, he could clear dungeons alone and encounter monsters with demonic energy. It was a calculated plan to recover his lost powers. He sat there pondering his perfect plan, imagining he could reach 10 stars in 5 years and eventually become a high-salary hero, while finally playing Dungeon Power Fighter in peace. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. Sergeant Lee Sung-go entered the office and saluted, reporting for duty. The battalion commander identified Min-jun as the recruit from the report. Min-jun noticed the commander spoke formally to the sergeant, which he found interesting. The sergeant wasted no time, asking Min-jun what his abilities were and demanding he open his status window to show his stars. Min-jun was momentarily baffled by the man's abrasive attitude, wondering if all Hunter Corps members were like this. He reasoned that since he was in the army, he had to comply. He recalled having status windows in Isgard, but rarely used them as they were just numerical proof of what he already felt. He summoned the window, but upon looking at it, he was shocked. The sergeant demanded to know what he saw. Min-jun looked distraught, and mentioned that the window showed a red error message. The sergeant was confused, and asked if Min-jun was kidding. The scene moves to the Gyeonggi-do Hunter Corps Training Center. Inside the battalion commander's office, the battalion commander mentioned that it had been 10 years since he had seen the woman standing in front of him in Hwacheon. He invited Hunter Sun Yunseo to take a seat, but she corrected him, stating she was not yet a hunter, but merely a recruit like everyone else. She mentioned that if she had been called because of her father, General Sun, she wanted no special treatment during her training. The commander assured her that the Hunter Corps was a difficult organization, and she would receive no favors. He noted it wasn't easy to enlist as an ordinary soldier instead of an executive, and thanked her for her service. As she felt a flush of embarrassment from the praise, the commander looked out the window and noticed a van arriving. He mentioned he had received a funny report earlier and asked if she wanted to visit a very interesting potential comrade. Outside, Minjun looked up at the colossal size of the training building. He was sure the tax money poured into the structure was no joke and wondered if they had a PC room inside. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho glared at him, telling him not to get excited. He mentioned that Minjun's enlistment wasn't decided yet and that he was personally going to test him. He warned that if the test proved Minjun was a liar, he would be sent to the military police immediately. Minjun felt the man was being incredibly stingy but calmed himself, asking what the test involved. They arrived at a space containing a redstone, a byproduct of the dungeons. The sergeant explained that the mineral was incredibly dense, heavy, and exceptionally hard. He claimed that, at its current size, it would not budge even an inch for a recruit. If Minjun succeeded in moving the stone, then he passed. Minjun laughed and asked if that was all. He walked past the sergeant, noting how simple the test was. The sergeant was taken aback, watching him walk toward the stone. He reasoned that there were always mediocre people trying to take advantage of the Hunter Corps. Yet the report of Minjun leaping 5 meters had him conflicted, especially with the status window error. In that moment, the battalion commander and Hunter son Yunseo entered the room. The commander pointed Minjun out, mentioning his incredible physical feats and the strange error on his status window. He expressed high hopes for the unique recruit. Minjun stood before the redstone, recognizing the mineral from the dungeons of Isgard. He knew it was ridiculously heavy, but at this size, he felt he could easily push it. He smiled and took a deliberate stance to punch it, wondering if there might be some demonic energy inside the mineral. He thrusted his fist forward with a heavy, focused strike. The moment his knuckles met the surface, the redstone began to crack. The fractures spread rapidly across the dense material until the entire block suddenly shattered into pieces. As the dust settled, Minjun looked at the rubble and mentioned it was too bad there was no demonic energy. He sighed, suggesting he would have better luck next time. The moment Minjun shattered the redstone, a heavy silence fell over the room. Sun Yunso and Battalion Commander Lee Junbyum remained frozen, their gazes locked on the fragments of what should have been a durable material. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho found himself battling a surge of genuine excitement, recognizing that the display of strength was nothing short of insane. He watched Minjun with a wary intensity, fathoming that he was standing in the presence of a truly monstrous individual. Much later, the atmosphere shifted to the grueling environment of active training. Nam In-hyuk and the other troop members were currently struggling up a massive stone staircase, even before enlisting in the Hunter Corps. The men had suspected the training would be rigorous, knowing they would face actual combat the moment their 4 weeks concluded. They were now experiencing that reality firsthand, weighted down by sandbags and forced to scale the infamous 600 steps. To make matters worse, an instructor waited at the summit, his presence a constant pressure as he monitored their finishing times. Most of the troop members accepted the crude physical methods as the only way to squeeze out tiny stat increases, but they found themselves baffled by the figure leading the pack. Minjun was moving up the staircase with such fluidity, it appeared as though he were swimming through the air. The winter breeze brushed against his face as he ascended swiftly, feeling an incredible lightness in his limbs. He realized that if he still possessed his full reservoir of demonic energy, he would likely be flying rather than running. To him, the supposedly hellish strain of the Hunter Corps felt quite sweet. He gathered that the sturdy military uniform was much more to his style than the rags he had worn in Isgard, and the quality of the meals was a pleasant shock. Above all, he appreciated the structure of the day. Once the schedule reached its conclusion, the evening roll call was replaced by free time and rest. He had heard rumors of a PC room within the facility that rivaled those in the civilian world. He had initially planned to escape using his remaining demonic energy if the military life proved distasteful, but he now found himself genuinely excited. He reasoned that a place that provided exercise, delicious food, a handsome salary, and time for gaming was the best environment imaginable. Overcome with enthusiasm, our boy let out a loud shout, declaring the Hunter Corps the best as he put on a fresh burst of speed. The men trailing behind him were utterly bewildered, wondering how he could possibly accelerate at such a stage as they struggled through the remaining steps. At the top, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho watched in disbelief as Minjun arrived far ahead of the others. Our boy took his final step with an upright, sharp posture, showing no signs of fatigue. Sung-ho was shaken. He knew it typically took an hour for a troop member to complete the climb, yet this man had finished in record time. Minjun moved around the instructor, casually asking if it was true that a pass would be granted for finishing in under 30 minutes. He inquired about his own time, his tone almost berating the stunned sergeant. Sungo pulled out a slip of paper, which Minjun snatched with visible excitement. As he read the contents, he began to ponder where he should use his new free pass. Sungo watched him, noting that the timer read exactly 21 minutes, a feat never before seen. While the instructor acknowledged the boy's raw strength, he remained determined to see how he would react to actual monsters, vowing to keep a close eye on him. Back in the barracks, the room was filled with the heavy sounds of exhausted men resting after the staircase run. One troop member announced with a tired pride that his stamina had increased by 1 point, prompting a round of mumbled congratulations and others checking their own status windows. Minjun watched them, feeling a sense of disorientation. He remembered his training in Isgard, where it was a given that stats would increase by at least 10 points daily under much more lethal conditions. The attention suddenly turned to Minjun, and as the soldiers began to praise Minjun's agility and ask when he would use his outing pass, he felt a warmth he hadn't expected. In his past as a dark mage, the people of Isgard had refused to even make eye contact, fearing him as a source of bad luck. He concluded that this level of communication wasn't as bad as he had initially feared. At the corner, some of the recruits were talking. The mention of the PC room opening acted like a physical jolt, while others complained of having no energy left to play. Minjun screamed and dashed toward the room. Inside, he was a picture of frantic excitement, hunched over a game of Dungeon Power Fighter. Since it was already 9 p.m., he reasoned that he could manage on 2 hours of sleep, spending the rest of the night gaming. In Isgard, even 1 hour was a luxury, so he considered 2 hours to be a deep, sufficient rest. He decided then and there to deplete his sleep daily in favor of his gaming fatigue. Weeks passed until the final stage of training arrived. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho led the troops on a 40-kilometer march, shouting that anyone who failed to finish in 2 hours would lose their breakfast. Minjun remained energetic, casually drinking water and announcing to his weary comrades that he had hit 10 max levels in his game that day. One soldier, barely catching his breath, asked if he was a monster for playing games all night for 4 weeks straight. Minjun joked that he was just a comrade sharing water, before playfully pouring it out for the thirsty men to catch, comparing them to hungry chicks waiting for a meal. The lighthearted moment was interrupted by the arrival of a lieutenant who announced he was extremely disappointed in the squadron. Minjun found it strange that the man referred to himself in the third person, but he listened as the officer warned that with their current mindset, they would likely die within a month of deployment. The lieutenant declared it was time for the dungeon adjustment training, a session involving transforming dungeons that changed their internal structures to simulate various environments. While the other troop members grew gloomy and fraught with dread at the mention of the notorious training, the lieutenant tried to motivate them by offering a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass to the highest scorer. He expected a roar of joy, but the soldiers remained silent and depressed. Baffled, the officer tried to entice them with thoughts of friends and beer, wondering if they intended to bury their bones in the military. His gaze eventually landed on Minjun, and he began to wonder why the boy was the only one standing there with a look of pure joy. The lieutenant had no idea that the other men had already realized the truth. The only person capable of securing that benefit was Minjun. They all glared at him, while our boy looked on with unmasked excitement. Later, the group arrived at the dungeon site. The sheer scale of the entrance left many troop members bewildered, as they had never seen a dungeon before. They questioned what they would be forced to do inside, with some suspecting they might simply be camping out. Suddenly, a military transport truck whooshed behind them, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke settled, the men recognized the 2.5-ton military truck. Minjun watched the vehicle closely as it rolled in, spotting several pairs of glowing eyes peering out from a cage in the back. It was clear the instructors had brought in the monsters that would serve as the centerpiece of their final training. The moment the military transport truck arrived and the rear curtains were pulled back, the monsters inside were revealed to be hounds. Upon seeing the lean, predatory beasts, a wave of terror swept through the troop members, screaming that it was their first time seeing such creatures up close. Minjun watched this display, questioning if there was truly a reason to be so afraid. To him, the hounds seemed like nothing more than oversized Maltese or Chihuahua dogs. Behind the trembling men, the lieutenant's voice tore through the air, demanding to know if they were scared. He reminded them that these were the very monsters they were destined to face. The lieutenant announced that they would now form teams of 4 to enter the transforming dungeon. Their task was to defeat a single hound within 1 hour and return. In a unified, albeit nervous shout, they responded and were ordered to gear up immediately. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho stepped forward, directing the men to proceed one by one toward the equipment boxes. Inside lay the Hunter Corps exclusive safety suits. These were heavy, roughly designed pieces of armor, created for the sole purpose of physical protection. As the soldiers struggled into the cumbersome gear, they complained about the lack of comfort. Minjun gripped the armor, realizing that it offered no effectiveness or comfort. It was a mass of metal designed strictly for defense. He understood that these suits cost 50 million won each, a price he found absurd given the crude design. As he pulled it on, he was greeted by the lingering scent of sweat and effort from previous users. It felt like an object with a disgusting aura, and he found the experience thoroughly repulsive. Walking up to the lieutenant, Minjun asked if they would be allowed to remove the suits if they defeated the hounds quickly. The lieutenant was initially taken aback by the arrogance of the recruit, but then he recognized him as Minjun, the top-ranking member of the group. He told Minjun that while he could take it off if he wished, this was a team training session. He challenged our boy to show how a top-ranked soldier takes care of his comrades. Minjun walked away, clearly displeased with the idea of a group effort. While the others fretted over how to defeat a hound with such heavy equipment, Minjun concluded that the task was actually quite simple. He called his team over and told them to listen to his plan. With a focused glare, he explained that the hounds would leap to kill. He instructed them not to be intimidated, but to simply grab the beast's legs and snap its back in half, adding that if the creature were still alive, they should fold its back in the opposite direction and rip it apart like paper. The other troop members looked at him as if he were speaking nonsense, unable to fathom such a brutal feat. The order was given to release the monsters. As the cages were opened, the hounds began to bark and dash instantly toward the dungeon portals. One soldier was baffled, wondering why they ran toward the dungeon instead of attacking the humans. Minjun explained that the creatures had been held captive all day, and now that their home had appeared, they were simply rushing back to it. The soldier found the logic sound, but wondered how Minjun knew monster physiology so well. Minjun remained unbothered, anchoring himself in his memories of Isgard, realizing that he understood the monsters because he had lived that life in the past. The lieutenant approached again, shouting at them for laughing on the training grounds. He declared that Minjun's team would be the first to enter. While the others were scared, Minjun stood his ground. Under the sergeant's direction, the four men walked slowly into the dungeon with Minjun at the center. He noted that if he could get out of the dirty suit faster by finishing the job, he welcomed the opportunity, and the lieutenant radioed the instructors inside to monitor the recruits. Hidden within the dungeon, two instructors stood on standby to monitor the situation. One of the instructors watched as the team entered, recognizing Minjun as a subject of special care who had shown incredible power over the past 4 weeks. He wondered if Minjun would be just as outstanding in a live dungeon environment. Suddenly, glowing eyes appeared in the shadows. The hounds began to run rampantly, attempting to encircle the team. Minjun sensed them immediately. He reasoned that he could wrap up the situation by knocking them on the head as soon as they pounced, but he understood that his comrades wouldn't gain any experience from that. He called out to his team, telling them to get ready. The hounds charged. Our boy told his team not to be scared and to trust the strength of their suits. He took the lead as 3 hounds lunged. 2 darted past him toward his teammates, while the one in the center went for Minjun. He watched as the beast opened its mouth wide, then delivered a heavy, calculated punch straight to the creature's face. The hound hit the ground with a sickening thud, its teeth shattering as it died instantly. By the corner, a second hound pounced on another soldier who screamed for help. Minjun moved with a heavy kick, striking the beast's face and sending it flying into the ceiling, where it fell back to the floor, lifeless. Minjun told the terrified man that he had to fight back when bitten, otherwise the monsters would view him as easy prey. When the soldier apologized using honorifics, Minjun reminded him that they were comrades. He then addressed the entire team, explaining that in a real situation, 2 of them would already be dead. He urged them to use their superior numbers to pressure the remaining monster. The hound grew startled as the men began to corner it. Watching from the shadows, Corporal Kim Hojin was shocked. He noted that while scared troop members usually lose their heads, this group was recovering their fear because of Minjun's leadership. He jokingly wondered if Minjun was a veteran sergeant who had returned to the time before his enlistment. The team finished the task in record time. Corporal Hojin noted that Minjun didn't just rely on his physical strength. He used leadership to guide his teammates. He decided that Minjun would receive the highest score. The instructors revealed themselves, telling the men they could exit. One soldier was surprised, having not realized they were being watched. Minjun immediately asked if they had recorded the scores, and if he would get his vacation pass. When the corporal told him to shut up, Minjun smiled, calling them tsunderes for acting harsh while secretly caring for the troop members. The corporal was taken aback by the term, but a sudden, violent vibration in the ground cut the moment short. The earth shook just as they reached the exit portal. The troop members shriveled in fear, though Minjun and the corporal remained calm. The second instructor shouted that something was wrong, and Hujin ordered him to radio the base outside. As the ground continued to heave, one soldier asked if it was an earthquake. Minjun doubted the idea, realizing that because this was a transforming dungeon, it was undergoing a structural shift at that very moment. They looked toward the portal and were struck with disorientation. The exit was contracting, closing in on itself. This was a development no one had expected in the training process. The recruits began to scream in fear, their voices echoing through the cavern as they frantically asked what was happening. The sergeants immediately attempted to raise their superiors on the radio, but Minjun remained perfectly still. He reasoned with a quiet calm that it was likely too late to leave. The energy around the portal crackled with a violent intensity before the gate finally hissed and vanished entirely. The instructors realized the gravity of their situation as the radio remained dead. Deciding that the safety of the recruits was paramount, the instructors led the group in a hurried dash through the space until they reached a designated safe zone. Once they arrived, the corporal addressed the terrified recruits, explaining that while an unexpected occurrence had taken place, there was no need for panic. He instructed them to wait for an hour to see if the entrance would reopen, as the manual suggested. Some of the recruits began to complain, but many felt a sense of relief, gathering that they wouldn't be stuck forever. The corporal mentioned that the leadership outside was surely assessing the situation, and that the lieutenant would take the necessary steps to retrieve them. From the back of the group, Minjun pondered the corporal's words. He knew the only reason they trained in this specific location was its supposed stability. To him, the sudden closing of a gate that was always open felt quite ominous. He noticed a sergeant quietly calling out to Corporal Kim Woojun and recognized that the instructors were fully aware that the situation was dire. When the sergeant tried to speak, the corporal signaled for silence, gesturing for them to move elsewhere to talk privately. Minjun suspected that while the instructors acted with professional calm, there was likely no actual manual for a situation where a dungeon transformed into an enclosed type. He understood that such a place might be harder to defeat than he initially thought. Away from the recruits, the corporal and sergeant concluded that they were indeed facing the worst possible outcome. The corporal mentioned that the dungeon had officially become an enclosed type. This news shocked the sergeant, who asked what they were expected to do. The corporal explained that there are two ways a gate disappears. Either the dungeon is naturally defeated and dissipates, or it becomes an enclosed type where the portal vanishes the moment outsiders enter. He reasoned that in an enclosed dungeon, they would have to face more than one monster to escape. The corporal mentioned that the only way out was to defeat every single creature within the walls. The sergeant grasped the weight of his words, realizing that no assistance would be coming from the outside. They were alone. With only 2 instructors and 4 inexperienced recruits, they had to clear the entire dungeon themselves. As they began to move deeper into the cavern, the corporal noticed the recruits had become visibly tensed. He understood this was a bad sign. If they were unlucky, this would be the end for all of them. He reasoned that they had to keep moving while they still possessed their strength. He knew that in their current state, even a group of goblins could annihilate them, as it would take the instructors 10 minutes just to down a single one. The corporal looked at the recruits and considered a realistic, albeit grim, plan of action. He thought about utilizing the recruits as meat shields, placing them at the front in their stupidly dense and heavy protective suits so the instructors could strike from behind. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. He recognized that the recruits had trusted them through grueling training, and his self-esteem would not allow him to use his juniors in such a way. The space grew heavy with a stifling quiet as they walked. One recruit mentioned how terrible it was to have an incident like this during their final week of training. Suddenly, Minjun sensed something. He began to look up and down with deliberate movements, a strange behavior that the sergeant immediately noted. When asked if there was a problem, Minjun remained silent. Suddenly, a low growl tore through the silence, frightening the group to their core. The corporal at the front shrieked as the sound hit him. He began to foam at the mouth and collapsed instantly. The sergeant rushed toward him, but Minjun screamed for him to stay back. Our boy realized that even if the sergeant reached him, there was no way to save him from the invisible weight in the air. The growl seemed to have a physical effect on the instructors' bodies, causing them both to convulse and fall into a dead faint. The recruits cried out to them, but the men were unresponsive. Minjun stepped forward and told the recruits to stay back, warning them they would face the same fate if they drew closer. He walked toward the fallen men and gathered that they had merely fainted. He wasn't surprised, but as he moved, he sensed a very familiar scent in the space. He picked up the bodies of the instructors and threw them toward the recruits, telling them to catch their seniors. He ordered the group to stay near the exit and not to follow him. One recruit tried to stop him, mentioning how dangerous it was since even the instructors had passed out. Minjun ignored them and dashed forward into the darkness. A smile spread across his face as he realized that the thing he had been hoping for actually existed on Earth. Demonic energy. He understood that the instructors had fainted because they were in the presence of such dense energy. Even in Isgard, warriors were veiled in special protection to withstand it. To ordinary humans, it was fatal. However, to a dark mage, this energy was the equivalent of a charger for a dead phone. He followed the scent until he reached the source. The room was quiet, with no immediate trace of a monster. But Minjun looked upward. He asked the creature if it truly thought it could hide its massive demonic energy from a dark mage. Above him lurked a dark hound, an evolved species far more powerful than ordinary hounds. The creature glared at him as Minjun mentioned he hadn't even dreamed of facing such a beast here. He recalled his first encounter with a dark hound a year into his time in Isgard, remembering how he had nearly died because the creature existed in no records he knew. In the present, he took a steady stance and thanked the beast for the meal. With a sudden, heavy thrust, he punched the hound, sending it flying backward into a cluster of mana crystals. The beast coughed up blood, its teeth shattered by the raw force of the blow. As the creature lay dying, Minjun sensed the demonic energy seeping out. He stretched out his hand to absorb it, noting that the scent of blood was still sickening. Dark hounds were known for their venomous blood that could rot human skin, but Minjun was sure that none of that mattered to a dark mage. His veins began to pop as the immense energy coursed through his body. He smiled, knowing that very soon, all of this power would be his. As the demonic energy flowed into him, Minjun sensed a flicker of excitement. It had been a long time since he had felt the rush of absorbing such power. Upon completing the process, he reasoned that he was at least 5% charged. He stood over the carcass, pondering what a darkhound, a creature normally native to Isgard, was doing in a place like this. While he had considered that Earth's hunters might harbor demonic energy, the panicked reactions of the instructors led him to conclude that this was a first. There had been no mention of such beasts or energy during their monster education at the training center, confirming that the instructors were entirely in the dark. He understood that a darkhound could not manage dimensional travel on its own. Such a feat required either the peak of dark magic, which he possessed, or the divine intervention of the saints. He realized he might be overthinking the implications, but he was sure that this specific beast was a rarity in Korea. Much later, Corporal Kim Ho-jun began to stir on the cold ground. He woke to the sound of the recruits calling out to him as they urged their instructor to wake up. He jolted upright with a heavy breath, frantically looking around to ensure everyone was safe. The recruits gathered around him, confirming they were unharmed, but they mentioned that Minjun had headed deeper into the dungeon alone. The instructors were visibly annoyed and worried, asking if the boy was all right, but the recruits remained silent, unable to offer an answer. Corporal Kim Ho-jun grabbed one of the recruits, shaking him as he questioned why Minjun would behave so recklessly. He knew that acting alone on such a day was grounds for immediate dismissal, but he also recognized that he lacked the moral authority to complain. He had fainted instead of protecting his subordinates. Suddenly, a recruit pointed inward. Minjun walked out of the shadows, looking nonchalant as he asked if everyone was all right. The instructors were shocked, noting that the hound looked significantly different from any they had seen. Minjun dropped the beast with a heavy thud, telling them to take a look at the creature. The sergeant gathered that this was the bastard responsible for their unconsciousness. The recruits marveled at the sight, concluding that if the monsters they usually faced were light class, this one was undeniably heavy. As the gate finally flickered back into existence, Corporal Kim Ho-jun placed a hand on Minjun's shoulder, asking if he truly defeated the hound alone. Minjun offered a simple nod. The instructor accepted the truth with a hint of lingering fear. He then instructed the other sergeant to escort the recruits out while he remained behind for a moment with Minjun. Standing in the quiet of the dungeon, the corporal told Minjun to report everything to the lieutenant once they were outside. He insisted that Minjun should not leave out the details of the instructor's incompetence, reasoning that they had no excuse for fainting and leaving the recruits vulnerable. Despite his self-reproach, he thanked Minjun for keeping everyone safe. Minjun rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by the sincere gratitude. The corporal adjusted his cap and noted that a man has to admit when things go wrong, though he lamented the paperwork and lack of sleep that awaited him. As Min-jun followed them toward the exit, his status window suddenly flickered into view. He was surprised to see a message stating the error had been fixed. He was confused, inwardly insulting the system for being just as ridiculous as the one in Isgard. The system displayed his information. He was identified as a cult founder. The Lumi Nona is my favorite character, possessing strength, agility, and stamina stats of 60, with a demonic energy level of 10. His only remaining skill was corruption. He was annoyed by the cult founder title, but recalled that the Lumi Nona was his favorite character from Dungeon Power Fighter. In Isgard, he had created a cult as a joke to handle the fanatics who followed him like stalkers, though it had only resulted in more followers. Looking at his stats, he recognized he had become significantly weaker. He had expected a penalty for dimensional travel, but finding his vast list of skills reduced to a single E-rank skill was a bitter realization. He feared the current rank of corruption would result in nothing more than a minor stomachache for his enemies. He felt the situation was as absurd as a third-rate novel. He realized he couldn't reach his goals at this rate, but he also knew he had reached the peak once before. He decided he could do it again. He resolved to recover his powers to save the game companies from monster-induced delays. He reasoned that this was nothing compared to the endurance required in Isgard. Later that day, the training center was in a state of quiet tension. The lieutenant had failed to give clear orders, and the fact that a recruit had handled an unprecedented threat while the instructors fainted was being hushed up. In their quarters, the recruits sat in a state of forced standby, complaining about being cursed and wishing they could at least watch TV. Rumors swirled about the size of the hound Min-jun had caught, with one recruit describing it as being as large as a cow. Finally, Min-jun was summoned to the battalion commander's office. He entered and saluted. The battalion commander returned the salute and invited him in. Min-jun was baffled to see a lieutenant on the floor nearby, performing a grueling physical exercise as punishment. The commander told the man on the floor he could leave, and as the lieutenant scurried out, the commander noted that an officer who doesn't check his dungeons properly deserves to be punished. Turning his full attention to Min-jun, the battalion commander sat in his chair and dropped the formalities. He mentioned that because Min-jun had received the highest scores, he had a special purpose in mind for him. He considered Min-jun to be like a crane in a flock of chickens, an idiom used to describe those who were far more outstanding than their peers. The commander calculated that our boy was truly no ordinary human, and he felt lucky to have lived long enough to witness someone who could surpass his own limits. He gathered that it would be a national loss if such talent were to simply join the regular ranks, when the Hunter Corps was in such desperate need of personnel. The commander noted that he had heard Min-jun wanted to advance as quickly as possible. He explained that according to the rules, a private usually cannot take promotion exams for another year. However, he mentioned that if Min-jun were granted an exception, the story would be different. He offered to use his authority as training commander to grant that exception if Min-jun volunteered to join the Hunter Corps in Cheerwan of Gangwon-do. He raised his voice, asking how that sounded, as it would mean not having to wait an extra year. Min-jun stood in the quiet of the office, letting the silence hang between them for a moment. The commander sensed that perhaps Cheerwan was too much of a stretch, and wondered if the promotion exception was not enough of a lure. However, Min-jun recognized the name. He remembered his comrades telling him to avoid the 140th Division at all costs. It was a place of freezing weather and constant piles of snow. But more importantly, he fathomed that it was the most extreme part of the front lines where dungeons and monsters appeared without warning. To Min-jun, these sounded like the best conditions possible. He reasoned that if he could advance, his specific deployment location didn't matter. He knew that for his plan to recover his strength to work, he had to advance at all costs. A higher rank meant a greater scope of activity. He responded with steady confidence, stating that he would go. The commander began to exhale a reply before the weight of the answer hit him. He was shocked, glaring at Min-jun in total surprise. But our boy reiterated his decision with a stern, unwavering look in his eyes. Outside the training facility, buses lined up to transport the new recruits to their bases. One of the troop members, a loud fellow who had become close with Min-jun, screamed at him to make sure he made contact once he arrived at his base. Min-jun responded with a touch of irony, mentioning that while the troop member said that now, he doubted the fellow would actually follow through. The troop member swore he would. The troop member then asked if he was seriously going to Cheerwan. wondering why he would volunteer for a place everyone else wanted to avoid. Minjun told him that the scale of his goals was too large for them to fathom. The troop member could only conclude that Minjun was losing his mind. As the troop member's ride began to leave, he waved one last time, and our boy watched as the loudest of his peers departed, leaving him standing alone. Minjun wondered why he was by himself, noticing that no one had come to pick him up yet. Suddenly, the screeching of tires filled the air as a massive military transport truck whooshed into the space. A tyrant-like figure named Sergeant Kim Minji stepped down. He looked over our boy and asked if he had waited long, mentioning that the snow had delayed him. Minjun introduced himself as Private Kim Minjun and said it was no trouble, though he was inwardly bewildered, wondering how it could already be snowing given the month. Sergeant Kim Minji turned and told Minjun to get in the back so they could depart. Minjun thought the sergeant was a bit of a show-off, but climbed into the back of the truck anyway. As they whooshed away, Minjun recognized that his life as a soldier was truly beginning. He wasn't worried about the hard training or the monsters. His primary concern was hazing. He feared being put in a miserable situation like those seen in television shows, as he lacked the patience for such things. He realized that if he were to hit a superior even once, he would be sent to military prison, a setback he could not bear. When the truck arrived at the Chirwan facility, Minjun saw the entrance marked as the Invincible Hunter Corps of Gangwon-do, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion. To his surprise, there was actually no snow there. Sergeant Kim Minji escorted him inside, leading him through the corridors until they reached a dormitory door. The sergeant pushed Minjun inside and announced him as a newbie, telling the others to feed and instruct him. Instantly, the attention of everyone in the room turned toward him. Two soldiers looked particularly happy to see a new toy and immediately began to berate him. One asked his name, and when he confirmed he was Kim Minjun, they recognized him as the super soldier who had defeated a hound by himself. One of them threw a large box at another soldier in the corner, ordering him to unpack the newbie's things. Minjun felt uncomfortable, sensing that these two were the alphas of the dormitory. One of the soldiers asked why someone with his high scores would come to the front lines instead of the rear. Minjun explained that he had heard the front lines were the best place for real experience and fast advancement. The soldiers laughed, calling him crazy. They began to ask personal questions, finding it unlucky that he had been single since birth. They then demanded he show them a talent. Minjun pondered what to show, wondering if he might scare them off. He told them he would perform a fighter push-up. One soldier, Sergeant Choi, was unimpressed, saying they could do those all day. However, their expressions shifted to pure shock as Minjun placed a single finger on the ground and pushed his body into a vertical, erect position. He performed 13 vertical push-ups with ease, while the others screamed in disbelief. The commotion was interrupted when a man walked into the space and told Minjun to get lost. The other troops complained that the sergeant was no fun, but Minjun recognized the voice from behind. He looked back and realized that the man standing behind him was Sergeant Lee Seung-go, the instructor from his earlier training. The moment Sergeant Lee Seung-ho stepped into the room, the two soldiers already inside became visibly annoyed. They questioned why he was pretending to be exhausted when he had just been dispatched as a comfortable instructor, even earning a vacation for his time tormenting kids. But Lee Seung-ho was both tired and irritated, choosing not to respond. This silence only fueled their annoyance, leading them to call him an arrogant bastard. Finally, he turned to them and shouted that he had received 4 days, begging them to stop pestering him and leave. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho was left fuming, realizing that despite his anger, he couldn't simply beat them up. Watching the exchange, Minjun felt a sense of relief once the troublemakers finally left. Our boy watched as Lee Seung-go lay down and pulled out his phone to browse the news. A report appeared regarding a volcanic dungeon that had surfaced, characterized by naturally high temperatures that caused constant environmental damage. Minjun noted the trivia but sensed the heavy tension among the other troop members in the tiny space. He fathomed that even in such close quarters, the difference in rank created a vast, invisible wall. It felt like a relic of the 80s to him. Suddenly, Lee Seung-go called out to Lee Deokjin. The soldier immediately stood at attention. The sergeant instructed him to take charge of Minjun, as he was his direct junior, and ensure he was instructed properly. Minjun glared at Deokjin, recognizing that this man was now his senior. Deokjin walked over and introduced himself, then leaned in to whisper a suggestion. He mentioned that they should talk over some food, noting that he had received a special permit to visit the PX, the post-exchange retail store. At the PX, Deokjin generously told Minjun to pick out whatever he wanted to eat. Minjun asked if he was sure, mentioning that he had quite a large appetite, but Deokjin insisted he eat as much as he liked. Our boy recognized Deokjin's kindness, but the mood shifted at the counter. Minjun had selected an enormous amount of food, and the cashier announced that the total came to 300,000 won. Deokjin was visibly shaken by the price as he extended his card. Later, the two sat down to eat the snacks. Minjun asked if they were usually restricted from using the PX, since Deokjin had mentioned a special permit. Deokjin explained that private first classes and below are typically only allowed there on weekends. He noted that one needs to be a private first class to use the gym and at least a corporal to use the PC rooms. Minjun found the restriction on PC rooms to be crossing a line. He reasoned that his resolve to advance was now even stronger. Deokjin lamented that, while the rules seemed unreasonable, a private first class like him couldn't resolve it. Minjun enthusiastically asked if there was truly no way to change the situation. Deokjin, surprised by the intensity, explained that one would need to reach the rank of sergeant to even attempt such a thing, and even then, it wouldn't be easy. Minjun knew he couldn't afford to lose his temper here, but he concluded that advancing in rank was his only viable path. Deokjin admitted that becoming a sergeant in the Hunter Corps was a difficult task, confessing that he had been a private first class for 3 years after failing the advancement exam multiple times. He asked if that seemed pathetic, but Minjun disagreed, sure that Deokjin would advance next year. Privately, our boy decided he would get promoted quickly so he could bring Deokjin up with him. Their conversation was interrupted by Corporal Kim Gwangshik, who walked in and draped a hand over Deokjin. He mockingly asked what the new recruit and the private first class were eating and if he could join. Without waiting for a real answer, he began helping himself to snacks and a drink. Minjun was instantly annoyed by this weirdo's appearance. Gwangshik warned them that if they were useless during the firearms training the next day, they were both dead. He turned to Minjun and asked if he even knew how to shoot. Deokjin stepped in to say he was just about to explain the training, as things were different here compared to other bases. Gwangshik aggressively asserted his dominance, asking if he was overstepping or being overly concerned. Deokjin quickly apologized. The corporal then mocked Deokjin's rank, questioning why he was still a private first class if he was so competent. Minjun's annoyance peaked. He knew he wouldn't be able to hold back if this man stayed much longer. Under the table, Minjun decided to force the man to leave. He extended his dark energy toward Corporal Kim Gwangshik, utilizing an E-rank corruption spell. Suddenly, Gwangshik felt a strange sensation in his gut and stood up abruptly. As he checked the labels on the snacks for expiration dates, Li Dongjin wondered what could possibly be wrong. Gwangshik eventually hurried off, clutching his cramped belly. Minjun gathered that even a low-rank corruption spell had its uses. Minjun then asked Deokjin about the firearms training. Deokjin explained that while Minjun might have fired a KX-2 with ICM improved conventional munitions bullets before, the ones used here were much more powerful. He compared the training center bullets to a pony, whereas these were like a wild stallion with recoil like a cannon. Because monsters appeared more frequently here, firepower was a priority. Minjun reasoned the comparison was fitting, though he was sure that compared to the massive long-range weapons he used in Isgard, which were like elephants, these stallions would be no problem. The next day at the training facility, the sound of rhythmic bangs filled the air as troop members fired at targets. When Minjun finished his round and the targets were brought forward, the results were shocking. He had achieved 19 direct hits to the head, missing only 1 shot. The instructor swung a red flag, announcing the score. The other troop members were baffled, questioning if he was a shooting machine or if it was just dumb luck. The red-haired sergeant from before noted that his own best was only 14, making Minjun's feat truly crazy. From the observation room, 2 sergeants watched in disbelief, confirming the rumors that Minjun was an elite. Back on the range, Minjun told the red-haired guy that he simply shot as he was instructed. Sergeant Kim Minji walked over, noting the impressive 19 hits and expressing his anticipation for Minjun's performance during the afternoon special firearms training. Minjun was confused by the term, but the red-haired sergeant was excited to see a newbie try it. Deokjin apologized to Minjun, admitting he hadn't expected him to be such a good shot, and explaining that new recruits were normally exempt from special training until they acclimated to the ICM bullets. He began to brief Minjun, explaining that the special firearms training involved a 2-person team entering a facility to eliminate monsters en route to a destination. He stated that while the monsters weren't highly dangerous, the troop members would be dealing with moving targets and had to be ready to counterattacks at any moment. He added a critical detail regarding civilian target plates that would pop up sporadically. Hitting one would result in an automatic failure, regardless of how many monsters were defeated. He urged Minjun not to be scared, reasoning that even though they would be facing real monsters, the executives would be controlling the situation to ensure nothing went too far. Minjun listened to these instructions, sensing the weight of the upcoming task. He fathomed that the training actually sounded like fun. The troop members gathered in the cafeteria, the heavy scent of lunch filling the room as they moved through the line to collect their meals. Minjun and Li Dongjin found a quiet table, settling into the warmth of the space to converse. Dongjin shook his head in disbelief, noting that Minjun was clearly born to be a soldier after hitting 19 shots. Minjun remained humble, acknowledging that Dongjin's 13 hits were also quite a respectable result. Dongjin admitted that while he had some experience, he technically wasn't very good. He pointed out that Sergeant Lee Sungo was the real deal, being the #1 shooter in the squad with an average of 17 direct hits. Minjun calculated the statistics in his head. Since 10 hits was the squad average, he understood that Lee Shungo was indeed capable. However, he also reasoned that based on his recent performance, he had effectively claimed that top spot for himself. Dongjin expressed his confidence that Minjun would do well in the special firearms training as well. Minjun offered a small laugh, asking if Dongjin would be joining him in the two-person team. Dongjin explained that the executives decided the pairings, often using a ladder lottery, a ghost leg system to create random matches, so he couldn't guarantee they would be together. The scene soon shifted to the special firearms shooting range. Sergeant Kim Minji arrived, his voice cutting through the space as he announced that training would commence in 5 minutes. He ordered all troop members to equip their bulletproof vests and stand by. As the men geared up, Corporal Kim Gwangshik sauntered over to Minjun. He revealed that he had been paired with our boy, remarking that the comparison between them was going to be steep. Gwangshik leaned into his usual teasing, asserting that the gap between a corporal and a private was a world apart. Minjun remained calm, though he recognized that his partner was a lost cause who clearly hadn't learned his lesson regarding hazing. Gwangshik challenged him to finish within 3 minutes, the squad average, warning him that he would regret it if he failed to produce results. Minjun offered a nonchalant glare, which only served to irritate the corporal further. Gwangshik questioned if he had lost confidence, or if his previous 19 hits were merely a fluke. Minjun simply replied that he would try his best. Gwangshik snapped back, demanding results over effort and promising that Minjun would pay for it if he finished later than his senior. As the first match was announced, Sergeant Kim Mungi and Sergeant Jung Hanyang prepared to begin. Minjun watched closely as they entered their respective elevators. Kim Minji gave the order to descend, and the doors slid shut. The elevators moved downward into the underground facility, a tactical arena designed for slaying monsters while protecting civilian target plates. Over time, this training had mutated into a fierce competition among the troop members, where the goal was to press the finish button at the destination faster than the opponent. Outside, the match unfolded on a large monitor. Minjun noticed that the monster markers on the screen varied in size. Gwangshik, standing nearby, explained that the icon size indicated the danger level of the monster. He noted that 2 monsters were placed on each line at random, ensuring no one knew exactly what they would face until they arrived. On the screen, Kim Mungi arrived in his first chamber to find a massive rake toad. He dodged a sudden attack, frustrated by his bad luck with such a formidable creature. Meanwhile, Jung Hanyang had better fortune, encountering a massive rat that stood no chance against his primary attack. He felt sure of an easy win, hoping to breeze through the next stage. However, the next door revealed a massive desert worm equipped with heavy defensive shields. Kim Mungi continued to battle his second rake toad, feeling the pressure as he assumed Hanyang had already finished. However, when he reached the final line, he found the button unpressed. He struck it instantly, the buzzer sounding just as Hanyang finished his own battle. The group outside cheered as the time was recorded at 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The 2 sergeants emerged, with Kim Mungi immediately berating Hanyang for his late arrival. Hanyang complained about his shitty luck with the desert worm, but Mungi dismissed the excuse, reminding him that the winner gets treated at the PX. To add insult to injury, Mungi pointed out that Hanyang had accidentally headshot a civilian target, which would have resulted in a disqualification anyway. Gwangshik laughed at the bet between the seniors, only for Minjun to propose a bet of their own. Minjun doubled down, suggesting that the loser grant the winner a wish. Gwangshik laughed at the private's boldness, assuming our boy had grown arrogant. He accepted the bet, but demanded that if Minjun lost, he would have to surrender 3 months of his salary. Minjun didn't flinch, agreeing to the terms. From the corner, Dongjin looked on. Visibly stressed by the high stakes his junior had accepted, Kim Minji called the next group forward. Minjun and Guangshik entered their elevators, reporting no issues before the descent began. As the doors closed, a strange, dark energy began to seep through the battle space. Outside, the troop members gossiped about whether a private could truly win against a corporal, or if Kim Minji would have to step in to rescue him. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the entire facility. The floor vibrated frantically, causing disorientation among the troop members outside. They wondered if it was an earthquake, but their eyes were fixed on the monitors as the monster from the second line began to cross into the space of the first. Inside his chamber, Minjun felt the rumble and deduced that something significant was happening nearby. He reached his first combat area and was met with a startling sight. The first-level monster was already dead, hanging from the mouth of the second-level monster. This massive creature towered over our boy, having already laid waste to its peer, and now it fixed its gaze on Minjun as the battle began. Minjun glared at the creature. The beast towered over our boy, appearing similar to a cyclops yet possessing its own unique, terrifying weight. The monster tore the remains of the rat from its mouth, casting the mangled body aside before letting out a thunderous growl that vibrated through the enclosed room. Instantly, the creature struck the ground where Minjun stood, but our boy was able to dodge the impact by jumping away with practiced ease. While suspended in mid-air, he looked down at the behemoth and reasoned that he wanted to finish the encounter as soon as possible to get to dinner. He recognized that since this was technically firearms training, he would be disqualified for shooting mindlessly and accidentally hitting the wrong target. Upon landing, the monster growled again, raising its massive arm for a follow-up attack. Minjun, however, decided that he had seen enough of the creature's rampaging and struck forward just as the monster swung. Their arms collided with a heavy thud, sending a massive wave of energy encircling the entire space. Our boy's strike was far more ferocious than the monster's. The force of the impact took hold, and the monster's hand began to crack under the pressure. Blood splattered across the room as the creature let out a high-pitched scream of agony. Minjun offered a light laugh at the monster's plight, noting that it had finally calmed down a bit. He prepared to shoot it down to finish the trial, but he suddenly discerned a change in the atmosphere. The monster's shattered hand began to regenerate on its own, and a massive sword emerged directly from its arm. The creature glared at Minjun with renewed malice, and our boy realized the situation had turned significantly more dire. Outside the training area, the troop members watching the monitor were bewildered. They wondered if the new recruit was in the middle of a battle or if a serious accident had occurred. While Corporal Kim Guangshik had already cleared his first target and was moving toward his second, Minjun was still occupied with the beast in the first chamber. Watching from the observation area, Kim Minji realized that the creature on the second lane was likely a cyclops, also known as the devouring demon. He knew that this monster consumed sources of energy to drastically increase its regenerative and attack capabilities, though the process wasn't complete until digestion finished. He found the situation strange, reasoning that the beast wouldn't have broken free and entered a state of rage unless its life was in danger. He wondered exactly what Minjun could have done to provoke it so severely. Back inside, Minjun seemed to be having a bit of fun with the cyclops. He wove through its strikes, dodging with steady, deliberate movements. As the cyclops reached out to grab him, Minjun remarked on how active the creature was, noticing that it would be easier to beat it up from his current position. Remembering the rules of the exercise, he opened fire, blasting multiple bullets directly into the creature's face and shattering its eyes. The cyclops screamed, blinded by the precision of the shots. As Minjun landed, he reasoned that the creature's eyes seemed to regenerate slower than its limbs. He decided to end the fight right then. However, as he dashed forward, the monster swung its sword toward his face with surprising accuracy. Our boy dodged the blade, baffled by how the blinded creature could target him so perfectly. He suspected it was either judging his location by sound or reacting to his demonic energy. Just as the monster struck the ground again, Kim Minjun halted the Cyclops' attack, his feet planted firmly on the earth. However, he began to question how they could include such a strong beast in a training match, deducing that the monster was possibly reacting to the demonic energy he was emitting. Kim Minji arrived at the entrance of the chamber, hoping to assist. He surveyed the wreckage and recognized the scene as a catastrophe. He feared that a Cyclops that had consumed energy was far beyond what a mere private could defeat with standard firearms. He ran toward the fray, hoping Minjun could hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, Kim Guangshik was sprinting through his own lane, Checking the time, he calculated that he would finish around the 2-minute and 30-second mark. He was sure the private had failed, and began to wonder how he would spend Minjun's salary during his next vacation. Guangxik arrived at the destination and prepared to press the button, only to find Minjun already standing there. Minjun turned and smiled, placing his hand calmly on the button. Guangxik was utterly stunned as the realization hit that he had lost the bet. When Kim Minji finally reached the chamber where the battle had occurred, he stopped in his tracks. He saw that the Cyclops had already been destroyed. He looked at the remains, wondering exactly how Minjun had shot to leave the creature in such a state. Later, as the two men emerged from the battle space, the troop members welcomed them with shouts. They were excited, calling Minjun the monster newbie, and whispering about how a private had defeated a Fed Cyclops single-handedly. Li Dongjin rushed over, asking Minjun if he was hurt anywhere. Minjun assured him he was fine, which brought a sense of relief to his senior. When asked how he defeated such a beast, Minjun simply stated he followed what he had been taught. Dongjin was confused, knowing he had never taught Minjun how to handle something that dangerous. Corporal Kim Guangxik was visibly annoyed and tried to walk off. When one of the troop members brought up the bet, Guangxik slapped the man and shouted that the bet was off because the situation wasn't fair. He screamed that he had faced 2 monsters while the newbie only faced 1, claiming he would have finished faster under normal circumstances. He even barked at Li Dongjin to support his claim, but Dongjin just stood there, bewildered. Minjun watched the display with growing irritation. He had initially planned to forget the bet since he didn't feel good about using his fists to win, but Guangxik's behavior changed his mind. He found it disgusting that the corporal was taking his frustration out on Li Dongjin instead of facing him directly. Suddenly, a voice from behind cut through the noise, asking Guangxik if he wasn't ashamed of himself. Sergeant Li Xiongou walked into the scene, noting that the newbie had actually taken a much bigger risk. Guangxik initially tried to snap back, but he quickly shriveled when he recognized the sergeant. Li Xiongou noted that while Cyclops are usually meek, they become drastically more dangerous once enraged, a fact everyone there understood. Guangxik tried to dismiss his actions as a little joke, but Li Xiongou didn't buy it. He walked past the corporal and moved toward Minjun. He remarked that having a higher rank was quite nice, as it made even the most stubborn seniors surprisingly obedient. Minjun smiled at the observation, realizing that rank truly did carry weight in this environment. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Guangxik stood by, enraged and deeply embarrassed by the way the sergeant had treated him in front of the others. Even with all that anger boiling beneath the surface, Sergeant Li Xiongou chose only to glare at Kim Guangxik. He asked the corporal if he had something he wanted to say. Faced with the sergeant's sheer presence, Guangxik's bravado vanished. He quickly forced a smile and claimed that he had nothing to say. Xiongou noted that he had thought as much, adding a stinging remark that Guangxik definitely shouldn't have anything to say as he walked past him. Li Dongjin watched the entire exchange in silence, unable to intervene. Later that evening, the environment was still and quiet as Minjun spoke with Dongjin. Minjun sought clarification on what he had seen, asking if it was true that Sergeant Li Xiongou had received a 2-rank promotion. Dongjin affirmed this, explaining that it was a special case because Xiongou had achieved the highest grade in the advancement exams. However, he noted that such a path was no longer available to others. The military had abolished the 2-rank promotion after a staff sergeant who received it caused a tragic accident in a dungeon. Xiongou was one of the final exceptions. Minjun, driven by a growing desire to climb the ranks, asked if there were truly no other ways to secure a special advancement. Dongjin explained that rare exceptions still existed, such as rescuing a civilian during an emergency or achieving outstanding accomplishments during a monster hunt. He cautioned, however, that these cases were entirely subjective. Dongjin suggested it was better to assume the regulations didn't exist at all, as almost no hunters had successfully advanced through them in recent times. Minjun took in the information, realizing that subjectivity meant the commander ultimately held the final say. While he was desperate to advance, he wasn't the type to wish danger upon civilians just for a promotion. Still, he found the border strangely quiet, despite reports of daily monster appearances following the collapse of North Korea's army. He concluded that 2 days as a private was more than enough experience and that he was ready to move up. Dongjin, sensing his ambition, told him that with his current performance, a promotion was surely inevitable. Suddenly, a sharp siren sliced through the silence of the camp. An emergency broadcast from the command and control center blared over the speakers, announcing an emergency alert. A significant colony of middle bats had appeared at the oil reserve. All hunters were ordered to gather there immediately to install a protective shield. Minjun's face broke into a wide smile at the news. Middle bats were child-sized monsters that lived in massive colonies. While a single bat didn't pose a massive threat, they were incredibly agile and capable of spitting fireballs. Their presence at an oil reserve was a nightmare scenario. One stray spark could cause an explosion large enough to wipe out the entire military camp. When the troop members arrived at the site, the air was filled with the frantic flapping of wings, and some troop members were panicking, screaming at the monsters, while others warned them not to fire their weapons so close to the volatile oil tanks. They stood frozen, watching the swarm circle the reserve, terrified that the facility would blow before the protective shield could be raised. Amidst the chaos and indecision, our boy stepped forward. Minjun calmly announced that he would draw their attention. The soldiers nearby were bewildered. They shouted at him to fall back, questioning what he thought he could do without a bulletproof vest or proper equipment. Minjun paid them no mind. He understood that equipment was a secondary concern when precious guests had arrived to help him secure his promotion. He saw an opportunity to single-handedly stop an emergency and decided he would hog all the experience points for himself. Minjun began to imbue his hand with demonic energy. He recalled his encounter with the Cyclops and reasoned that these bats, like the giant, would react to the scent of his power. As the energy began to hum around his palm, the bats turned toward him. Minjun smiled, concluding that they were all his. In the distance, Sergeant Li Shungo arrived with a team of soldiers carrying heavy equipment boxes. He barked orders at the men to stop staring and start installing the shield immediately. When he learned that a private was already at the site, drawing the swarm's attention, he screamed at the idling troop members for watching while a junior was in the fray. Minjun began tearing through the bats with his bare hands, moving with a steady, heavy rhythm. He realized, however, that ripping them apart individually was taking too long. Just then, Seung-ho dashed into the fight, shouting for Minjun to lower his stance and fall back. Minjun saw the weapon in the sergeant's hand, an electric baton, and sensed it was exactly what he needed. To ensure he could work alone, Minjun used a corruption spell to cause a sudden sharp cramp in Seung-ho's stomach. The sergeant fell to the ground, bewildered by the sudden pain. When he insisted he was fine, Minjun reached out and grabbed the baton, promising to be back in a jiffy after taking care of the monsters. Minjun activated the stick, watching the electricity crackle along its length. Our boy dashed back into the swarm, striking multiple bats simultaneously with a single swing. He ran through the space with fluid, heavy movements, making quick work of the colony. Seung-ho watched from the ground, shocked by the ease with which a private was overpowering the monsters. Suddenly, a massive bat, much larger than the others, descended from above. The soldiers on the perimeter prepared to open fire, but Minjun was already moving. He leaped high into the air, a feat of strength that left the onlookers baffled. He called out to the monster, remarking that those who play with fire eventually get burned, before swinging the baton with a crushing force. The massive bat was struck down instantly. With the threat neutralized, the protective shield was finally activated, shimmering into existence around the oil reserve. Soldiers began the grim task of gathering the 30 roasted bat corpses and placing them on mats. Captain Song Junshik, the operating officer on duty, arrived at the scene. He saluted the arriving battalion commander, but spoke first to Seung-ho. The captain noted the stench of roasted bats and asked who had barbecued them so effectively. When he assumed Seung-ho was responsible, the sergeant corrected him. Seung-ho reported that all 30 bats had been defeated by a single person. The captain was bewildered, questioning how a single hunter could be that skilled with an electric baton, especially since all other executives were off duty. At that moment, Minjun walked into the light. He offered a salute and extended the electric baton back to the sergeant. He looked somewhat dazed and asked if the tool was expensive, revealing that he had already managed to damage the weapon during the fight. The following morning, a quiet tension lingered in the air as Sergeant Lee Seung-ho called Minjun aside. He questioned the private directly, asking if he had secretly re-enlisted or if he was some sort of regressor. Minjun offered a simple denial, though he secretly realized that while his success hadn't been a matter of luck, it was best to keep his mouth shut. Seung-ho warned him never to do anything so rash again, reminding him that a hunter can never be sure of what might happen next time. Seung-ho began to explain the unique structure of the Hunter Corps, noting that it was a specialized unit where every single person was an awakened individual. Even the officers specialized in administrative theory, tactics, and research were awakened. In this division, Seung-ho emphasized, one could only advance based on genuine accomplishments and talent. Minjun listened, initially disappointed that his morning visit to the battalion commander's office felt like a dry information session rather than the reward he had hoped for. However, Seung-go soon revealed that the hunter who had defeated the most monsters in the 104th Division would be visiting the battalion that very day. A prestigious car soon arrived, carrying 2 stern men who radiated a ferocious presence. As they stepped out, the battalion commander barked out a salute, and the surrounding troop members stood at rigid attention. One of the visitors, a high-ranking 2-star official, shook Seung-go's hand and commended his calm handling of the previous day's emergency. Our boy watched the exchange, curious about the true strength of a 2-star hunter. The official then turned to Min-jun, shaking his hand with a grip that Min-jun recognized as being remarkably strong. After putting the group at ease, the man inquired about the origin of the middle bats. The battalion commander explained that the gate was located on a hill roughly 1.2 kilometers north and was currently being investigated. The official also addressed a radar delay, ordering the Division Ordnance Office to set up additional units to eliminate any potential blind spots. The 2-star official then turned his full attention back to Min-jun. While he praised the private's courage and internal response, he offered a stern reminder about the importance of bringing proper equipment. Min-jun offered his apologies, though he secretly reasoned that wasting time on equipment might have allowed the oil reserve to explode. The official's tone then softened, as he acknowledged that Min-jun had eliminated 30 middle bats alone, preventing a total catastrophe. To the surprise of everyone present, the official announced he had brought a gift from the division commander. He removed a rank insignia from his own uniform and placed it on Min-jun, congratulating him on his immediate advancement. He declared that a soldier with such exceptional accomplishments should be rewarded without delay. Min-jun was floored, shouting his thanks as the reality set in. To top it off, the official ordered the battalion commander to grant the newly promoted private first class a vacation of 3 days and 2 nights. Min-jun was overjoyed, sensing that his military life was becoming incredibly exciting. As he walked through the hallway afterward, another troop member congratulated him, thanking Min-jun for the fact that his actions had led to a group commendation. He asked Min-jun what he planned to do with his first vacation. Min-jun smiled, thinking of the PC room. He decided that instead of traveling all the way home to an area without internet, he would spend his time playing Dungeon Power Fighter at a local PC store to maximize his break. However, while near a local establishment, Min-jun overheard a conversation between 2 men. One was complaining about being blocked by soldiers from entering a certain mountain area where he had permission to pick pine mushrooms. The other man warned him that the mountain smelled toxic and had caused others severe headaches. Min-jun's interest was piqued. He approached the men and asked for the location they were discussing. The scene shifted to the dense forests of Hwacheon. Min-jun had convinced the men to give him a ride, and they dropped him off near a restricted zone. The men were hesitant to go further due to the military presence, but Min-jun assured them the restrictions would likely be lifted by the next day. One of the men noticed the new badge on Min-jun's chest and realized he was no ordinary soldier, wishing him luck before driving away. The moment he was alone, Min-jun sensed a familiar, heavy abundance of demonic energy clinging to the mountain. He felt a surge of excitement, realizing this was a far better buff for his powers than any PC game could offer. As he moved deeper into the forest, he spotted 2 soldiers guarding the entrance to a dungeon, both wearing protective masks. Min-jun observed that while the mountain entrance was heavily guarded, the area near the dungeon itself was somewhat loose. Wanting to avoid notice as a private first class, he decided to create an opening. He emitted a subtle wave of demonic energy toward the guards, inducing an unbearable stomachache in both men. The soldiers, unable to hold it in, dashed off to ease themselves, leaving the entrance unsecured. Min-jun slipped into the dungeon, finding it strangely empty of monsters, despite the dense concentration of demonic energy. He didn't dwell on the cause, choosing instead to begin absorbing the energy. Notifications began to flash before him, signaling that his demonic energy stat was rising steadily. As he reached a critical threshold, a new notification appeared. His corruption skill had been enhanced, and he had unlocked a new skill called Nightwalker. Min-jun smiled into the stillness of the dungeon, recognized the weight of his new power, and prepared for what came next. The acquisition of the new skill left Min-jun feeling exceptionally fortunate. He had secured a steady supply of free demonic energy within the dungeon and gained a familiar known as a Nightwalker, a shadow summon he had relied on heavily during his time in Isgard. He knew the creature well. Its specialty was the silent assassination of targets from the cover of darkness. Although maintaining the summon required a regular intake of his own demonic energy, he stood in the quiet of the dungeon and gave the command for it to emerge. As the creature floated out of the ground, Min-jun anticipated a ferocious ally, only to find a remarkably tiny figure standing before him, He felt a wave of disorientation, wondering if this was a penalty of dimensional travel or a result of his currently low demonic energy stat. The weakling looked as though it might wither away in direct sunlight, leaving Minjun to question when such a small assistant would ever be useful. However, he quickly reasoned that its small size made it an ideal scout that could easily vanish into the shadows. Upon returning to the base from his vacation, the atmosphere was warm and lively. His roommates gathered around, teasing and hyping him up as the hunter who had achieved the fastest advancement to date. They noted with impressive detail that the division commander himself had provided the badge and the time off. Minjun accepted the praise, but turned his attention to Li Dongjin. He reached into his bag and presented a bottle of moisturizer he had purchased, telling Dongjin to enjoy it. Dongjin was touched by the gesture, thanking him and promising to put it to good use. The lighthearted mood was briefly interrupted when Corporal Kim Guangshik sauntered in, mocking their touching friendship as if they had been dispatched overseas. He demanded the magazine he had requested, and Minjun handed it over. The room erupted in laughter when Guangshik realized that instead of the provocative magazines he had expected, Minjun had given him Maxim Coffee Mix, a staple instant coffee brand in Korea. Soon after, Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Cho approached Minjun. They revealed that they had seen his name on the list for the upcoming advancement examination. The news caused a stir among the troop members. Many were baffled, noting that the application period should have ended before Minjun was even transferred, and he technically lacked the required year of service. Minjun explained in a low tone that the training commander had made him a special offer. The soldiers were astonished, realizing Minjun was effectively jumping a year ahead to take the corporal exam. Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Cho discussed their own futures as they walked out, while Minjun focused on the mention of specialty weapons training, wondering what options existed beyond standard firearms. The following day, the troop members gathered for an orientation. While many appeared tired of the repetitive instructions, Minjun listened with intense focus. The instructor explained that the examination consisted of a basic written portion and a critical practical test. Minjun realized that the practical exam covering stats, weapon proficiency, and monster handling was where he could truly shine. He aimed for a perfect score, hoping for additional perks, and resolved to take the test with the utmost seriousness. For the specialty weapons training, a vast array of equipment was laid out. The instructor ordered the privates and privates first class to stick strictly to swords, while the corporals moved to a separate area for personal weapon drills. The instructor demonstrated the foundational swordsmanship of the Hunter Corps, emphasizing that these guidelines were merely a base to be adapted to one's own style. Minjun watched with excitement, grasping the mechanical advantage of using a blade over a rifle in close-quarters monster combat. As the others began to practice, our boy moved with a finesse that stood out immediately. He sensed that his knowledge of Asgardian swordsmanship was superior, and began to merge the two styles. His movements were so fluid and heavy with intent that the instructor halted the class. He called Minjun up to the podium, using him as a model for the other troop members, whose movements were still awkward and disconnected. Minjun demonstrated the style before the silent, glaring eyes of his peers. While some felt uncomfortable seeing a junior perform so well, the instructor was impressed. Later, while Minjun sat in a corner feeling the weight of the day's labor, the instructor approached him privately. He handed over a sachet of biscuits as a quiet reward for his perfect performance. Minjun accepted the gift with a smile, wondering if the man always carried snacks for such occasions. As the break continued, Li Dongjin approached Minjun with a humble request. He admitted that while the sword was his specialty weapon, he still struggled with the mechanics of fighting monsters, and asked if Minjun could critique his form. Minjun agreed without hesitation. As Dongjin began his demonstration, Minjun leaned against the wall, observing with a practiced eye. He recognized that Dongjin's movements were technically standard and earnest, but lacked the necessary weight of confidence. Drawing on his experience training soldiers in Isgard, Minjun resolved to help his friend. He envisioned a path to making Dongjin a top-tier hunter, knowing exactly which internal hurdles the man needed to clear. Across the base, a casual atmosphere lingered as troop members occupied themselves with television, basketball, and dice games. This peace was broken by a mechanical voice over the speakers, instructing all hunters scheduled for the exams to report to the military training ground immediately. Minjun was already there, standing ready and anchored by a sense of eager anticipation. He understood that today was the day he would leave his private rank behind. Second Lieutenant Kim Cheolman, the platoon commander, stood before the gathered hunters and ordered a formal personnel count. Once the formalities were concluded, the group boarded a bus bound for Gyeonggi-do Gapyeong, the site of the 105th Divisional Base. During the journey, Chielman suggested that the candidates review their practice questions, but the quiet hum of the engine was filled by the hushed whispers of troop members. Two hunters sitting near Minjun shared rumors about the 4th Battalion's attendance, blushing as they discussed the possibility of showing off their weapon proficiency to the female hunters, and perhaps even exchanging numbers. Minjun listened to their excitement and simply told himself to try his best, feeling the weight of the coming challenge. Upon arrival at the 105th Division, the written portion of the exam commenced. The room was filled with the scratch of pens and a heavy silence, which was soon broken by the results. The instructor announced that everyone had passed, with the exception of one hunter, Cho Jong-wook. As the successful candidates were ordered to the practical examination room, they walked past a shamed Jong-wook, mocking him for failing a test that was supposedly easier than a driver's license exam. Minjun paid the murmurs no mind, focusing entirely on the prize ahead. However, there was also a familiar face in the crowd. Hunter Sun Yunseo, the blue-haired lady who had witnessed his power once before, stood there, her gaze fixed on him as he walked past. The candidates gathered before Lieutenant Colonel Lee Cheolju, the officer overseeing the advancement. He spoke at length about the importance of friendly competition among the 3 divisions, but to the anxious hunters, his words were merely a background drone. Eventually, the colonel highlighted 2 members who were attending via special exception, Private Sun Yunseo and our boy, Private First Class Kim Minjun. The mention of their names sparked a wave of gossip. Other hunters whispered about the rarity of such offers, noting that Minjun had already reached Private First Class, despite enlisting less than a year ago. When Minjun caught Yunseo's eye, she quickly turned away, trying to maintain her composure. Captain Jeong Sang-cheol took over to commence the physical stat tests, beginning with the strength evaluation. The setup was simple yet daunting. A massive brick-like examiner stood on a measured track, and candidates had 1 minute to push him back. Scores were scaled based on distance, with a 10-meter push earning the maximum 100 points. Minjun looked at the setup and reasoned that these tests were always somewhat ridiculous in their simplicity. The test began with brutal results. Private Kim Jin-yok from the 103rd Division stepped up and pushed until his face turned a deep red, but the examiner didn't budge. Instead, the giant man pushed back, sending Jin-yok flying across the room to a disqualification. A string of failures followed. Hunters were disqualified one after another, unable to reach the minimum 40-point threshold. The atmosphere grew heavy until Sun Yunseo was called forward. Yunseo stepped up with a feisty determination and managed to push the examiner 5 meters, securing 50 points and becoming the first to pass. The crowd erupted in murmurs, admiring her strength and beauty, with some noting that as the daughter of a division commander, such power was in her genes. As she walked back to her spot, she threw a sharp look toward Minjun, as if challenging him to match her. Minjun picked up on the silent provocation. Finally, the 140th Division's Private First Class was called. Minjun stepped onto the track and stood before the massive examiner. He calculated his strength, deciding that while he didn't need to destroy the equipment like he had with the red stone, he should aim for the maximum distance to secure bonus points. Our boy took a firm, grounded stance and extended his hands. With a single, heavy surge of power, he pushed. The massive examiner didn't just slide. He was propelled backward with such force that the wooden flooring beneath his feet shattered into splinters. The entire room fell into a stunned, absolute silence as dust and wood particles settled. The examiner had been pushed far beyond the 10-meter mark. The instructor, visibly shocked, announced that Minjun had received a perfect score of 100 points. Minjun offered a small smile, though he realized with a touch of irony that there weren't any bonus points for overachieving. As he walked back, he caught a glimpse of Yunseo's face. She was staring at him, completely baffled by the sheer gap in their strength. The morale within the examination hall drifted lower as more candidates followed Minjun's performance. The lady who took the track immediately after him was disqualified, leaving the remaining troop members to wonder why the standard felt so impossibly high. Sensing the shifting atmosphere, the instructor called for silence, announcing the end of the strength evaluation. Without a moment for rest, he declared that they would proceed directly to the agility test. Under the watchful eyes of the examiners, those who had failed were ordered to exit from the rear in an orderly fashion. As the strength equipment was dismantled, a new stage began to take shape. The examiners arranged a rack draped with a net and placed a specialized ball-shooting device at the far edge of the room. The candidates looked on with growing discomfort, whispering among themselves and wondering if they were expected to dodge live ammunition. The instructor offered a sharp smile, assuring them that while the machine fired rubber bullets, the impact would still be quite painful. The instructor took his position behind the firing mechanism and explained the rules. To achieve a perfect score, a hunter had to last 1 full minute within the designated netted area. While agility was the focus, the examiners noted that they would also acknowledge those who simply endured the hits for the full duration. Disqualification would follow if a candidate stepped outside the net in under 30 seconds or sustained a severe injury. As the first few rounds commenced, Lee Dongjin approached Minjun. Our boy was surprised to see his friend still in the running, but Dongjin noted that most of the privates first class had passed the strength test before and knew the baseline qualifications. He explained that the real difficulty for them lay in the fact that the scoring standards were higher than those for new recruits, which was why he had struggled in previous years. He cautioned Minjun not to rely solely on sight, but to watch for the slight mechanical movements of the gun to predict the trajectory of the rubber bullets. The weight of the test became clear when a rubber bullet struck a candidate squarely in the head. The troop member fell instantly, bleeding from the impact, and had to be escorted to the infirmary. As the casualty was reported and another hunter was disqualified for falling out of the designated zone, the examiner screamed a reprimand. He reminded the group that this was nothing compared to the sergeant advancement exam happening in the adjacent room, questioning how they expected to advance if they couldn't handle this. The tension reached a peak when Son Yun-seo was called forward. She stepped into the net, cracking her knuckles with a steady, quiet confidence. As the machine began its flurry, Yun-seo moved graciously. She dodged every attack with a nimble, rhythmic flow that made her look like a cheater to the mesmerized onlookers. She emerged with a perfect score, and, as she walked back to the group, she intentionally glared at Minjun, making sure their eyes met. Minjun was soon called to the front. As our boy passed Yun-seo, he found her persistent stare uncomfortable and wondered if she expected a compliment. He reasoned that she should seek such praise from her family at home rather than from him. Once inside the net, he decided to demonstrate the vast difference in their talent levels. As the first bullet whistled toward his head, Minjun simply tilted his neck, allowing the ball to strike the net behind him. In a display of calm arrogance, Minjun tucked his hands into his pockets and remained there as the flurry of rubber bullets intensified. He weaved through the projectiles with a grounded, gracious movement, even closing the distance to the gun to make the task more difficult. The bullets grazed his cheeks and buzzed past his ears, yet he never flinched. He even spared a glance toward Yun-seo, offering a small smile that clearly annoyed her. The examiner was dumbfounded, losing track of time until the clock hit 1 minute and 10 seconds. He screamed for a ceasefire, announcing another perfect score for Minjun. Later that afternoon, the successful examinees gathered before the towering gates of a dungeon. The instructor commended them on the agility test and announced the final stage, the stamina evaluation. The task was simple in theory, but physically demanding. The candidates were required to march into an empty, transforming dungeon and reach a turning point where an examiner would stamp their hands before they returned. They were given a 40-minute limit, though they were not informed of the actual distance they had to cover. As the troop members began to move, Minjun noticed that everyone was pacing themselves carefully, wary of the shifting terrain. He found the slow pace stifling and wondered if he should just run ahead. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder as Son Yun-seo surged past him. She shot him a frowning glance and made a sign, mocking his slow speed before disappearing into the dungeon depths. Minjun recognized the sign for what it was. He smiled viciously, realizing that the stakes were set. If she wanted a declaration of war, he was more than happy to provide one. The moment Son Yun-seo dashed forward, Minjun matched her pace instantly, surging through the dungeon entrance with a heavy, rhythmic stride that left the other troop members behind in a cloud of dust. As they navigated the winding corridors of the transforming dungeon, Yun-seo sensed a presence clinging to her trail. Within seconds, Minjun was running side by side with her, his movement appearing effortless. He remarked casually that he supposed there wasn't much to this task, after all, a comment that forced Yun-seo to question what he had said. Minjun simply laughed, noting he was merely talking to himself, before he accelerated and vanished into the darkness ahead. Shocked by his sudden burst of speed, Yun-seo slowed to a halt, huffing as she tried to gather her thoughts. The encounter forced her to reflect on her journey since joining the Hunter Corps. She remembered her arrival at the platoon, where the other women had been incredibly receptive. Rumors had preceded her, and her peers were ecstatic to have the daughter of a 2-star general among them. They had teased her about being shy when she blushed, promising to take good care of her. Though they expected her to be arrogant due to her lineage, they quickly realized she wasn't bitchy at all. though they still envied the easy military life they assumed she would lead as the top recruit of their year. Yoonseo had been happy then, but that peace was shattered the moment she witnessed Minjun destroy a red stone with a single punch. It had left her bewildered, wondering who this man truly was. Later, during training, she had felt a surge of pride when her white team captured the blue flag in record time, 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Her teammates had applauded her, hailing her as their best comrade and the center's new record holder. That excitement had been short-lived. While resting in the barracks, one of the women rushed in with news that the morning record had been obliterated during afternoon training. The new time was a staggering 1 minute and 2 seconds. When Yoonseo realized it was Minjun from the 4th platoon who had achieved this feat alone, her competitive spirit was ignited. From that point on, his name became a constant, frustrating drone in her life. Whether she was brushing her teeth or trying to sleep, she heard whispers of his near-perfect shooting scores, his ability to run at double speed without breaking a sweat, or the time he captured a dungeon hound the size of an elephant. These constant comparisons made her accomplishments feel small, leaving her feeling unworthy despite her prestigious background. She remembered watching her father with stern confidence as a child, vowing to become as strong as him. This resolve had led her to a meeting in the battalion commander's office after 4 weeks of training. The commander, treating her with respect as his former superior's daughter, had offered her a choice of any division, including the 107th where her father served. Instead, Yoonseo had asked only one thing: which division had Kim Minjun applied to? Now, standing in the dim light of the dungeon, she realized how childish her provocations had been. She understood that her goal was to grow stronger without her father's shadow, not simply to be number one through petty competition. She reasoned that if she had encountered someone so genuinely skillful, she should admit it and learn from him. She resolved to stop acting like a jealous girl and to apologize for her behavior. However, when she finally reached the turning point to receive her stamp, she found Minjun already there. Our boy looked completely at ease, and as Yoonseo approached, he smiled and showed off the fresh stamp on his arm. He remarked that he had almost fallen asleep while waiting for her, then turned to run back toward the entrance. The apology Yoonseo had prepared vanished instantly. Her face turned a deep shade of red, and she was gripped by a sudden, fierce annoyance. She screamed at the bewildered examiner to stamp her arm quickly and took off after Minjun, fueled by a renewed desire to beat him. All her mature resolutions were tossed aside as trash. She simply found his face and his attitude infuriating. When they finally emerged from the dungeon, the atmosphere was grounded and quiet. Minjun stood by the exit, calmly adjusting his hat, having arrived well ahead of the pack. The commander announced the results with a laugh, noting that Minjun had taken first place with a record of 29 minutes, followed by Yoonseo at 32 minutes. The commander praised Minjun's incredible performance, noting he had secured a perfect score in every single stat. Minjun offered a polite thank you, and the instructor dismissed the passing hunters for their midday meal. As Yoonseo retrieved her jacket from the ground, she and Minjun shared a brief, sharp glance. Before walking off to join Lee Dongjin, our boy playfully stuck out his tongue at her, a final teasing gesture that left her standing there in a state of disorientation. Watching him walk away, Yoonseo exhaled slowly, her frustration finally giving way to a small, private smile. She realized that she had once again fallen for his provocation and had lost the race. Looking upward at the vast sky, she accepted that he was simply better. She donned her cap and clothes, finally calm, and began the walk back to her troops with a newfound sense of clarity. The focus shifted to the 150th Division's 2nd Practical Examination Center, a facility equipped to simulate monster encounters. Within the training area, several goblins creaked and laughed, their high-pitched cackling echoing even after one of their kind had been struck down. Standing amidst them was Lee Dongjin, who exhaled slowly as he prepared for the next wave. As a goblin dashed forward, Dongjin tightened his grip on his sword. He took sharp cognizance of his surroundings, tracking the movements of the creatures circling him. When the first goblin lunged, he dodged the attack with a fluid motion and immediately followed up with a heavy kick that sent the creature sprawling. Sensing another threat from behind, he bent low before the goblin could swing, slicing it across the chest. The wounded creature jumped backward, laughing despite the injury, while Dongjin stood his ground, visibly exhausted. Minjun watched from the sidelines, spectating with a group of other hunters. This second phase of the practical exam, the specialty weapons proficiency, was simpler than many had anticipated. It required candidates to demonstrate specific hunter core techniques to the examiners. Destructive power was secondary. The goal was to follow the manuals with precision. Naturally, among the other applicants, Lee Dongjin also received high marks for his swordsmanship. However, the final part of the exam, the ability to handle monsters, proved to be a different beast entirely. While privates were tasked with defeating 4 hounds, privates first class had to eliminate 3 goblins using their chosen weapon. This was actual combat. Dongjin struggled as the remaining 2 goblins dashed toward him. He eventually managed to ground them, placing a heavy boot on a goblin's chest before striking his blade down to end the match. The commander called for Li Dongjin, noting that he had finished the trial in 7 minutes and 52 seconds before dismissing him to his seat. Dongjin walked away huffing and puffing, the weight of the exertion clear in his slumped shoulders. Watching him, Minjun reasoned that Dongjin had missed several opportunities to slay the creatures. He had hesitated multiple times, which had padded his completion time. Minjun wondered if his friend simply did not yet trust his own abilities. When Minjun was called downstairs to the enclosed space, he walked past Dongjin without a word. He knew his friend didn't need words of discouragement. Instead, he prepared to set a different kind of example. As he entered the arena, he was determined to become a corporal and, in the process, tear through the standards to fix the complacent habits of the ranks. To everyone's bafflement, our boy grabbed a massive, dull bat lined with nails at the end. The instructor gathered that while Minjun's stats were perfect, such a crude weapon would make the fight difficult. Minjun simply smiled, knowing that for a test like this, all one required was a bit of heavy impact. The 3 goblins were released from their cells and dashed toward him instantly. Minjun remained remarkably calm, holding the bat with a firm, steady grip. He envisioned an eagle effortlessly snatching an unsuspecting rabbit from the grass. As the goblins closed in, he unleashed a single, massive swing. The force of the blow was staggering, cleaning the goblins out of the air before they could even register the threat. The buzzer sounded, and the room fell into a stunned silence. Minjun had ended the entire match in just 4 seconds. The instructors began to scream in excitement, astonished that the 104th Division possessed such a talented hunter. Minjun had received a perfect score in every part of the practical exam. As the other hunters began to cheer, Sun Yunso watched him in clear shock. Minjun looked up and caught her gaze, smiling mysteriously before taking a proud stance that signaled his unique status among them. She glared back in annoyance, privately wondering what type of reckless bastard she was dealing with. Later that evening, the candidates lined up for the final address. The instructor commended everyone, specifically singling out Minjun. When responding, Minjun nearly identified himself as a private, a slip that made the instructor pat him on the shoulder with a laugh. He teased the lucky bastard for forgetting his rank so quickly, but encouraged him to keep up the momentum. He noted that the battalion commander was overjoyed, as no private first class had ever passed the practical exam with such a flawless record. The other hunters crowded around Minjun, joking that the entire squad would have been in trouble if he hadn't passed, while playfully pleading with him not to bully them once he reached the rank of sergeant. Minjun responded with a polite "yes, sir," though he secretly decided to wait and see how they performed before making any promises. As they boarded the buses for the return journey, Minjun patted Dongjin on the shoulder. Dongjin announced himself with his current rank, and Minjun smiled, accepting the respect while resolving that they would train together with specialty weapons as soon as they returned. Before the bus departed, Son Yunseo appeared. She had also passed her advancement. She had performed really good at the ability to handle monsters test. Minjun watched her through the window, realizing it was obvious she would succeed. Yunseo stood by the vehicle, struggling with her internal desire to apologize for her earlier rudeness. No words came to her. Instead, she saw Minjun press his face against the glass, looking at her with an intentionally weird, almost annoyed expression. He whispered a quiet warning. If she provoked him again, she was dead. The military transport truck dashed off, leaving a wake of dust behind. Yunseo stood there with a drop of sweat on her brow, watching the vehicle disappear. She muttered to herself that the man was a crazy son of a bitch, her heart still racing from the weight of his final words. The military bus moved steadily along the road, the hum of the engine providing a backdrop for the rowdy energy inside. The troop members began berating Minjun. They pressed him for details, asking why Son Yunseo had seemed so interested in him and why she had stared him down during the start test. They suggested there might be something going on between them, but our boy merely cleared his throat and offered a calm explanation. He told them that she had provoked him, so he had simply trampled her a bit. The men were baffled by his response. They questioned what he meant by provocation and expressed disbelief that he would treat one of the most attractive recruits in the division so coldly. They accused him of being arrogant, demanding to know who his dream girl was if not her. Minjun didn't hesitate to name Lumi. When they asked if she was a famous idol, he had to explain that she was a character from the game Dungeon Power Fighter, describing her as the greatest beauty in that digital world. The realization that he was talking about a video game character caused a wave of disappointment to wash over the squad, and they looked at him as if he were truly crazy while the bus continued toward their destination. Upon arriving at the camp, the atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and relaxation. The squad was treated to an abundance of chicken to reward them for their heavy training and the success of the advancement exams. Sergeant Choi noted to Sergeant Kim that he had never seen the lieutenant so generous, and they agreed that this feast was entirely thanks to Minjun. Sergeant Kim thanked him for the meal, noting that with his 3 stripes, he would surely become a sergeant soon. Minjun took the praise in stride, quietly munching on his food. The celebration was briefly interrupted when all members of the second squad were called to the lounge. Sergeant Lee Sungo entered, carrying a gift of beer from the company commander specifically for Minjun. When Sergeant Choi playfully asked if he planned to share, Seungo dismissed him sharply, stating it was a personal gift for our boy before walking off. The squad followed him with annoyed murmurs, sensing that Seungo had likely planned to keep Minjun close just for moments of glory like this. Much later that evening, the camp grew still. Minjun walked out into the quiet physical space of the base. He extended his hand and whispered a single word, "Emerge." From the shifting shadows, a summon appeared, looking enthusiastic at the sight of its master. Minjun smiled, remembering how flustered he had been during his first encounter with the creature. He had deduced that he didn't currently need an assassin. Instead, he required eyes and ears. He instructed the summon to stop fooling around and focus on gathering information. He told the creature to follow high-ranking individuals and report any unusual occurrences, especially those involving demonic energy. The summon extended its arm, silently requesting a reward. Minjun grasped the intent and pulled a small amount of demonic energy from his palm, handing it over. As the creature dashed off in excitement, Minjun warned it to be careful not to get caught. Watching it disappear, he felt a flicker of anxiety, knowing that if anyone spotted the summon, the entire squad would go into a state of emergency. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho walked into the scene, asking what he was doing out so late. Minjun paused, his mind racing for a second before he claimed he was just getting some fresh air, because he hadn't had beer in a long time. Seung-ho asked if his tolerance was low, to which Minjun offered a small smile. He understood that, as a dark mage, his body naturally detoxified itself of poisons or alcohol, making it nearly impossible to get drunk. Seung-ho congratulated him again on his advancement, telling him not to get too comfortable and to keep up the good work. As the sergeant walked away, he warned Minjun not to stay out too long, or the others might finish all his beer. Minjun exhaled in relief once he was alone, thankful that the summon hadn't been seen. He reasoned that he needed to be even more careful moving forward, though he found he didn't mind Seung-ho's strict, by-the-books personality. The next morning broke bright and clear. Inside the administrative building, the high-ranking officers were in deep discussion. The battalion commander admitted he had been tempted to discipline the entire group since only one had passed, but Minjun's perfect score had changed everything. They reviewed his record, noting the astonishing 4-second finish in the monster handling test. The commander laughed, recalling how Choi Seung-beom from the training center had praised him, but admitted that the boy had far surpassed their expectations. They recounted his bravery during the incident at the oil reserve, where he was the first to leap into action against the middle bats. The commander noted that while Minjun had become a corporal in less than a month, the way he achieved it was anything but ordinary. He sensed that it was only a matter of time before the entire Hunter Corps knew his name, and the Special Forces Brigade began to observe him closely. He recognized that while he had seen many legends in his time, a new kind of monster was being born. The scene then shifted to a desolate desert landscape. A silhouette stood in the center of a gathering storm of monsters. Lizardmen, golems, and goblins encircled the figure, their roars filling the heavy air with excitement. Among them, massive ogres loomed, casting long shadows over the sand. Our boy, standing at the center of the fray, simply smiled at the surrounding horde. He asked if they had finished gathering, welcoming the weight of the coming battle, prepared to take them all down. The following morning, the weight of the previous night's celebration hung heavily over the second squad. Jung Han-young sat slumped, desperately gulping down recovery drinks to combat a lingering hangover that seemed to have claimed most of the men, until Minjun walked in. He looked remarkably energetic, showing no signs of the previous day's festivities. The sight baffled Jung Han-young and the others, who looked at him with genuine confusion. They asked if he was truly all right, to which our boy calmly replied that he was completely fine. Han Young called him a monster, unable to fathom how someone could drink so much and look so refreshed. Their conversation was interrupted when Sergeant Lee Seung-ho entered the room. Unlike the others, Seung-ho appeared perfectly upright and fit, explaining that he felt fine after sweating out the alcohol. Min-jun recognized the sergeant's disciplined nature, noting that he was a true soldier through and through. Seung-ho asked if Min-jun had visited the gym yet. When Min-jun admitted he hadn't had the chance, the sergeant encouraged him to use it as much as he liked, reminding him that he was a corporal now. As he walked off, Seung-ho added that the squad's VR device was quite decent and worth a try. This sparked a sudden realization in Min-jun. The legendary Hunter Corps VR room was one of the reasons he had fought so hard for his promotion. He felt a surge of excitement, sensing that it was finally time to see what the system could do. Our boy soon stood before the entrance of the second gym. He opened the door to find a vast, realistic space that lived up to the rumors. He approached the console, clicking through the interface to initiate a simulation. When the system prompted him to select a monster, he chose orcs. However, when asked for the number of enemies, Min-jun smiled and tapped the plus sign frantically, demanding as many as the system could handle. The device informed him that the maximum capacity was 30. Though he had hoped for a large-scale battle reminiscent of a Warriors series game, he accepted the limit and proceeded to the weapon selection. After finalizing his choices, Min-jun donned the VR headset. The physical space around him dissolved, replaced by the arid expanse of a simulated desert. He stood there in his army fatigues, gripping the familiar nail-lined bat. As 30 orcs materialized and dashed toward him, he didn't feel fear, only a grounded sense of excitement. He swung the bat with a heavy, synchronized motion, striking the first orc with a satisfying impact. The simulation felt remarkably realistic. Even as more orcs charged, Min-jun didn't slow down, smacking them aside and smashing their heads with the bat. The weight of the environment and the sound of the movements made the experience immersive. After a short time, he struck down the final enemy. As the corpses disappeared, he found the encounter lacking. 30 enemies simply died too quickly. Determined to test his limits, he adjusted the settings, selecting 30 units each of goblins, orcs, stone goblins, and lizardmen. Instantly, 120 monsters encircled him, their collective glare creating a heavy, tense atmosphere. Min-jun smiled at the horde, asking if they had finished gathering. As they rushed him from all sides, he held his bat firm and took a steady stance. He greeted them with a grim promise of death before launching into a whirlwind of violence. He made the hunt look easy, breaking teeth and shattering stone skin with synchronized strikes. Golems, orcs, and lizardmen fell in heaps, none of them standing a chance against his speed and power. After the final monster was struck to the ground, the simulation notified him that the battle was complete. Following a quick, intense workout, he saluted his own victory before the system terminated the simulation. Back in the VR space, Min-jun removed his helmet, feeling a sense of genuine joy. He realized this was the next best thing to Dungeon Power Fighter. Suddenly, a notification appeared. A new E-rank skill, basic blunt weapon handling, had been created. It was a pleasant surprise. He hadn't anticipated that virtual training would allow him to develop skills. He understood then that he didn't always need a dungeon to grow, resolving to return and master other weapons during his free time. As he walked toward the exit, he encountered Lee Dongjin, who was holding an energy drink. Dongjin was pointing at the gym's results screen, his expression one of utter disorientation. He asked if Min-jun had truly defeated all those monster types simultaneously. Min-jun felt a bit uncomfortable, as the feat didn't seem like a big deal to him, but he saw an opportunity. Using his authority as a superior, he called out to Private First Class Lee Dongjin, telling him they needed to have a chat. Min-jun smiled strangely and informed a bewildered Dongjin that he was going to train right now. Despite Dongjin's pleas about his hangover and muted protests, Min-jun ignored the excuses. He grabbed his friend and pushed him toward the gym, insisting that breaking a sweat would make him feel better. While Min-jun led Dongjin inside, Kim Gwang-shik happened to notice the results on the screen. He stood in stunned silence, his gaze fixed on the phenomenal scores left behind by the new corporal. He could only wonder at the kind of monster that had walked through those doors. Kim Gwang-shik walked through the camp building and returned to the quarters, finding the men gathered in a relaxed circle, chatting amongst themselves. As he entered, a troop member greeted him from the corner. Gwang-shik scanned the room, noticing a few missing faces, and asked where everyone had gone, specifically inquiring about Min-jun. The troop member explained that the others had headed to the storage to collect snow removal equipment, while Corporal Minjun would be at the gym until the day's schedule officially began. A slight tension rippled through the speaker as he realized he had subconsciously referred to Minjun as a corporal in front of Guangxik. He felt as though he had stepped into a potential problem, but Guangxik merely looked at him with a brief, unreadable expression before walking past. He instructed the man to tell Minjun that the platoon commander was looking for him. Relieved to be dismissed so easily, the troop member hurried away, eager to exit before the mood shifted. Guangxik then approached the remaining men, asking what the commotion was about. They invited him to join in, explaining that they were placing bets on how quickly Minjun would reach the rank of sergeant. The stakes were high, and the air in the room was thick with competitive energy. When Guangxik looked at the ledger, he questioned why they were always betting on such things. One of them pointed out that Zheng Hanyang had placed a wager on 6 months, a timeline that seemed nearly impossible. Hanyang glared at his peers, frustrated by their doubt, and shouted that they were fools, because that bastard was far from ordinary. Kim Mungi teased Hanyang, suggesting that his shouting was a sign of fear or regret. Amidst the noise, Guangxik picked up a pen. He wrote his own wager on the paper and dropped it onto the table with a dull thud. The room fell silent as the men stared at the content of his bet. Hanyang was the first to find his voice, asking if Guangxik was serious, noting that such a bet could not be taken back. Guangxik simply waved him off and walked out. The men realized that Guangxik, finally acknowledging Minjun's potential, had bet an entire month's salary that our boy would become a sergeant in just 1 month. The focus shifted to the gym, where heavy equipment stood in the dim light. A warning sign strictly prohibited the use of redstone equipment without a spotter, but Minjun was alone, seated at a machine. He moved with steady, rhythmic strength, lifting the heavy weights and dropping them with a controlled thud before moving to the next station. He sensed that his physical frame had grown broader, yet he felt a flicker of annoyance when he realized his base stats hadn't increased. He reasoned that his time in Isgard had at least provided him with the Otherworld Hero's Strength passive skill, which boosted his strength stat by 150%. He found himself wishing for the explosive growth seen in stories of returned heroes, finding it difficult to raise his stats at his current level. However, a sudden notification appeared in his field of vision. A new skill, Power, had been created, increasing his strength stat by 5. His frustration vanished instantly. He understood that while it was a basic skill, its potential for ranking up was what truly mattered. Just then, the messenger sent by Guangxik arrived and saluted the new corporal. He explained that the platoon commander required Minjun's presence at the administrative office. Minjun turned, his expression so intense that the troop member was momentarily taken aback. Our boy donned his jacket and prepared to leave, while the young messenger stood in the corner, bewildered by the strange energy everyone seemed to be carrying that day. At the administrative office, Minjun stood at attention, saluting as he announced his arrival. The officer inside waved him in, suggesting they move to the counseling office for a more private chat. He asked how Minjun's first week as a corporal was going, to which Minjun replied that it was going well. The officer smiled, offering a sincere congratulations on his advancement. He expressed his gratitude for Minjun's actions during the previous incident, though Minjun modestly dismissed the praise. Sitting down, the officer handed over a document sent by the battalion commander. It was an award of excellence, acknowledging Minjun's exceptional military performance and his perfect exam scores. The officer noted that they preferred to keep such things low-key in the Hunter Corps, rather than holding grand ceremonies. Minjun scanned the letter, wondering if such accolades could lead to another rank exception. The officer laughed, admitting it was possible but rare, as few hunters receive multiple awards so early in their careers. Minjun's eyes widened as he asked if receiving 10 awards would guarantee another advancement, treating the honors like fast food coupons. The officer was left wondering if Minjun had even heard his warning about how difficult they were to obtain. A few days later, the troop members gathered at a dungeon site. The instructor ordered everyone to stand by with their specialty weapons, announcing that their platoon had been assigned to clear a dungeon known as the Monster Rat's Nest. He expressed confidence that they would complete the mission without injury if they followed their training. When a crate of nose masks was produced, the men realized they were heading into the sewers. A wave of disgust rippled through the group at the prospect of entering such a foul environment. As they stepped into the dark, damp tunnels of the sewer, the smell hit them instantly. Minjun and the others adjusted their gas masks, but the odor remained pervasive. Jiang Hanyang complained loudly about the stench, while Li Dongjin kept his sword ready at his back. Though the rat nest was not categorized as high risk, It was known to spawn over 200 monster rats, and the narrow tunnels made firearms impractical. The commander signaled for silence, detailing their plan to lure the creatures to a specific location. They began to set out the bait, remnants of monster bats, which only added to the foul atmosphere. Hanyang muttered that it was no wonder the rats smelled so bad if they ate such filth. They also shared some very nasty bananas, which contributed to it as well. As they moved deeper, spreading the bait as instructed, the commander suddenly froze. He looked down, seeing his boot rest upon a pile of bones. Looking further, he realized that bones were littered everywhere across the tunnel floor. A sense of panic began to take hold, as he grasped that this was not a typical rat's nest. The commander stood frozen as he surveyed the tunnel floor. Identifying the remains was difficult amidst the grime of the sewer, but before he could speak, a sharp scream echoed through the damp passage. The warning was clear. A swarm was approaching from the front. A massive wave of monster rats surged toward the entrance, prompting the commander to order the men into a horizontal line to hold the entrance. The strategy was immediate. The commander ordered the privates to fall back to the rear under the protection of the vice commander. They moved swiftly, their shields raised to form a secondary line of defense. Amidst the tension, Zhong Hanyang turned to Kim Mungi with a competitive grin, suggesting a bet on who could slay more rats, the loser being responsible for the bill at the PX. Mungi accepted the challenge instantly, but warned Hanyang not to let his guard down. They attempted to include the squad leader in their banter, but he remained silent, his focus entirely on the dark tunnel ahead. Then, the swarm arrived. Hundreds of rats dashed into the fray, their claws clicking against the stone. The commander screamed for the men to hold the line and maintain formation, insisting they would meet the enemy exactly where they stood. Mungi felt a surge of excitement as the first wave reached him. He began slicing through the creatures with fluid sword strokes, while Hanyang used his axes to obliterate any rat within reach. Nearby, Lee Sung-ho engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, decking the approaching monsters with heavy, rhythmic blows. Min Jun watched the display, observing that his comrades were performing exceptionally well. As he spectated, 3 rats attempted to capitalize on his perceived distraction and jumped toward him. Without even taking a step, our boy swung his heavy, nail-lined bat. The movement was a blur of weight and precision, striking the heads of all 3 rats away with ease. He felt a quiet pride for the squad, especially for Kim Minji and Kim Cheolman, who were casually obliterating any creatures that strayed out of range. Their ability to cover such a wide area was evidence that one could advance in rank through sheer competence. Our boy's attention then turned to Lee Dongjin. The young hunter was focused, slicing through the rats with a newfound ease. Min Jun felt like a proud tutor, realizing that Dongjin was finally showing the results of their special training. When a call for help came from a corner of the tunnel, Dongjin responded instantly, screaming that he was on his way as the squad continued to thin the horde. The formation was top-notch, and the battle seemed to be nearing its end until a fresh series of screeches tore through the air. A massive horde was now approaching from the rear. The commander redirected the 1st and 4th squads to handle the new threat, ordering the privates to back away slowly behind their shields. The hunters surrounded the rats in a unique, concentrated display of force, striking down the majority of the swarm. Sergeant Choi and Sergeant Kim encouraged the men to hold on, sensing the end was near. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over Min Jun. Despite the gas mask, he sensed a heavy, cloying demonic energy. He looked around frantically before realizing the source was beneath them. He screamed a warning just as the ground began to crack. The captain looked down in shock, a split second before the floor exploded. The sheer force of the blast sent men flying, and through the dust emerged an irregular monster, a massive rat with a human-like structure, 4 eyes, and the terrifying jaws of a saber-toothed cat. The sight was bewildering. Looking at the bones littered nearby, the commander reasoned that this beast had been feeding on its own kind. The irregular let out a deafening screech and focused its gaze on the fallen Kim Guangshik. Guangshik was frozen in fear, his body refusing to move as the monster raised a massive hand for a killing blow. From across the chaos, Kim Minji screamed for him to run, but Guangshik could only cover his face in a desperate final gesture. Before the claws could descend, Lee Dongjin dashed into the fray. He parried the massive strike, though the force sent his sword spinning away. Grabbing Guangshik's shoulders, Dongjin urged him to get out of there. The rat roared at the 2 of them, but another shadow was already leaping through the air. Min Jun descended from above, his shield held firm. Looking at the creature's diffused eyes, he recognized the exceptional fearlessness that only demonic energy could provide. Our boy struck the rat's face with his shield, the impact driving the monster's head straight into the dirt. The force was so immense that the surrounding men had to shield their eyes from the debris. Standing over the dazed beast, Minjun gave a thumbs up to Dongjin, praising him for a job well done. The men screamed for Minjun to fall back, fearing the creature's strength, but he paid them no mind. The rat recovered and swung its heavy claws, missing Minjun but striking the ground with such power that cracks spread across the tunnel. The vibrations traveled up the walls, causing jagged rocks to break loose from the ceiling. As the sharp stones began to rain down, Minjun simply smiled. He realized the falling rocks and chaos provided the perfect distraction to hide his true abilities. His eyes crackled with dark energy as he dashed forward. He delivered a massive kick to the rat's leg, followed by a heavy shield bash that sent the multi-ton creature flying backward into the wall. Before it could slide down, our boy unleashed a barrage of punches, each one landing with a dull, heavy thud. The rat screeched, pummeled into a state of total helplessness. Minjun paused, looking down at the broken monster. He reached out and began to absorb the demonic energy flowing through the creature. He watched as the unnatural light and the rat's 4 eyes dissipated, leaving them blank and lifeless. The notification informed him that his demonic energy stat had increased by 1. He was satisfied with the gain and pulled his massive bat from his back. He looked at the corpse and noted that he would use the energy for a good cause before finishing what he had started. After the intense raid, the second platoon gathered outside the dungeon. Kim Moongi teased Jung Hanyang, asking if he was ready to admit defeat in their earlier wager. Hanyang conceded with a series of dismissive grunts, clearly humbled by the turn of events. Nearby, the platoon commander reported the situation via phone. He explained that they had encountered an irregular monster, and that all members had retreated safely. He confirmed that the irregular had been defeated by a single platoon member, specifically Minjun. Our boy stood a short distance away, looking visibly uncomfortable as he covered his nose. His body smelled like the trash and grime of the tunnels. The commander continued his call, requesting a reinforcement task force to secure the area. Jiang Hanyang sat on the ground, observing that from mosquitoes to monsters, nothing on the front lines seemed normal. He turned to Minjun and offered a sincere thanks for the rescue, admitting that the sight of the irregular had shocked him into a state of total disorientation. Minjun sat beside him and offered a quiet apology for jumping in without warning. Hanyang brushed the apology aside, recognizing that it was an emergency and that without Minjun's quick reaction, Kim Guangxik and Li Dongjin would have been in significant danger. They shared a moment of quiet, brotherly banter as they rested. Sergeant Kim Cheol-min approached Kim Minjun and Jung Hanyang to ask if they truly had no injuries. Looking at the sergeant sternly, Kim Minjun assured him that he was all right. In response, Kim Cheol-min patted his head and told him that they would need to have a talk once they returned to the camp. While Kim Minjun agreed, the interaction left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As Kim Cheol-min walked away, Jiang Hanyang noted that the platoon commander did not look happy. Nearby, the platoon commander stood by one of the military trucks, looking visibly distraught with his hand resting on his head. Sergeant Kim Minji finished his call and approached the platoon commander, reporting that all evacuated members had suffered only minor injuries. He mentioned that Li Dongjin had completed his examination and was heading back to camp, while Kim Guangxik had only minor bruises on his head and would return by the next day. The platoon commander exhaled, a visible wave of relief washing over him. Minji gripped his shoulder to offer comfort, before twirling with military precision and calling the second platoon to attention. He announced that due to unforeseen circumstances, the dungeon clearing was finished for the day. He ordered everyone to check their equipment and prepare for the journey back. Later, at the administrative office, the platoon commander sat down with Minjun. He dropped a file onto the table and instructed Minjun to provide a detailed report on how he had defeated the irregular. Minjun looked at the document, feeling a bit baffled about how to frame the truth. He wondered if they would even believe that he had resorted to using his fists after his shield failed to kill the beast. The commander dropped a bottle on the table and leaned in, admitting that his vision had been obstructed, but he suspected Minjun had beaten the creature with his bare hands. Minjun froze for a moment, letting out a flustered laugh. He explained that the bastard was full of energy, and he simply hadn't had time to think. The commander then asked for his specific stats. When Minjun revealed he had 65 strength and 60 agility, the commander was taken aback. He realized that as a first lieutenant, his own stats were barely above 40. He deduced that Minjun possessed more than double the average sergeant's physical power. The commander fell back into his chair, exhaling as he pondered the impossibility of it. He remarked that with such stats, Minjun should have been in the Hunter military army, but then recognized from the records that Minjun was a high school dropout. He suggested that if Minjun ever wanted to become an executive, he should take his GED and consider online university programs once he reached the rank of staff sergeant. Minjun smiled awkwardly, stating that he didn't much like studying and was content with his current accomplishments. The commander accepted this, promising not to force the issue, but offering his help if Minjun ever changed his mind. As the conversation wrapped up, the commander told Minjun to get some rest, promising that his achievements would not be forgotten. But the commander called out to him one last time. He spoke softly, admitting he had been frozen in the dungeon, and thanked Minjun for saving the platoon from a much worse scenario. Minjun smiled and replied that he had only done what he had to do. Once outside, our boy's expression sharpened. He knew he had done it to obtain demonic energy and build his record, but his focus was quickly pulled elsewhere. Standing before him were Kim Guangshik and Li Dongjin. Minjun asked Guangshik if he was truly asking to join the special training. Guangshik was flustered, but confirmed it. Minjun turned a stern gaze toward Dongjin, berating him for letting their training location slip. Then asked Guangshik why a corporal who hadn't even fully recovered would want to join them. Guangshik struggled to find the words. He recognized the immense gap in their power after seeing Minjun take down the irregular, but his pride initially kept him from giving a straight answer. He tried to laugh it off, claiming he wanted to join because he saw how much Dongjin had improved. Minjun saw right through the excuse and wore a cold, strange smile. He reminded Guangshik that there was an order to these things. Guangshik resolved himself and turned to Li Dongjin, bowing deeply. He thanked Dongjin for saving him and apologized for hazing him in the past. Dongjin was flustered, telling the corporal there was no need for such a gesture. Guangshik explained that he was sincere about wanting to join because he had personal circumstances and wished to become a non-commissioned officer. Dongjin felt pity and asked Minjun if Guangshik could join. Minjun's expression became incredibly stern. He told Dongjin that it was absolutely not all right. Guangshik looked gloomy, accepting that his past actions made Minjun uncomfortable, and began to walk away. However, Minjun stopped him, stating he had one condition. Guangshik's ears perked up instantly. Minjun told him that if he acted like a pigeon for the next 24 hours, he would reconsider. Guangshik was initially annoyed, his temper flared, but he quickly realized he had no other choice. Despite the veins popping on his forehead, he forced a smile and began making cuckoo pigeon sounds. Dongjin watched in pure discomfort, but our boy laughed loudly at the sight. Here comes a pigeon. The scene shifted far beyond the borders of Korea, back to Isgard. A heavy silence filled the stone halls, broken only by the rhythmic creaking of a cage being rolled across the floor. Walking before him was the priestess, her steps light and deliberate. She paused, offering a brief word of praise for his work. The bodyguard stopped, staring at her for a moment before the weight of his thoughts forced him to speak. He asked her how much longer she intended to continue this path. The priestess didn't break her stride, simply glancing back with a stern, hollow expression before answering that she didn't know. She approached the cage and opened a small viewing slit. Inside, a strange, trapped beast stirred in the shadows. She showed no reaction to the creature's presence and calmly slid the latch shut. As the torturer addressed her as Saint, the priestess stretched forth her hand. A magic circle hummed into existence on the stone floor, glowing with a cold, ethereal light. She described the act as a gift for the man who had left them, her voice carrying a cynical, deranged edge. She reasoned that when it came to revenge, there was no such thing as too much. The warmth of that cold vengeance faded as the scene cut back to the military base in Korea. The air was filled with the sound of shovels biting into the earth. Sergeant Cho was grumbling, noting that they had barely returned from the dungeon before being put to work on camp construction. Beside him, Sergeant Kim questioned the utility of these structures, wondering if such physical barriers truly offered protection against monsters. Sergeant Cho glanced at the other men in the battalion, all of them laboring in the dirt, and simply remarked that no one really knew. Their work was interrupted by the arrival of a military truck. Both sergeants stood stunned for a moment before Kim realized that the shipment of Stettel had finally arrived. The men hurried toward the vehicle, carefully unloading the heavy material and arranging it on the ground. Among those working was Kim Guangshik, who labored under the weight of a Stettel block. He explained to those nearby that they called the material stetl because its composition, somewhere between stone and metal, was a mystery. It was deceptively heavy and incredibly hard, which was precisely why it was used for camp fortifications. He began to explain that the material was harvested from specific dungeons, but his explanation faltered when he felt a sharp gaze. Minjun was glaring at him, asking if he had said something. Guangxik immediately silenced himself, awkwardly claiming he had said nothing and was merely offering information in case someone was curious. The work continued, the rhythmic thud of blocks meeting the earth echoing through the site. While most men struggled with a single block, our boy carried forward with a calm, grounded ease, making the Herculean task look like a simple stroll. Platoon Vice Commander Kim Minji eventually called for a 10-minute break. He walked toward the platoon commander, mentioning a rumor he had picked up at the division headquarters. He revealed that a tin can dungeon had appeared in the 104th Division's territory. The news was met with immediate dread. Sergeant Cho and Sergeant Kim practically lunged at Minji, pleading for it to be a joke. They complained bitterly, realizing that if they were deployed, it would be their third time facing such a place, a prospect they found truly awful. Minji tried to calm them, stating the situation was still under investigation. Nearby, Guangxik smiled to himself. He understood why the veterans were so distressed. Tin can dungeons were massive, teeming with a high variety of monsters, yet lacked high-risk bosses. This made them the perfect environment for hunter field maneuvers, intensive training sessions used to build combat experience before major raids. When Minji caught Guangxik explaining these details to seemingly no one, Guangxik looked away, repeating his earlier excuse that he thought someone might be curious. He was quite the chatterbox today. Minjun, however, remained focused. He initially wondered why the others were complaining so loudly, but when the platoon commander pointed out that divisional training was a prime opportunity to build accomplishments, Minjun's perspective shifted. Our boy recognized that more accomplishments meant more awards of excellence. He smiled in quiet excitement, realizing that the front lines offered endless opportunities for advancement. Suddenly, Minjun noticed a shadow flickering unnaturally at his feet. Seeing something peering out from the darkness, he acted instantly. He smashed his boot down onto the shadow's face, pinning it to the earth. He glanced toward the sergeants to ensure no one had witnessed the movement. Satisfied that they were still preoccupied with their bickering, he placed a hand on the ground to commune with his summon. As his mind submerged into the summon's memory, he saw a vision of a lady and a man discussing a crisis. They spoke of an irregular monster in Yanggu that had appeared in a military area, causing investigation team members to lose consciousness. The man decided to leave the perimeter control to regular soldiers, prioritizing a dungeon in a civilian area in Hongqian instead. He ordered the hunters to retreat from Yanggu for the time being. Minjun's consciousness returned to the camp. He looked down at the summon beneath his boot, which was barely gasping for breath, and wore a fierce, knowing smile. He deduced that he had a new plan in motion. It was time to request a day off. Minjun stood within the quiet of the apartment, putting on a regular hoodie, which he had zipped all the way to the top. He glanced around the corner, ensuring everything was packed, his eyes momentarily lingering on the family photographs adorning the walls. These were portraits of his commander's parents, but it was not his home. The weight of the favor reminded him of his conversation with the commander earlier that day. The sergeant had approached him, questioning why our boy was exerting himself so much at the construction site, carrying far more statal than the other troop members. It had seemed as though Minjun was desperate to finish the labor early to secure his leave, but the commander's concern didn't stop there. He noted that Minjun's home address was currently in a restricted zone and asked where he had stayed during his last break. When Minjun admitted to staying in a PC room, the commander had looked surprised. He pressed a key into Minjun's palm, explaining that it belonged to his parents' vacant apartment in Gangwon-do. Though Minjun initially hesitated, the commander insisted, handing him a slip of paper with the address in Chunshan. He mentioned that even if Minjun didn't stay the entire half of his leave, it was far better than a noisy internet cafe. Inside the office, after that exchange, the commander had sat at his desk, visibly exhausted. He looked through Minjun's personnel records, his gaze hardening, as he saw that both of Minjun's parents were listed as missing. He had exhaled slowly, staring out the window toward the horizon. Back in the present, Minjun looked at the commander's family photo one last time before pulling his hoodie over his head. He stepped toward the door, knowing it was time to get going. The journey led him to the Yanggu bus terminal. Minjun walked through the streets with a deliberate, steady pace, his mind submerged in the memories shared by his summon. He knew the target was a specific school in Yanggu. Upon arrival, he saw the area teeming with security guards and soldiers, who had already established blockades and were clutching their weapons. Our boy moved like a shadow, running across rooftops to avoid their watchful sight. He landed silently in a narrow corridor between two walls, having successfully bypassed the perimeter. He spotted the dungeon entrance ahead and wondered what kind of monster would be waiting for him this time. He felt a flicker of annoyance that his summon hadn't identified the specific creature, but he reasoned that if the situation became too dangerous, he would simply run. A notification pulsed as he entered the dungeon. The air inside was humid and heavy, filled with the eerie sight of dead tree trunks and rotting stems. As he navigated the dark space, he spotted a broken katana on the floor. He bent over to inspect it, wondering if it was a remnant of a previous battle. While leaning down, he sensed a presence and called out, telling the hidden figure to stop making its presence so obvious. A massive goblin stepped from the corner, emitting a suffocating level of demonic energy. Minjun remained nonchalant, analytically debating if it was a standard goblin or a kobob, while wondering how it had grown to such a size. He gathered that the previous investigative team was lucky to have survived an encounter with such a beast. He took a defensive stance as the creature dashed toward him with ferocious strength. The creature swung a heavy hand, but Minjun leaped instantly to dodge the blow. While suspended, he struck with a powerful punch aimed directly at the monster's face. He was shocked to see that the attack did no damage. The creature merely absorbed the force. Before it could react, our boy delivered a swift, uppercut-style kick that sent the massive goblin levitating into the air from the sheer momentum. Minjun landed and noted with annoyance that the beast was incredibly sturdy. The monster roared, crashing back toward him, but Minjun dodged again. He smiled, warning the creature to watch out, as he activated his corruption skill on the ground. The earth gave way, causing the goblin to stumble and roll. Seizing the moment, Minjun unleashed a barrage of punches against the vulnerable creature's face. He laughed, noticing that the beast wasn't even blocking, only soaking up the hits. However, for the first time, the monster moved its arm to deflect an attack. Minjun recognized that the creature was desperately protecting a specific spot on its body. Before he could capitalize on this, a heavy punch caught Minjun across the face, sending him tumbling backward. His shirt was torn from the force, but he quickly grabbed the broken katana from the dirt. He remarked that compared to the ants he had faced since his return, this was his first formidable opponent, like a sturdy rhinoceros beetle. As his demeanor became cold and serious, the creature began to laugh as if making fun of him. The goblin launched forward, but Minjun stood unmoving. A bug is still a bug. As the creature's hands struck his face, our boy remained sturdy and unshaken. He asked the monster how it planned to repair his new clothes, before driving the broken blade into the spot the creature had been guarding. The goblin screamed in agony. Minjun raised his leg high and, with a heavy annoyance, struck the creature's head downward. The goblin's skull splattered against the earth in an instant. He stood over the corpse and began to absorb the rising demonic energy. Notifications flashed as his stats increased steadily by 3 points. He had reached a threshold, unlocking the Dark Arrow skill and enhancing Nightwalker, while also gaining basic swordsmanship. He realized that Dark Arrow provided the long-range attack he needed, though he was baffled by the swordsmanship skill. Deducing it must have come from the critical hit with the broken katana. He pulled the blade from the body and reached into the wound to find the object that had been glimmering earlier. As he pulled his hand away and looked at his palm, he was shocked. He recognized the item as something from his past. Minjun held the object in his hand, observing the sharp, pointed edge. He turned the fragment over slowly, analytically wondering if it was a stray arrowhead or a chipped piece from a sword. It looked familiar, and he questioned if this was the work of the investigative team. The quiet moment was interrupted by the skittering sounds of more kobolds emerging from the damp shadows. Minjun stood up and slid the fragment into his pocket, noting that since these newcomers lacked demonic energy, they would be easy to handle. He felt a surge of excitement. He had been looking for an opportunity to test his new skills. He began to cultivate dark energy in his palms, the environment growing still as he prepared to see the power of an E-rank skill. With a steady movement, he unleashed a barrage of dark arrows, piercing the chests of the kobolds with effortless precision. Despite having finished his mission, our boy decided to stay a bit longer to clean up the mess. He looked at a surviving creature with a menacing smile, asking where the rest of its friends were hidden. After some time had passed, Minjun walked out of the dungeon and he looked back over his shoulder and winked, satisfied that the dungeon was cleared. A faint purplish glow clung to him. and he declared that it was time to play Dungeon Power Fighter. The scene then shifted to the military operation. The platoon was on the move, but the atmosphere was heavy with exhaustion. Troop members struggled to keep pace behind the soldiers as they marched. Minjun walked among them, looking refreshed after a satisfactory day off that had included dungeon clearing and a quiet meal of spaghetti while playing video games. His light mood was dampened by the grievous state of the platoon when he returned. Everyone looked distraught as Jiang Hanyang grabbed Minjun, his voice trembling as he noted that they were facing a tin can dungeon for a hunter field maneuver. This was a division-class training exercise designed to simulate numerous emergencies. As they moved toward a hill, the platoon leader signaled for everyone to get ready. Sporadic movements flickered in the distance as small, black, ball-like creatures rolled into the clearing. These dark balls suddenly leaped into the air, revealing mouths filled with sharp teeth. The commander screamed for all troops to put away their specialty weapons and ready their firearms. Minjun took his position, finding a strange sense of fun in the chaos. Upon the order to fire at will, the hillside erupted in the steady sound of gunfire. The dark balls were being shot down, but they were difficult targets. Minjun warned the others that the creatures had tough skin and could float, making them hard to hit with melee weapons. He urged the troops to defeat them before they got any closer. But when they arrived, the commander ordered a ceasefire, telling everyone to prepare for close combat. Only 3 monsters remained, but they were jumping with increased speed. The commander warned that if the creatures began to suck human blood, the fight would become much harder. Minjun deduced that if too many troop members were taken out by injuries, their platoon score would hit rock bottom. Our boy refused to let that happen. As a dark ball lunged forward, Minjun intersected the attack. He kicked the creature with a heavy, grounded force, propelling it high into the sky. The soldiers stared in astonishment at the height the ball reached. Minjun smiled, briefly wishing he could use his dark arrows, but he simply continued to kick the remaining balls upward, turning them into easy targets for the shooters. The commander ordered everyone to fire at the airborne targets, and the threat was resolved in no time. A 10-minute break was called, and the men were told to check their equipment. As the commander passed Minjun, he offered a nod of acknowledgement. Even Guangxik gave him a thumbs up as the men sat down to rest. Sergeant Cho grumbled about the intensity of the training, wondering why it felt so much harder than before. Sergeant Kim whispered a rumor that this wasn't a true tin can dungeon. He mentioned that a boss monster had been present, but was captured alive by General Du. The subordinates of the general had been baffled by the feat, but the general had simply declared the zone ready for training. They had locked the boss away to prevent the dungeon from being cleared, turning it into a training ground. The sergeants were weeping with frustration when Kim Minji grabbed them, telling the lazy bums that the break was over. As Minji dragged them along, he acknowledged that General Du, the 2-star general from the Hunter Corps, was truly skilled. The commander led them toward their next location but suddenly froze, his face turning red with shock. The rest of the platoon paused, following his gaze. Sitting on the ground before them was General Du. He wore a simple necklace with a sign that read, "Injured," and he smiled warmly at them as they approached. The scene then transitioned to a disheveled building in Isgard. An old man sat there puffing on a pipe, looking healthy despite the surroundings. His attention perked up as the torturer from the temple arrived. The old man noted the bodyguard had returned quickly, deducing that he must have broken his weapon. The torturer looked disappointed as he handed over a sword. The old man inspected the blade, noting its poor condition, and asked if he had been hunting demonic monsters since they last met. Inside a large tent at the central dungeon assembly point, Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jung-cheol, the 140th Division's 3rd Battalion commander, adjusted his glasses as he spoke to the man across from him. He mentioned that the number of monsters in the area significantly exceeded their initial expectations, and expressed a sincere hope that no accidents would occur during the exercise. His companion, Colonel Jeon Sung-kyun, noted that the division commander believed the average combat ability of the forces was gradually declining. Ko Jung-cheol looked troubled, suggesting that perhaps they were pushing the troops too far. Jeon Sung-kyun paused, reflecting on the weight of those words. But the silence was broken by the entrance of Colonel Lee Junbyum. After saluting both colonels, Lee Junbyum asked if they knew the current whereabouts of the division commander. When they shared the news, Lee Junbyum was visibly shocked. Jeon Sung-kyun noted that they both knew how the division commander was, and that once his mind was made up, no one could stop him. Lee Junbyum was bewildered, questioning why the commander would personally participate in the training, and why he had to go exactly where his kids, the troop members, were stationed. Ko Jung-cheol added that before leaving, The division commander had stated he wanted to see a certain soldier with his own 2 eyes. The narrative shifted back to the field, where Division Commander Du Seokyong sat with the injured tag hanging from his neck. The surrounding soldiers looked distraught. The battalion commander, Kim Cheolmin, reasoned that since the scenario involved carrying a wounded person, they had to act, yet he was baffled by the commander's presence. Usually, an executive from headquarters played the role of the casualty. Division Commander Du Seokyong walked forward, glaring at them with a sharp intensity before his face broke into a smile. He called out to Kim Cheolmin, asking the battalion commander to take good care of him. Kim Cheolmin, feeling the pressure, instantly offered a crisp salute. Other troop members moved forward with a stretcher to carry the man, but they quickly grasped the difficulty of the task as they realized just how physically imposing the commander was. Kim Cheolmin informed the commander that they would proceed to carry him as required by the training protocol. In response, Du Seokyong grabbed the metal and fabric of the stretcher and twisted it with his bare hands. He asked them if they hadn't learned his personality by now. He dropped the ruined stretcher in a fit of annoyance and began to walk off. A bewildered Kim Minji tried to protest, mentioning that for the sake of the training objectives, the injured party needed to be transported. Du Seokyong simply waved his hand, telling them to forget it. He stated that he wasn't interested in such things and ordered them to carry on with their normal training as if he weren't there. As Kim Minji stood there feeling intimidated, Minjun watched the entire exchange from the back of the group. While the situation seemed strange, our boy felt a spark of excitement for the challenges ahead, realizing that this training was going to be incredibly fun. The training continued with intensity. As the troops worked to fend off various beasts within the terrain, Du Seokyong kept a very close watch on Minjun. The exercise was not limited to monsters. The division had prepared various devices that increased the danger and the complexity of the environment. By a certain point, exhaustion began to set in. Jin Cheolho, a private from the 2nd Squad, was visibly spent as he faced a massive lizard creature. He dashed forward, swinging his sword with heavy effort and slicing the beast, but a second creature appeared immediately behind the first. Jin Cheolho gasped, his body falling limp to the ground as the fatigue finally took its toll. Seeing an opening, the monster extended its long tongue to ensnare the fallen private. Suddenly, a swift flash of steel cut through the air. Our boy Minjun came in clutch, slicing the creature with the basic swordsmanship technique he had recently acquired. He reasoned that although it was a primitive skill, it increased his power significantly, and he suspected he might even level up before the training ended. Minjun extended a hand to Jin Cheolho and pulled him to his feet. While other troop members were busy laying waste to the lizardmen nearby, Jin Cheolho offered his sincere thanks. Minjun gave him a brief glare before dashing through the space, striking down monsters that were threatening other soldiers. He moved with a heavy, lethal efficiency, taking down targets so swiftly it surprised everyone present. Du Seokyong observed this performance with focused interest. He was aware that these hunter field maneuvers were considered the toughest to date. When a monster tried to sneak up behind the division commander himself, he didn't even turn around. He simply threw a single punch. The impact sent the monster flying across the space. Eventually, the battalion commander, Kim Cheolmin, called out to the troops. He announced that they would be taking a break and encouraged everyone to do their best until the end. He turned to Minjun, asking if he was holding up all right, to which Minjun confirmed he was doing well. Our boy was sure of one thing. He had made a very memorable impression on the division commander, who was currently smiling as he watched him. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the dungeon, the female troop members were engaged in their own struggle. They were breathing heavily as they fought off a swarm of dark balls. One of the creatures lunged, but Hunter Sun Yunseo moved with a sudden, sharp grace, her sword flashing as she slashed it mid-air. The creature splattered against the ground, marking the last of the immediate threats. One of the women complimented Sun Yunseo on her incredible skill. However, in that moment of respite, another creature launched itself from the shadows, targeting the woman who was speaking. The lady only caught wind of the attack at the last second. Her cap went flying, and she tumbled toward the earth. Sun Yunseo reacted with startling speed. By the time the lady on the ground could turn her head, she saw Sun Yunseo behind her, using her sword to block the dark ball's momentum. However, the force of the intervention had pushed Sun Yunseo into a vulnerable position at the edge of a cliff. She looked downward as she struggled to hold the creature back, realizing she was about to fall. The day's frantic activity transitioned into a quiet evening as the troop members gathered to discuss the hectic events. Within the resting area, Kim Minji and the battalion commander, Kim Cheolmin, were speaking quietly until the division commander, Du Seokyong, approached them. He noted with a smile that the entire platoon had managed to progress this far without any major injuries, remarking on the competence of the platoon commander. Kim Cheolman's interest was piqued by the sudden praise, though he felt a faint sense of discomfort as the commander gripped his shoulder. He credited the success to the great troop members, but Do Seok-young looked at him sternly, insisting that managing such members was a testament to his own leadership. The commander then turned his gaze toward Minjun, who was standing with a stern expression. Without warning, Do Seok-young grappled our boy by the neck, questioning his balance and asking if his left hand was merely assisting his movements. Min-jin, caught in a vulnerable position, quickly apologized. In the corner, 2 troop members watched the interaction. One of them turned to the other and asked if this was his second hunter field maneuver. When the corporal confirmed it was, the troop member turned to the place marked with "Do not enter" and asked what that was, to which the corporal pointed out that that space was known as the hole. Just then, Kim Cheolman called for the troops to line up for movement. As they began to march, the curiosity of the troop members persisted. They questioned the corporal about the meaning of the hole. The corporal gathered that they must have slept through the dungeon information session. He explained that while much about the phenomenon remained a hypothesis, the hole was believed to be a space where the dungeon's connection is lost, potentially leading to another dungeon through a gate. He noted that these random spots were effectively borders where the physical space ceased to be continuous. When asked what happens to those who enter a dungeon hole, the corporal smiled. He mentioned that while it was hard to believe, the theory was that one would be teleported back to a random location within the dungeon. The troop members were a bit distraught by the idea, but they continued their chatter as the march progressed. Suddenly, the platoon commander halted. He moved forward to investigate an obstruction, and the entire group was stunned by what they found. Minjun recognized the figure immediately. It was Sun Yunseo. She was lying unconscious on the ground, having apparently fallen from the cliff. After providing medical aid and helping her regain her strength, the platoon sat on the ground to allow her a moment of recovery. Kim Cheolman radioed the information to the other units, while the division commander watched silently. The platoon commander informed Sun Yunseo that he had reported the situation to the 4th Battalion and told her to focus on recovery. She expressed relief after being told that her battalion members were safe and had only paused their training to search for her. She looked down at her injured leg, which was now wrapped in a bandage, feeling a surge of annoyance at her inability to continue. Kim Minji noted that it would be difficult for her to move with such a foot, reminding her that self-care was as vital to a hunter as combat ability. He informed her that a transfer crew would arrive shortly to end her session. Though she wanted to protest, she realized the reality of her fracture. Just then, Do Seok-young walked up, causing Sun Yunseo to look bewildered. She was confused as to why a major general was present in the middle of a platoon's training. Kim Cheolman explained the extent of her fractured ankle, and the division commander expressed disappointment that she had to stop so close to the end. Do Seok-young asked how she had ended up there, and she explained her fall from the cliff during a fight. The commander remarked that she was lucky to have been discovered so quickly, whether she had fallen through the borders or a dungeon hole. He then paused, asking for her name. When she identified herself as Private First Class Son Yunseo, the commander recognized her as the daughter of Son Taeho. As she blushed in discomfort, the division commander did something unexpected. He took the injured medal from his own neck and gave it to her. The priority shifted instantly. The commander was no longer the casualty. She was. Do Seok-young then called out to our boy. He ordered Minjun to pick up his fellow soldier immediately. Sun Yunseo looked as if she wanted the ground to swallow her whole, while Minjun felt a brief moment of disorientation at the command. However, the division commander was serious. He was close with her father and wanted to remain in Minjun's good graces. Minjun assessed the situation and, deciding to comply, told the man he understood. He walked up to the hunter and bent over, telling her to take a piggyback ride. She screamed in protest, but Minjun turned to her with a very serious gaze. He told her she could give up the training, but her score would be lost. Faced with no other choice, she exhaled and asked him to take care of her. A smile touched Minjun's face as he accepted. From the sidelines, Jeong Han-young remarked on what a monster Minjun was for having so much strength left, while Kim Moon-gi simply stated that he wasn't human. Minjun began to move gently, carrying the lady on his back. Kim Cheolman watched them, telling Minjun to follow the platoon vice commander in the rear and report if he grew tired. Minjun claimed there was no way he would get tired. Minjun looked at Sun Yunseo and smiled. She blushed and looked away, feeling entirely uncomfortable. Our boy turned his gaze forward, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he began to run through the space with her on his back. The division commander watched them run off. Minjun had mentioned that people might see this as special treatment for another commander's daughter, but Du Seok-young responded that there were no regulations against helping the injured during training, though the division commander was even more annoyed at the girl's father for some strange reason. A quiet evening settled over the platoon as they continued their march. Minjun moved with a steady, rhythmic pace, carrying Sun Yunseo on his back. She glared forward at the men walking ahead, her eyes occasionally drifting to those flanking her right. She exhaled a heavy, weary breath, gathered by the sheer awkwardness of her current position. Feeling the weight of the silence, Yunseo told Minjun that if he were tired, he should simply let her down, suggesting she could just give up the training. Minjun didn't miss a beat, as he replied that it was fine, noting that she was significantly lighter than Stettel. The name caught her off guard, and she asked what he meant by that. Our boy, analytically assessing her weight, remarked that she likely weighed around 50 kilograms. The bluntness of his observation caused Yunseo to scream in surprise. Embarrassed, Yunseo told him she would shut up if he would just be quiet as well. Minjun made an awkward face but kept moving. After a moment, Yunseo looked down at him and stated she would repay him one day for his assistance. Minjun smiled, noting that if her father were the one to repay him, it would be even better. He then resumed his earlier thought, repeating that since she was lighter than Stettel, she was definitely around 50 kilograms. This only annoyed her further, and she spent the next several minutes complaining and telling him to shut up, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Even the division commander and Kim Minji exchanged subtle, uncomfortable glances before blushing, sensed by the growing feeling that these two might actually be a good match. As the evening deepened into night, the terrain became more difficult. Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Cho were reaching their breaking point. Sergeant Kim grumbled to his companion that this was a living hell, questioning who had changed the training difficulty from normal to hell mode. They both intuitively knew the division commander was to blame. Platoon Commander Kim Cheolman called out to the group, urging them to maintain focus. He informed them that only 2 kilometers remained, and told them to relay the message that they were almost there. Lee Ikjun and Lee Gitae expressed a brief moment of relief, but a sudden, sharp sound from above shattered the peace. Lee Gitae screamed a warning to the platoon commander as dark shapes swarmed the middle area. The commander looked upward and ordered all troops to prepare for battle. These were not the dark balls they had encountered earlier. These creatures had wings. These were black rakes, small, spiral-sized monsters with teeth sharp enough to tear through human skin. The division commander watched with concern. He knew the black rakes were insanely tenacious, and that while their bites wouldn't kill a hunter, they were extremely agonizing. He felt a touch of sadness for the troops, especially as his own worsening eyesight made it difficult to even see the small, agile threats. The troop members swung their weapons frantically, but the black rakes were too quick. Not a single blade found its mark, leaving the men in a state of high distress. From his position as the injured party, the division commander observed the predicament. He realized that if the troops continued to miss, the operation would be grounds for a major point deduction. The men were at a pure disadvantage, exhausted, hindered by low visibility, and facing a swarm that dodged every strike to deliver sharp, stinging bites. Kim Minji felt a wave of discomfort watching the troop members struggle. He knew a failure here could lead to massive point losses, but he decided to trust the platoon commander and wait for a command. However, the mention of point deductions was all it took for Minjun to flare up. Suddenly, our boy dashed forward with Yunseo still on his back. She screamed at him, asking where he thought he was going, but Minjun ignored her, his mind fixed on his goal. He stopped in front of the platoon commander and asked for a chance to assist. Kim Cheolman was baffled, questioning how he could help while carrying an injured soldier. Minjun looked him in the eye, determined not to lose points, and insisted he could do it because everyone else was at their limits. The platoon commander relented, asking for the plan. Minjun leaned in and whispered his strategy, causing Kim Cheolman to look shocked. Yunseo was equally dismayed, pleading with Minjun not to go through with it. She was bewildered by the strange nature of his plan, but the platoon commander steadied his resolve. He gave Minjun exactly one chance, striking him on the chest in a gesture of acceptance. Yunseo couldn't fathom how the plan made sense. The platoon commander ordered everyone to move behind Minjun and prepare to open fire. The division commander was shocked, wondering if they really intended to shoot the agile creatures down with standard rifles. Minjun grabbed his gun and told Yunseo to hold on tight. She hugged his shoulders, wrapping her legs around his waist and closing her eyes, certain she was being carried by a lunatic. Minjun, however, was in his element. As a dark mage, he was as familiar with darkness as anyone, and he imbued his eyes with demonic energy to pierce through the night. He felt a surge of confidence. Having spent time in the novice hunting ground in Dungeon Power Fighter and possessing the dark arrow skill, his resolve was absolute. He pointed his rifle at the swarming black rakes and imbued his demonic dark arrow skill into the gun. He pulled the trigger. On the first shot, he imbued the bullet with demonic energy, causing it to grow to the size of a cannonball mid-flight. Before the black rakes could even swerve, the massive dark projectile grazed one and took a huge chunk out of it, killing it instantly. Yunseo was stunned, wondering how he had managed such a feat. Minjun smiled maniacally. It was impossible for the creatures to dodge a bullet that had been transformed into a heavy sphere of demonic energy, especially in the dead of night where his dark arrows were invisible. He began to fire multiple rounds, laughing as the black rakes were unable to deflect or dodge his shots. The platoon watched in absolute awe. One by one, the agile monsters fell to the ground, struck down by a monstrous, incredible feat of marksmanship. Minjun stood victorious, looking down at the fallen swarm. The other men stared at him, realized that what our boy had just accomplished in mere seconds was simply too much to believe. The heavy sound of marching boots finally gave way to the steady rhythm of the camp as the platoon arrived at their destination. Platoon Commander Kim Cheolman led the group into the quarters, where the men waiting at the station began to offer a warm round of applause. The troop members exhaled in collective relief, their bodies sagging as they realized the grueling exercise was finally over. A silver-haired soldier stepped forward, his voice clear as he announced that all members of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion had passed. The news sparked a surge of excitement. Minjun smiled broadly, his face glowing with a hard-earned confidence that was mirrored by his comrades. Medics soon arrived with stretchers, and the silver-haired soldier directed them to prioritize the injured first. Kim Cheolman turned to his men, his face lit with pride. He praised them for their hard work, thanking them for not giving up and holding out until the very end. The troop members exchanged nods of acknowledgement, their voices tired but happy as they congratulated one another. Kim Minji advised them to keep their spirits high for just a bit longer, as they prepared to relocate to the barracks for some much-needed rest. Minjun lingered for a moment, approaching the medic to ask where he should go to be rewarded for his accomplishments. The question briefly confused a nearby medic, but Kim Cheolman called out to Minjun, affirming that he had worked extra hard. The commander noted that Minjun was the first to take action, and had never shied away from danger. Hearing his name and the praise that followed, Minjun felt a rare touch of bashfulness, even though he knew the recognition was well-deserved. Sun Yunseo quietly asked to be put down. The request brought a slight sense of discomfort to those nearby, as Minjun carefully transferred her to a stretcher. She looked at him and apologized for any inconvenience she may have caused the platoon, offering her sincere thanks. Kim Cheolman intervened, telling her he was simply glad they were able to finish the training together and urging her not to think of herself as a burden. The quiet moment was shattered by a loud, boisterous laugh. Division Commander Du Seok-yong approached, looking ecstatic. He declared the results great, thrilled that the entire platoon had managed to finish the training. He lunged forward to hug Minjun, but our boy was too quick, dodging the embrace and slipping behind the commander. Du Seok-yong, undeterred, turned back with wide arms while Minjun playfully called for help. Sun Yunseo and Kim Cheolman couldn't help but laugh as they watched the division commander chase Minjun around, shouting that the success was all thanks to him. The chaos was interrupted by the arrival of Colonel Yo Jinye, the 104th Division's 4th Battalion commander. She walked into the fray with a confident, commanding stride, followed by the colonels who had been observing the training. She walked past the division commander and Minjun, her focus fixed entirely on Sun Yunseo. She asked about the injury, and Yunseo explained that aside from a light ankle injury, she was fine. Yo Jinye noted how lucky she was, considering she had fallen into a dungeon hole, and ordered the medics to transport her with care. Yo Jinye then turned her attention to Du Seok-yong. She asked how his observation had gone, and requested a private conversation regarding the training. The division commander looked away, appearing a bit uncomfortable, as he asked if it had to be right then. Yo Jinye's gaze was stern as she confirmed that it did. By the next morning, the camp was still. Minjun sat alone in the cafeteria, focused entirely on a mountain of food. The chef brought out a fresh tray of fried chicken, asking if he wanted more. Minjun was ecstatic, wondering if it was really all right for him to eat all of them. The chef assured him it was fine, as most everyone else was still sleeping. Minjun didn't want the chef's hard work to go to waste, so he accepted the tray and began to munch on the juicy meat. The chef mentioned that he had heard the second platoon was the best in the division and that the battalion commander had praised Minjun's accomplishments. He asked if it was true that Minjun had defeated all the black rakes in the middle of the night. Minjun confirmed that it had turned out that way. The chef marveled at the feat, noting that this had been the worst field maneuver to date, with nearly 70% of some ranks giving up. Minjun continued to eat, his body shivering slightly with satisfaction as he appreciated the quality of the meal. Elsewhere, Battalion Commander Lee Junbyum walked through the halls with Captain Kim Chinwoo. He observed how quiet the camp was, and the sergeant explained that, since the soldiers were given free time in the morning, the majority were sleeping in. Lee Junbyum smiled, suggesting the bastards should at least get up to eat, but acknowledged how hard everyone had worked. Chinwoo remarked on how cool and unoverbearing the division commander was, but noticed the faces of his superiors darken. In a shared memory, the commanders recalled how Yo Jinye had been quite worked up about the division commander vacating his post without word to participate in the training. While they found her scary, they couldn't defend Du Seokyung's actions. They moved forward, affirming once again that Minjun was exceptionally talented and had proven himself before the high command. Lee Junbyun noted he was looking forward to the upcoming monthly meeting. At the 140th Division headquarters, Du Seokyung was reading through reports while Yo Jinye sat poised, drinking tea. He asked about Sun Yun-seo's recovery, and Yo Jinye informed him that it wasn't a fracture and she would resume her duties tomorrow. The division commander noted she seemed to take after her father. Suddenly, the phone rang. Du Seokyung picked it up, identifying himself, only to be greeted by a voice calling him a bearded bastard. The commander was annoyed, demanding to know who was calling. The voice on the other end asked if he had forgotten him already. Du Seokyung was shocked, realizing the caller was Son Taeho, Yunseo's father. On the other end of the line, Son Taeho was clearly annoyed, demanding a duel with the bearded bastard right then and there. The moment Division Commander Du Seokyung realized it was Son Taeho on the line, he called him a bastard, demanding to know why he was calling out of nowhere and why he had the nerve to call him a bearded bastard. Son Taeho remained unfazed, insisting that Du Seokyung was indeed a bearded bastard and challenging him to a duel at whatever location worked best. The division commander exhaled sharply, asking if the man was acting out because his daughter had been injured. He questioned Son Taeho's status as a soldier and a general, but Son Taeho simply reasoned that he wanted to get some exercise with a Du Seokyung bag, which he claimed was much more durable than a standard punching bag. Du Seokyung was certain this behavior was incredibly childish. He pointed out that while he was sorry the man's daughter was injured, it had happened during training. Son Taeho took a low blow in response, mentioning that Du Seokyung wouldn't understand such things since he had never managed to get married. The division commander screamed, striking his hand against the table as he demanded to know where Son Taeho was. He suspected the man was in Daejeon and told him to stay put, doubling down on the claim that he hadn't failed to marry, but had simply chosen not to. Suddenly, Yo Jinye dashed toward the commander to pacify him, noting that the call had already ended. Du Seokyung looked down and realized he had broken the phone in his anger. He immediately ordered Yo Jinye to call Son Taeho back on her private phone, but she simply glared at him and exhaled. She urged him to calm down, stating that General Sun had every right to be angry. Du Seokyung gathered that she was taking the other general's side, accusing her of being the one who leaked the news. She explained that since the daughter had been transferred, the hospital would have called her guardian, who was in a position to discover that his daughter was granted special permission to finish her training while injured. Du Seokyung looked a bit uncomfortable at the reminder. Yo Jinye suggested he offer an explanation or an apology, noting his desire to test the capabilities of the second platoon. The commander agreed, wanting to explain that he simply wanted to see how the troop members reacted to a truly injured person. He asked for her phone, but seeing how he had handled his own, she closed her eyes and decided to handle the calling herself, putting it on speakerphone. When Son Taeho picked up, he asked if the colonel was with the bearded bastard. She apologized for the delay, explaining that the commander's phone was broken. Du Seokyung took the chance to speak, calming himself as he apologized for being careless. He admitted that even though he had no daughter of his own, he understood why such special permission would be upsetting, and apologized for getting in the way of her growth. Yo Jinye smiled at his composure, but Son Taeho's response left them both baffled. Son Taeho angrily told the commander that he must be scared shitless to be apologizing like that. He told him to forget the duel, and instead demanded the name and unit of the bastard who had carried his daughter on his back. Du Seokyung was confused, but Son Tae-ho doubled down, screaming that he couldn't believe his daughter was carried by someone who wasn't even a medic. He questioned the man's name again, screaming into the phone until Yo Jinye finally cut the call. The division commander fumed, muttering about special permissions and apologies, as Yo Jinye tried to calm him. He grabbed the couch with such force that she was taken aback, ordering her to prepare a vehicle immediately. His face was red with annoyance as he declared they were going to Daejeon right now to settle things. Yo Jinye was deeply annoyed by the behavior of both men, whom she considered idiots. The scene shifted to the corridor where Minjun was walking, a song about fried chicken playing on a loop in his mind. As he passed a water dispenser, a short sound perked his ears. He turned to see a small creature, the Nightwalker, waving at him with a heavy smile. Annoyed, Minjun grabbed the creature's head and tried to shove it into his pocket before running to a secluded corner of the building. He threw the Nightwalker out, asking why it hadn't stayed concealed as warned. The creature looked bewildered, pointing frantically in different directions. Minjun bent down, acknowledging that while no one was around, the creature's constant popping up was starting to piss him off. The Nightwalker looked sad, but Minjun pulled out a ball of dark energy as a reward. The creature excitedly swallowed it. Minjun then extended a finger to receive the creature's memories. Minjun was instantly pulled into a vision of a disheveled space in Hwacheon. There were shouts of an ambush and suspicions of demonic energy. Minjun realized the Nightwalker had actually traveled all the way there. Impressed, he tossed another demonic energy ball to the creature, reasoning that he would need to find an excuse to leave the camp again. Back at the dormitory, Minjun worried that leaving suddenly would seem suspicious, even though he had been granted a day off as a reward for his work in Yanggu. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a loud, "Hip, hip, hooray!" The platoon was celebrating because Minjun had been selected as the divisional best soldier. The platoon leader joked that our boy was collecting awards like coupons, but noted that because of him, the entire platoon had received an award as well, another day off. Excited by the perfect timing, Minjun asked to use his day off the very next day. The platoon leader was taken aback, asking if something was wrong since it felt so rushed. Minjun insisted everything was fine, which left the platoon members confused. The next day, our boy arrived at the scene in Hwacheon. He was surprised to find a group of female hunters already fumigating the area. He wondered if the situation was already over and felt a brief flash of annoyance at the Nightwalker, thinking the creature might have made a mistake and owed him his energy back. Just then, a familiar voice called out his name. It was Sun Yun-seo, standing among the hunters. Before Minjun arrived at the civilian outskirts of Hwacheon, a group of female troop members were busy fumigating the area. One of them grumbled, questioning when the task would finally end. Her companion reminded her that their battalion had performed poorly during the hunter field maneuvers, leaving the battalion commander furious and the company commander's expression grim. She urged the grumpy troop member to finish quickly, but the woman remained exhausted, complaining that it was a nightmare for monsters to emerge from a gate immediately after they had finished their training. The second lady pointed out that they should be grateful not to be on the attack team, adding that since local civilians had lost their homes, it was better to be careful with their words. Still, the complaints continued in low murmurs. Nearby, their attention shifted to Sun Yun-seo, who was working on a section of the field. One of the women called out to her, asking if she was overdoing it and checking if she felt all right. Yun-seo offered a steady look and assured them she was fine. The lady smiled, noting that Yun-seo's recovery ability was truly impressive, but she still urged her to take it easy. Yun-seo, feeling a bit flustered by the kindness, thanked them for their concern. The quiet atmosphere shifted as murmurs broke out behind them. The troop members noticed a man walking into the restricted space, and they were shocked to see a hunter from their own division. They questioned which battalion he belonged to, but Yun-seo recognized him instantly as Minjun. When Minjun caught sight of her, he felt a surge of disorientation, wondering why she was there of all places. Yun-seo walked toward him as the surrounding troop members wondered if the two were acquainted. She asked what had brought him there, noting that only her battalion had been deployed for support. Minjun responded casually, stating he was on vacation. The casual answer annoyed her. She questioned why anyone would visit a restricted site in military uniform while on leave, even suspecting he might have deserted. Minjun, looking equally annoyed by her lack of trust, pulled out his official vacation papers and handed them over. He remarked that she seemed to have serious trust issues. After handing the papers back, Yun-seo asked why he would come to such a dangerous area. Minjun paused, realizing he couldn't exactly explain his search for demonic energy. Instead, he looked away with a touch of attitude, claiming he had business in Huachin and had heard of the emergency, so he came to see if he could help. The surrounding women were surprised by his selflessness. Suddenly, a dungeon gate flickered into existence behind them, widening into a dark, swirling rift. The troop members began to scream in a panic. The woman who had been complaining earlier was bewildered that another gate would appear so soon after the last clearance. Another lady shouted that they needed to evacuate immediately and report to the platoon commander. As the group began to run frantically, Yunseo called out to Minjun to flee with them. Minjun didn't move. He observed the gate with a quiet intensity, realizing monsters would emerge at any moment. He smiled and told Yunseo to go, stating he would stay behind to buy them time. She screamed at him, calling it nonsense and urging him to hurry. Minjun countered that the attack team had already left, and if a monster emerged now, everyone would be in danger. He promised to run if things got too tough, but asked to borrow her equipment. Noticing her hesitation, he pointed out that her foot hadn't fully healed yet, and told her she was only in his way. Annoyed but sensing his resolve, Yunseo pulled out her weapon and handed it to him. She told him to run the moment things became dangerous and promised to return with reinforcements as fast as possible. Minjun watched her run off before turning his full attention back to the open gate. Our boy knew that while some monsters preferred their habitats, those that emerged usually moved in lethal packs. A ferocious silhouette emerged from the gate. A red boar stepped onto the civilian soil, looking feral and hungry. It was followed by several others, their bodies emitting a thick, heavy haze of demonic energy. They roared at Minjun, who simply covered his nose against the scent, noting that they seemed quite lively after gorging on demonic energy. The red boars dashed forward with surprising weight. Minjun met their charge, holding Yunseo's weapon firmly. He extended his hand and fired multiple dark arrows, but the projectiles deflected off the creature's thick hides. He smiled, realizing that his dark arrows weren't yet strong enough to penetrate such high defense. As the boars struck the ground where he had been standing, our boy jumped high into the air, looking down at them. He reasoned that while their skin was tough, their insides might be a different story. Upon descending, he used the weapon to slice through several boars. As they slowed, he activated his corruption skill. A dark, swirling energy enveloped the pack, leaving them disheveled and confused. Minjun asked if the demonic energy he was offering wasn't to their taste. The creatures began to emit a strange substance from their mouths, clearly vulnerable. As the boars fell into a waking, weakened state, Minjun began to absorb their demonic energy. He thanked them for the meal as their life force drained away. With their defense now non-existent, he raised his knife and made quick work of the remaining pack. A series of notifications appeared. His demonic energy had increased by 3, and both his Nightwalker and basic swordsmanship skills had been enhanced. Excited by the progress, Minjun began walking toward the gate, but the sound of returning footsteps made him pause. He was annoyed to see the reinforcements had arrived so quickly. A first lieutenant grabbed his hands, frantically checking him for injuries and asking if he was truly Corporal Kim Minjun. She scolded him for staying behind, instead of reporting the gate immediately. Minjun played it off, saying he only wanted to buy time for his fellow troop members to evacuate. The ladies nearby began to blush, looking at him with admiration. Minjun, however, was just hoping they would shut up, as their presence had ruined his chance to enter the gate. The officer looked at his papers, noting he was from the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion. She asked if he lived nearby, but he repeated his story about having business in the city. She looked at him suspiciously, but, seeing no casualties and the monsters defeated, she declared the scene cleared for the investigation team. Instantly, the other women flocked around Minjun. They marveled at how he had defeated 5 red boars alone with only a combat knife, showering him with praise. Minjun stood there, feeling deeply uncomfortable and wishing they would all just go away. Later that evening, inside the military base's administrative office, the platoon leader sat with a heavy phone receiver pressed to his ear. His voice rose in a startled peak as he confirmed the identity of the soldier in question, asking if they truly meant Corporal Minjun from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company. He confirmed the boy was currently on vacation, but the news from the other end of the line caused him to bolt upright, screaming. He was bewildered to hear that in the Huaqian area of Gangwon-do, right where a dangerous situation had erupted, Minjun had killed red boars on his own and was now volunteering for public welfare work. On the other end of the call, the platoon leader watched the ongoing cleanup. She explained that the gates had been blocked off, and they were currently disinfecting the private homes affected by the breach. Nearby, a troop member with pink hair began to blush, marveling at the fact that he was helping them during his vacation. Another troop member with black hair was simply baffled by the mechanics of his feat, questioning how he could fight against red boars with just a single knife. She knew that being struck by their charge was almost the same as being hit by a heavy truck, leaving her completely unsure of what Minjun's actual goal was. Minjun, meanwhile, was busy fumigating, a small smile playing on his lips. He realized that while these red boar activities were a bit annoying, they were a perfect way to boost his image before his eventual departure. Suddenly, Sun Yunseo called out to him, causing our boy to jolt. He told her she had scared him, that he had almost shot her in the face with the fumigation equipment. Yunseo looked annoyed by the remark, but she moved aside as he continued to spray the floor, walking past her with a deliberate pace. She watched him walk away before calmly asking if they could talk for a second. The two moved to a quieter location, standing side by side as the evening air settled around them. Minjun asked what she needed to say, and Yunseo tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her expression softening. She recalled the day of their training, remembering how he had cursed at her from the window seat of the transport. Minjun looked puzzled, searching his memory before realizing what she meant. He corrected her, stating he hadn't cursed but had simply warned her that she would be dead if she messed with him again. Yunseo exhaled, noting that such a threat was basically the same as cursing. She then offered a late but sincere apology, admitting she had been the one to mess with him first. Minjun looked at her, sensing that she lived in a very tiring and serious way. When she shyly asked if he would accept the apology, he told her there was nothing to apologize for in the first place, and suggested they just overlook it. He prepared to take his leave, but Yunseo stopped him. She asked if he knew there had only been one other case in history of a private first class getting a perfect score on the promotion test. Minjun asked if she was talking about him, but she clarified that there had been someone else in the past. Curious, our boy asked who it was. Yunseo smiled and revealed it was her father. Minjun was surprised, deducing that she meant the division commander. She confirmed that her father was the only person to earn stars, the insignia of a general, after starting his career as a private. She explained that she had enlisted as a private because she wanted to follow in his footsteps. Minjun realized with interest that her father had achieved his own personal goal first. He calculated the timeline, noting that the Hunter Army was formed when Gates first appeared, back when he was only 7. He asked if her father had enlisted after becoming an awakened, and she confirmed he had. She mentioned that her father had a weak physique in his youth, but enlisted on his own after awakening improved his body, often saying he was grateful for his powers because they allowed him to protect her and her mother. Minjun smiled, noting that her expression made him want to meet the man. Yunseo assured him that if they ever met, her father would be happy to see him, as he had an extraordinary affection for strong soldiers. Meanwhile, at the Daejeon 107th Division headquarters, the gym was shaking with the weight of a violent duel. Son Taeho and Du Seokyung were locked in a heavy brawl, their movements creating a thunderous rhythm in the room. Colonel Lee Sungjin stood by, looking very uncomfortable, while Yo Jinye watched with an exhaled breath of disappointment. The two generals shouted at each other as they fought. Son Taeho taunted the bearded bastard for arriving late, while Du Seokyung countered that his division wasn't as idle as Taeho's. Du Seokyung demanded to know how Taeho knew Minjun's name, to which Taeho responded that he didn't need to be told. The two continued to argue while launching heavy punches at one another. Lee Sangjin was bewildered, wondering if the whole thing was a joke, and fearing that no one could stop them. Suddenly, Yo Jinye stepped directly between the two powerful men. Their fists stopped just inches from her face, as she told them 5 minutes had passed and it was time to stop. The two generals calmed themselves, though they continued to trade insults. Sun Taeho asked if the bearded bastard was still alive, and Du Seokyung asked if the dweeb felt better now. Taeho admitted he wasn't fully satisfied, but the duel ended nonetheless. Later, the two men sat under the night sky outside the gym. Yo Jinye approached to report that the red boar gates had been cleared. After she saluted and walked off, Son Taeho asked the real reason for the visit. Du Seokyung revealed his plan to specially promote Minjun to sergeant. Son Taeho screamed, asking if he had come just to brag about a guy who had messed with his daughter. Du Seokyung corrected him, stating that Minjun had actually helped her. They paused for a second, and the conversation calmed. Taeho pointed out that Minjun had just become a corporal and had already been specially promoted once before, questioning the rapid pace. Du Seokyung then admitted he planned to raise the boy to a commissioned officer. Taeho warned that such a move would bring too much attention, and that General Ji-yu Hakil would surely try to claim such an acknowledged soldier for himself. Du Seokyung asked Taeho to be on his side in the future. Yahello refused to do so blindly, stating he would decide after meeting the boy himself and questioning if Do Seok-young had an ulterior motive. At that same moment back in Hwachun, Minjun stood in the discolored light of the evening. He spotted a figure standing before him, emitting a strange and overwhelming amount of demonic energy. The person stood up slowly, long white hair catching the dim light. The stranger smiled, glaring at Minjun with a chilling intensity. The evening deepened as a long transport bus arrived to carry the ladies back to their camp. As they embarked, they turned back toward Minjun with soft, admiring eyes, thanking him for his hard work and his help during the day. The troop member with pink hair waved specifically, suggesting they should get something to eat together next time. Another lady, covering her mouth as she spoke, told him that there was no need to be so formal when they were outside the military structure. This casualness seemed to irritate some of her companions, but as the bus pulled away, Minjun and Yunseo shared a brief, knowing smile before the vehicle rumbled off into the distance. Left standing alone in the quiet space, Minjun's excitement for the successful day was interrupted when he noticed the Nightwalker standing beside him. The creature was waving its arms, clearly begging for more demonic energy. Minjun glared at it with annoyance, muttering that it was shameless to ask for a reward after nearly ruining everything. However, the Nightwalker's expression turned sharp and urgent, its frantic waving signaling something far more serious. Minjun realized that the creature had sensed a being with demonic energy crossing into this dimension, not through a dungeon gate, but by tearing through space itself. He smiled, considering that perhaps the creature's true specialty was tracking and detection rather than assassination. He followed the Nightwalker deep into the forest, and upon arriving at a secluded spot, he tossed a ball of demonic energy to the creature as a reward. In front of them, a small, jagged portal began to form. It crackled with unstable energy, widening slowly as a thick haze of demonic power spilled out. Suddenly, a man emerged from the rift. Minjun stood his ground, watching as the stranger landed. The man had long white hair and a look of pure relief on his face. He stared up at Minjun, smiling widely, and declared that he had finally found him. Minjun's face twisted in discomfort as he recognized the man. It was Lee Bonggu. Lee Bonggu began to drool slightly from his nose, his eyes welling up with tears as he called Minjun by the name Master Minold. But our boy screamed at him to stop, causing the man to fall flat on his face. Minjun dashed over, asking if he was okay, but quickly transitioned into berating him. He reminded Lee Bonggu that he had told him to forget about him and live his own life. Lee Bonggu just stared back with a pathetic, sad expression that made Minjun feel a wave of reluctant pity for the man. Minjun's mind drifted back to a memory from their time in Isgard. He recalled a moment when Lee Bonggu had been slumbering in a dangerous area, unaware that a monstrous chimera, a mix of a lion, bat, and scorpion, was looming behind him. Just as the beast prepared to roar and strike, it was hit squarely in the face by a massive burst of demonic energy. Minjun had stepped out from the shadows, questioning why a human was in such a place. Back then, Lee Bonggu had been shaking with fear, looking up at Minjun with wide eyes. Minjun had noted that the man looked remarkably handsome for someone who was nearly dead. When Lee Bonggu finally spoke, he had asked if Minjun was the legendary Minold. Minjun began to wonder how he knew him. Lee Bonggu had burst into tears, calling him the hope of all dark mages. Minjun had been confused by the dramatics, noting how weak the man seemed, and questioning if such frailty was normal for dark mages. He had told the man to stay away from dungeons if he couldn't hold his own, but before leaving, he had asked for the stranger's name. When the man replied that he was nameless, Minjun had smiled and decided to give him one. In the present, Minjun grabbed Lee Bonggu by the shoulders and shook him, asking if he had gone crazy for trying to travel between dimensions. Lee Bonggu sobbed, accusing Minjun of abandoning them after leaving only a brief note. He explained that the cult was on the verge of collapse, and begged to know how he could be forsaken. Minjun pushed him away, annoyed that the man had followed him despite the danger. Lee Bonggu sat on the ground, weeping, claiming that a master should at least take his right-hand man with him. Noticing how much Lee Bonggu was faltering, Minjun extended his hand and shared some demonic energy. The man jolted upright, instantly energized. He bowed deeply, thanking Master Minold, and promising to repay the kindness with his life. Minjun told him to cut the act and explain exactly how he had arrived. When Lee Bonggu claimed it was a miracle, born of his trust and longing, Minjun didn't buy it for a second. He demanded the truth, asking if the fucking saintess had sent him. Lee Bonggu insisted that they only followed Minjun's orders, but he eventually admitted he had been snooping around the temple after Minjun's departure. He explained that in the form of a crow, he had seen strange things in the priestess's castle. He had observed the temple guards moving large numbers of monsters into the temple, but the creatures would disappear without leaving a single trace. No bones, no meat, nothing. He realized the priestess was using a method to send these monsters here, to this dimension, which was essentially how he got there. Minjun doubted his words but chose to remain calm, pissed that the priestess was playing dirty. He then pulled out the metallic shard he retrieved from the dungeon earlier and showed it to the dark mage. He noted that it looked like a fragment of a blade used by the temple guards. Minjun's expression darkened as he recognized the weapon of the guard captain. He scolded Li Banggu for the recklessness of his journey, noting that the man would have died in the dimensional gap if he had been even a second late. Li Banggu just laughed it off, which made Minjun realize once again that these people were never normal. Looking at the shard in his palm, Minjun felt a deep sense of discomfort, wondering what the temple's true goal could be. 1,224 days before Minjun's eventual return to Earth, the priestess stood at the edge of her castle, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for something far beyond the stone walls. A familiar voice broke the silence from behind, belonging to Minjun. He approached with a heavy, grounded stride, asking why he had been summoned to such a secluded spot. The priestess noted that it was pleasant to step outside and feel the movement of the wind occasionally. Minjun, however, was in no mood for pleasantries. He demanded to know exactly what she was trying to say. A momentary pause followed as the priestess gathered her thoughts. She offered a soft apology, admitting she hadn't been thinking straight and noting that she was unable to leave the temple's territory. Minjun cut to the chase, asking again why he was there. She mentioned having heard that several of his colleagues were seriously injured at the Parka's dungeon, referring to them as members of the Luminona, which she believed to be his favorite character cult. Minjun stopped her mid-sentence. He clarified with a sharp edge to his voice that they were not his colleagues, nor did such a cult exist. He explained that they had simply followed him of their own volition and were injured by the Parkacists. He noted that they had finished treating them, so they were no longer in danger of dying. Minjun walked closer. His tone shifted to one of deep suspicion. He told her that no matter how much he calculated the situation, he couldn't understand it, asking if there truly was no connection between Isgard and the monsters appearing on Earth. The priestess maintained that gates and monsters had plagued Isgard for hundreds of years before his arrival. She explained that while it was natural for him to be suspicious given the identical monsters and the fact that he arrived via a gate, dimensional travel was a monumental feat. She highlighted that summoning just him had required immense preparation, making the transport of vast quantities of monsters and the creation of entire dungeons seemingly impossible. Minjun, weary of the explanation, turned and walked off. He warned her that when the time came to send him home, she must not change her mind. Back in the present day, amidst the quiet, heavy mountains of Huaqian, Minjun sat in deep thought. He realized that he had never truly trusted the Saintess. He had confirmed that Isgard had been troubled by gates for a long time, and understood that while transporting dungeons was nearly impossible, it wasn't out of the question for someone of her power. He was baffled by the timing. He wondered why she was spending such a massive amount of holy power, and potentially exhausting holy relics, just to send monsters to Earth. He questioned if all this effort was truly just to catch him. His contemplation was interrupted by Li Banggu, who knelt before him. The man pledged his eternal loyalty, declaring that he would escort Master Minold until his dying breath. Minjun palmed his face in frustration, recognizing the religious fanaticism in the man's eyes. He realized he couldn't send the man back now, and told him to change what he called him. He firmly established that his name was Kim Minjun, not Minold. Li Banggu thanked him, vowing to repay the kindness even after death. Minjun brushed the dramatics aside and asked if the man could use an imitation skill. Li Banggu claimed that thanks to the merciful demonic energy Minjun had provided, he was overflowing with power. Minjun didn't buy the lie, noting he had barely shared any and didn't have enough to spare for himself. Li Banggu apologized, admitting he could only transform into a small animal for now. Minjun decided that was sufficient and told him to turn into a crow. With a surge of dark energy, Li Banggu transformed into a black bird, cawing loudly. Minjun instructed him to move with the Nightwalker for the time being. As the Nightwalker emerged from the shadows, the two entities stared each other down, with a silent battle for dominance. Minjun could practically see the veins bulging in their heads from the tension. He told them to stop the nonsense. When Li Banggu cawed again, Minjun barked at him to speak like a human. Lee Banggu complied, stating that as Minjun's right-hand man, he had to establish a hierarchy. Minjun shut him down instantly, ordering them to shake hands and get along. The two looked at each other with lingering anger before extending their hands in a cordial, if forced, greeting. Minjun told Lee Banggu to learn his duties from the Nightwalker, and warned the Nightwalker to stop Lee Banggu if he did anything noticeably dangerous. Safety was the priority. They both affirmed his orders and went their separate ways, though Lee Banggu shot a vicious glare at the Nightwalker before flying off. Left alone under the moon, Minjun exhaled, glad to be finished with the strange encounter. He looked up at the sky, his mind shifting to the simple warmth of a meal. He felt a deep hunger and wondered if there was a place still open where he could eat jjajangmyeon before going to sleep. A few days later, the quiet of the barracks was shattered as Corporal Kim Gwangshik burst into the room screaming. The other soldiers looked at him as if he had finally gone crazy, recalling how he had been imitating a pigeon just days prior. Sergeant Choi and Sergeant Kim asked what was up, and Gwangshik revealed that the platoon quarterly performance chart had been posted in front of the administrative office. The room buzzed with anticipation. Despite a quarter filled with raids and training, Gwangshik whispered to the others that Lee Seung-ho had earned an impressive 75 points, likely securing first place in the platoon again. Lee Dongjin was tensed, stating he would be happy with anything over 50 points to avoid penalties and restrictions on his leave. However, Gwangshik dropped a bombshell. Lee Seung-ho was actually in second place. The soldiers were shocked, wondering who could have possibly scored higher than 75 points. At that moment, Minjun walked into the room, saluting everyone and announcing his return from vacation. The soldiers saluted back, their eyes wide as they realized the truth. Gwangshik confirmed it. Our boy had taken first place with a staggering 99 points. The room erupted in screams, bewildered as to how such a score was even possible. The platoon commander, Kim Cheolman, walked in and called the room to ease. He asked Minjun how his vacation was, and Minjun replied that it was good. Cheolman laughed, pulling out a badge. The soldiers gasped, asking if it was yet another special promotion. Cheolman confirmed it, stating that the division headquarters had sent an official document. Minjun had been chosen as the best soldier in the division for the maneuvers, and was recognized for his volunteer work at the Hwachin dungeon. By the order of the division commander, Minjun was promoted. Our boy felt a surge of excitement, silently thanking Do Seo-kyung for the recognition. As the old badge was swapped for the new sergeant's insignia, the platoon began to clap. In the back, Jong Han-yong looked confused, clutching a piece of paper. He checked the bets they had placed on the performance rankings, realizing that Gwangshik had won the entire pot. Gwangshik was ecstatic, preparing to take the earnings, but Minjun suddenly stepped in. He grabbed the paper, reminding Gwangshik with a sharp, ironical smile that he was now a sergeant. He noted how much money Gwangshik had made while he was away, smiling maniacally as he remarked on how nice that must be. Our boy Minjun stood with an air of refined elegance, but his presence alone was enough to make the men around him grow visibly tense. Inside the gym, Corporal Kim Gwangshik looked particularly intimidated. He spoke with a shaky voice, offering Minjun 30% of his winnings from the earlier bets, hoping to appease the new sergeant. Minjun's expression didn't change as he questioned what Gwangshik was talking about, noting that such an offer might make people think he was only motivated by money. He assured the corporal that he was actually acting for Gwangshik's own sake. Sensing the pressure, Gwangshik quickly upped the offer to 40%, his life seemingly draining from his face as the atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Minjun reiterated that the money wasn't the issue. He claimed that the fact they had made bets on him didn't upset him at all. When Gwangshik began to stammer a response, Minjun placed a steady hand on the weights Gwangshik was pushing. Gwangshik instantly screamed the correction, terrified. In one smooth, effortless movement, Minjun grabbed the weights and rose, carrying them with a strength that left the onlookers stunned. Gwangshik, meanwhile, looked as though he might faint right there on the bench. Jung Han-yong and Kim Moongi watched from the side, their faces filled with concern and sadness for their comrade. Our boy simply noted that since Gwangshik wanted to train, he was merely providing the training. He turned his gaze toward Han-yong and Moongi, asking who was next. The two men quickly declined, claiming they had already trained on their own and were quite satisfied. Minjun noted what a shame that was, and the pair began to walk away, expressing their gratitude for the offer but insisting they needed to go. Minjun let them take a few steps before he paused, a vicious smile spreading across his face. He remarked that it was a shame they believed they actually had the right to refuse his, quote, guidance. A jolt of fear shot through Han-yong and Moongi. Their screams soon echoed out of the training room as Minjun forced them into a grueling, torturous workout. Before long, all 3 men were huffing and puffing on the ground, completely spent. Minjun observed that while the timing might be unfortunate, he had a small favor to ask of them. Zheng Hanyang, desperate to avoid more physical labor, agreed to anything as long as it didn't involve training. Minjun then began to list the various restrictions of military life, noting how those below private first class couldn't use the PX, the gym, or the PC room, and those below sergeant were restricted from using smartphones. Hanyang and Mungi stood up, their sense of justice ignited. They deduced that such discrimination was unreasonable and vowed to get a grip on those rules. The 2 even fist-bumped, suggesting a bet on who could get rid of more of these outdated regulations. Minjun interrupted, telling them not to go overboard. He mentioned he would try to convince the other sergeants, but he was leaving the rest of the groundwork to them. They affirmed his words, eager to be dismissed. Minjun finally waved them off, and they ran out of the room as fast as their tired legs could carry them, leaving Guangxik as the final victim. Guangxik tried to sneak toward the door, but Minjun stopped him in his tracks. He asked if Guangxik had heard from the platoon commander about being moved to the 2nd squad after the personnel reshuffle. Minjun then noted that from now on, they would always train together. Guangxik's face fell. It was the look of a man who realized his future was going to be very, very difficult. The scene then shifted to the dark, damp environment of a dungeon inhabited by snake mines. These monsters were unique, snake-like creatures that lived underground. While they weren't venomous, they possessed a dangerous trait. They exploded upon death. To prevent a chain explosion, a hunter had to remove their tails, which acted as the detonator, before killing them. Because of this mechanical requirement, these dungeons were best cleared by small, experienced groups. As the snakes lunged from the shadows, the hunters moved with a steady, deliberate weight to deflect the attacks. However, one person among them was far more experienced than the rest. Minjun, who had caught countless such creatures during his time in Isgard, moved with practiced precision. When a snake lunged toward one of his men, our boy reached out and grabbed the creature's tail, neutralizing the threat instantly. He alone was more than enough to handle the nest. The platoon commander, Kim Cheolman, called for a 10-minute break. As the group gathered, Cheolman and Kim Minji talked amongst themselves, while Minjun stepped aside to check his status window. He realized he had gained a new skill, called Agility Boost, which increased his agility by 5 points. He reasoned that while a class-specific skill would have been better, this was still a great find, as this dungeon was proving to be a treasure trove of growth. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Minjun realized it was Li Banggu, speaking to him telepathically from his position in Incheon. Banggu, still in the form of a crow, reported that he had detected a considerable amount of demonic energy nearby. Minjun gave him a good job and asked for his exact location. A few days later, during his weekend leave, Minjun arrived in the metropolitan city of Incheon. Li Banggu appeared beside him, reporting that he had kept watch without acting rashly. He suspected that since no monsters were present, the energy was a byproduct of a dungeon. Banggu noted that while the house was empty the day before, one person was confirmed to be inside now. Minjun felt a flash of annoyance, noting that, as a soldier, getting away for an overnight stay wasn't easy. He told Banggu to be glad the hunter army didn't have strict garrison areas. The zones a military unit must defend, allowing him some freedom of movement. He pulled his cloth up to cover his face, explaining that while their actions might look like trespassing, they were actually just removing dangerous objects from the house. They broke into the residence, moving through the quiet rooms with a heavy, grounded pace. Minjun eventually spotted a crystal sitting on a table inside a small enclosure. He walked toward it, sensing the demonic energy radiating from the object. He realized the energy wasn't harmful to the body, almost as if it had been refined for a specific purpose. Suddenly, a loud, sharp voice shattered the silence, telling him not to move. Minjun froze as he recognized the voice of Son Yunseo. She stood there, weapon drawn and ready to strike. It was a bewildering turn of events. Minjun had unknowingly broken into the home of his own colleague, and now she was poised to take him out in the stillness of the night. Prior to Minjun's arrival at the massive residence, Son Yunseo lay on her bed, the soft glow of her phone illuminating her face in the quiet room. She was engaged in a light-hearted chat with her mother, her fingers dancing across the screen as they exchanged regular, warm conversation. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a faint, distinct sound from elsewhere in the house. She rose from her bed with measured steps, descending the stairs with a heavy, deliberate pace. Her mind raced with the possibility of a thief having breached her sanctuary. Upon spotting a figure in the dim light, she stood her ground and ordered the intruder not to move. In the present moment, she maintained her defensive stance, remarking that she doubted there were many thieves bold enough to rob houses in this modern age. She demanded that the intruder reveal their identity and objective. When the figure turned around, Minjun's heart sank. He recognized Sun Yunseo immediately and realized, with a sense of dread, that he had accidentally broken into the home of a fellow soldier. Yunseo squared her shoulders, her weight shifted forward in a professional boxing stance, ready to engage if his explanation fell short. Within Minjun's mind, the voice of Li Banggu echoed, explaining that they had come looking for a dungeon byproduct emitting demonic energy, and it just so happened to be located in this specific house. Li Banggu, sensing the gravity of his mistake, apologized frantically, shifting the blame to the Nightwalker for the initial detection. Minjun reasoned that since this was the home of a division commander of the Hunter Corps, it made sense for a refined byproduct to be kept here. But he lamented the ill-fated luck that placed Yunseo at home on this specific day. Yunseo, sensing his hesitation, warned him once more to put his hands behind his head and freeze. Minjun, however, was determined not to leave empty-handed after coming so far. As he reached into his pocket, Yunseo screamed and dashed forward with explosive speed, her legs swinging in a high arc toward him. Our boy bent his body with calculated precision, dodging the strike while simultaneously pulling a barrel and a piece of paper from his person. Yunseo followed up with a sharp thrust, a punch aimed directly at his center. She lunged again with a second punch, which he evaded just as smoothly. To Yunseo's growing fury, Minjun appeared to be writing something on the paper even as he dodged her barrage. She surged upward, her legs slamming downward in a powerful axe kick. Minjun recognized that her movements were quite good. She would certainly be a sergeant in no time, but he slipped away from the impact. As she attempted a strike toward his neck from a sharp angle, Minjun decided the play had gone on long enough. He recognized that while her skill was impressive, she was still 1,000 years behind his experience. Yunseo was baffled, her eyes wide with shock as she questioned if he was joking with her. She realized in that moment that this was no normal civilian. His movements were clearly those of an awakened soldier. She swung her leg for one final kick, but Minjun dodged and leaped backward with swift grace. His eyes locked onto the stone, emitting demonic energy. He suddenly dashed toward her, causing her to instinctively take a defensive position, sure she wouldn't be able to dodge his speed. However, our boy swerved at the last second, snatching the crystal from the table and jumping straight through the window. He landed on the balcony and looked back at her for a brief second before leaping away into the night. Yunseo rushed to the railing, screaming for him to stop, but he was already moving too fast for her to catch. She stood there, bewildered by the fact that she hadn't managed to land a single hit. Looking down at her hand, she found the piece of paper he had been writing on. It contained only one word: Bob. She screamed into the night, calling him a crazy bastard. Minjun found himself far from the city, having escaped Yunseo's house with ease. He arrived at a calm, secluded space near the mountains to analyze his prize. He realized the crystal contained more demonic energy than most monsters, and its presence in a high-ranking home suggested it was refined and harmless to the human body. Li Banggu chimed in, suggesting it might be a monster crystal, but Minjun sharply told him to keep his mouth shut, punishing both Banggu and the Nightwalker for providing such problematic information. Minjun recognized the object as a monster crystal, a rare material found in high-level monsters that typically contains mana. However, he had never heard of a crystal containing demonic energy, even during his time in Isgard. He dropped the glass enclosement, and it immediately shattered upon impact. He then stretched to pick the mana stones. As he held the shard, it began to melt against his skin. The demonic energy was absorbed directly into his body, and he felt his power surge. A series of notifications informed him that his demonic energy stats were increasing rapidly. Our boy realized that if he wanted to avoid the Saintess's traps, he couldn't afford to overthink every detail. 2 new skills were created in his status window: Demonic Energy Singularity and Demonic Energy Grasp. He noted that the Singularity skill allowed his energy to become colorless and odorless, preventing it from affecting his surroundings, a perfect tool for remaining undetected. He immediately tested his second skill, Demonic Energy Grasp, using a telekinetic force to pull Li Banggu toward him. He felt the weight of the effect, noting it was strong enough to drag ogres in the past, though for now he would take these baby steps. He dismissed his summons with a new task: find information on dungeons and byproducts suspected of harboring demonic energy. He shared a small amount of energy as a reward, watching with a light, subtle irony as the two creatures bickered over the scrap before pretending to be the best of friends. Minjun then asked Lee Banggu if he had ever tried Korean food. The scene shifted to an establishment called Ari Pork Backbone Hangover Soup. Lee Banggu, now in his human form, sat at a table overflowing with food. He sniffed the aroma heavily and began to consume the meal with such intensity that he started to cry. The server and Minjun watched in confusion as Banggu wept over the deliciousness of the soup. Minjun berated him, telling him to either cry or eat, but not both. He understood, however, that Banggu had likely only ever eaten the tasteless biscuits of Isgard. As he watched his companion eat, Minjun's phone buzzed. He checked the screen and saw a flood of messages from the 2nd Platoon's squad chat. He realized that while he had solved the issue of allowing lower-ranking troop members to use smartphones, it meant they were now blabbering all night long. Though it contained a pivotal message from Guangxik concerning the guerrilla training taking place the next day. The troop members were gathered outdoors, transitioning into a rigorous new phase of training specifically designed for awakened soldiers, those who had pushed past the boundaries of normal human limits. Known as guerrilla training, the atmosphere was thick with a heavy, serious focus as the men struggled to maintain the grueling pace. Amidst the sea of tense faces, one person stood out by the corner, wearing an unbothered smile for no apparent reason, as if the entire ordeal were mere child's play. At the third course, the 3-rope bridge, Minjun's smile widened. He dashed across the swaying ropes with a grounded confidence that made the height and instability seem trivial. However, the tone shifted when they arrived at a different space, their faces now obscured by the rubber seals of gas masks. The instructors were uncompromising. They informed the men that they would stay in the cramped, foul-smelling space until they had sung every verse of the national anthem and memorized the Hunter Corps military pledge, a true test of mental fortitude. After what felt like an eternity, they were finally permitted to leave, gasping as they stepped back into the clean environment. While infamous among the hunters, this guerrilla training held a different, more personal weight for these soldiers compared to regular troops. Later, the exhaustion began to set in. Sergeant Choi and Sergeant Kim arrived in their tent, looking profoundly sad as they stared at the meager rations handed over to them. Choi poked at the small portion of food, lamenting that he had to endure such treatment in his final year of service. Sergeant Kim was equally miserable, wondering aloud if the division commander held a personal grudge against them. Minjun, however, was busy enjoying his meal, seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere. Sergeant Choi continued his low-voiced complaints, noting that since they had never even met the commander properly, a personal vendetta was unlikely. The reality was simply harsh. They were to sleep in uncomfortable tents in the middle of the field for the next few days, with nothing but suspended, rigid mats to serve as beds. When Choi asked why Sergeant Kim wasn't eating, Kim explained that the state of the nasty temporary toilets was so dire, he had no intention of eating enough to require a visit. As evening descended, the physical space of the camp was visited by the platoon commander and Captain Seo Jong-won. The troop members snapped into a salute, reporting that the 2nd platoon was currently in personal maintenance. Captain Seo Jong-won addressed the group, acknowledging their hard work. He informed them that the instructors would handle the night watch so the men could rest, but he warned them not to exhaust themselves yet. He urged them to save their utmost strength for the following day's trench combat, the true centerpiece of hunter-guerrilla training. The next morning, the arena was set. The rules of trench combat were simple. In a square arena representing a trench, soldiers had to either push their opponents out of bounds or defeat them within the square. No weapons were allowed, and striking was forbidden. It was a pure contest of weight, leverage, and raw strength. The sound of the matches was heavy. A massive soldier from the 1st Battalion grabbed a troop member and tossed him out of the arena as if he were weightless, laughing as he cleared the field of younger opponents. The coordinator called out the victory for the 1st Battalion's 2nd Company. From a sheltered corner, the higher-ups, including Colonel Ko Jung-cheol and Battalion Commander Lee Junbyum, watched the matches unfold. They noted the exceptional performance of a particular soldier, Sergeant Choi Shong-woo. Lee Junbyum pointed out that Shang-woo had also won the squad competition the previous year as a corporal. Now a sergeant, his stats had become truly formidable. In a previous round, he had pushed off 10 opponents simultaneously. A discussion broke out among the colonels regarding why Shang-woo hadn't been promoted further yet. Lee Junbyum accused the 3rd Battalion commander, Jin Sung-kyun, of delaying the promotion just so the man could participate in this specific training. Jin Sung-kyun fired back. slandering the idea that he could have known the weather and conditions in advance. The battalion commanders began to bicker and shout, their egos clashing over the performance of their respective squads. Watching from the sidelines, Yu Jihye laughed inwardly. She noted that the 4th Battalion had only managed to send a single squad to this round. As the 4th Battalion's squad walked out, a group of women with unique buff and thick physics, the intensity of the air seemed to increase. The sergeant who had been dominating the earlier matches, Choi Songwoo, turned his attention toward Minjun. He smiled, asking if he was the celebrity Kim Minjun from the 2nd Battalion, the one rumored to be the fastest to ever reach the rank of sergeant. Minjun confirmed his identity with a calm nod. Xiangwu's smile turned mocking as he remarked that, despite the rumors, Minjun actually looked quite stupid. The insult hit the air like a physical weight. Zhang Hanyang and Kim Guangshik instantly flared up, stepping forward to defend their sergeant. Before they could speak, however, Xiangwu lunged forward, grabbing both men by their shoulders and forcing them down into their seats with a terrifying display of monster strength. He told them to calm down, claiming he had only meant to say the insult in his head. The sheer weight of his grip left Hanyang and Guangshik baffled and unable to move. Xiangwu offered a mock apology and walked away with his men, their laughter echoing across the field. Guangshik, his face red with fury, screamed at Minjun, asking why he wasn't doing anything. He threatened to go over and teach the man a lesson right then. Minjun remained still, doubling down on his calm demeanor, but his eyes told a different story. He looked extremely angry, even as he told his men it was okay. He explained that it was fine because they would inevitably meet him again soon. Our boy was clearly calculating a way to use the trench combat training to return the humiliation in full. The stage was set for a very heavy collision. The 4th Battalion squad remained on standby, their presence marked by a quiet tension as they waited for their turn in the arena. Corporal Chamari, her pink hair a sharp contrast to the dull military environment, sighed heavily as she sat with her teammates. She muttered about the pointlessness of the training, noting how exhausting it was to be constantly grappling with others. Beside her, the black-haired Yan Hijo agreed, explaining that the high-stakes comparison of battalion strength meant they would face severe consequences if they didn't perform well. They realized with a sense of collective weight that they were the only squad from their battalion to make it this far. Nearby, the higher-ups were still locked in their petty disputes. Colonel Ko Jung-cheol grumbled about the slander directed toward him, while the 4th Battalion commander, Yu Jihye, watched the proceedings with a stony, focused expression. Chamari glanced toward her boss and sensed the simmering anger there, recognizing that failure was not an option. Suddenly, an instructor's voice cut through the murmurs, calling the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad to the stage. The match began with a heavy clash of bodies. Yan Hijo found herself locked in a struggle with a larger male soldier, her efforts seemingly futile as she tried to budge him from the arena. On the other hand, Chamari ran frantically from one of the men, pleading to be left alone. By the corner, 2 privates did their best to push one of the men away, but he didn't budge. However, Sergeant Osabiol didn't hesitate. She surged forward, grabbed the man from behind, and tossed him away with a sudden, powerful heave. Before he could recover his footing, she grappled his leg and sent him tumbling out of the stadium. Across the arena, Chamari was being pursued by another opponent. She led him on a brief chase before suddenly stopping and catching his reaching hand. With a fluid, spinning movement, she used his own momentum against him, twirling him into the air. He hit the ground with a dull thud and fainted instantly, a feat that Oh Satbiol had fully expected from the competent corporal. Meanwhile, Yan Hijo continued her battle until Son Yunseo intervened. One of the guys tried to tackle Yun Hiju from behind, but Yunseo grabbed the incoming attacker by the shirt and threw him straight to the ground. Hijo took the opening, thanked Yunseo, and shoved her own opponent out of bounds. As the squad gathered after the victory, the men remaining were surprised, though they didn't expect much from the young ones, but this was just embarrassing. 2 more men entered the stadium, laughing about the reputation of Choi Song-woo and claiming this year would be their start. They dashed toward the women, but Oh Sat-biol met them head-on. She grabbed both men by their waists, halting their momentum. Though they laughed and questioned if she intended to fight them alone, they soon sensed her unusual strength. The rest of the squad, Chamari, Yan Hijo, and Sun Yunseo rushed in to assist. With a coordinated, simultaneous push, they sent the 2 men tumbling dazed out of the arena. The instructor announced the victory for the 4th Battalion, and the girls walked out cheering. Minjun watched them from the sidelines, his expression calm but observant. he deduced that they possessed excellent teamwork and high individual skill. Jiang Hanyang and Kim Guangshik were equally impressed, their previous bravado momentarily silenced by the display. Hanyang looked at the tournament map, realizing that if they were to face Choi Seongwoo in the final round, Seongwoo had to keep winning. They were desperate to humiliate the man who had disrespected them earlier. However, their resolve began to waver for a much simpler reason. As the 4th Battalion squad descended from the stage, Chamari spotted Minjun and began to wave elegantly. Hanyang and Guangshik were baffled, wondering if the beautiful corporal was waving at them. As she continued to wave at a nonchalant Minjun, the two men suddenly felt their hearts soften. Hanyang whispered that he wasn't sure he was ready to teach anyone a lesson anymore, while Guangshik reasoned that people can be arrogant sometimes, and perhaps they could forgive Choi Seongwoo. They decided then and there to stop their offensive plans and cheer for the 4th Battalion instead. Our boy glanced at the two of them and muttered that they were complete dumbasses, clearly bewildered by how easily they had been swayed. As the day progressed, the commanders continued their observations. Jeon Song-kyun laughed at the perfect matches unfolding, while Yoo Ji-hye remained silent and composed. The announcer then called the next match, the 2nd Battalion's 2nd squad against the 1st Battalion's 4th squad. Yoo Ji-hye's attention perked up, knowing this was Minjun's platoon. She remembered how fond Division Commander Do Seok-kyung was of the boy, which made her feel a slight, lingering discomfort. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanyang and Kim Guangshik approached Minjun, excitedly mentioning that a first-place finish would earn the squad a vacation. Minjun looked at them with a flat expression, stating plainly that he had no desire to go on vacation with them. The two pouted, suggesting that perhaps they shouldn't try for first place then. Minjun bared them no mind as he continued his steady walk toward the arena. A small smile played on his lips as he told them they could simply spend their time separately, but regardless of their plans, they were going to win. The stadium atmosphere grew dense as the two teams lined up, the physical weight of the moment settling over the spectators. The coordinator signaled for readiness, and the shrill blast of the whistle shattered the silence. In an instant, the opposing team surged forward, but our boys' squad met them with a momentum that was far more grounded and deliberate. Lee Sung-go moved with surprising grace, grabbing two of the other men and beginning to push them backwards. Beside him, Jeong Han-young and Kim Guangshik began to push the other men back as well. They were shocked, wondering if the men were way too light, as it was almost as if it was way too easy for them. Behind the fray, the opposing leader watched his men fall back in disorientation. Minjun stepped into the frame, his movements steady and calm. He decided to use this moment to test his developing abilities. As an opponent dashed toward him, Minjun focused on the demonic energy swirling within, activating his grasp skill. He simply used the skill to catch the man's leg mid-stride, pulling him off balance. As the soldier stumbled, our boy grabbed him by the head and thrashed him toward the ground with a sickening thud. A small, subtle smile played on Minjun's lips as he realized he could easily manipulate an opponent's center of gravity. The fallen man rose, his mind clouded by brain fog as he struggled to understand how he had been tripped. He lunged again, but Minjun simply pulled his hand forward in a sharp motion. The soldier fell face flat into the dirt. Minjun realized he couldn't let the observers suspect he was using an invisible force. He beckoned the man forward with a teasing wave, maintaining the appearance of a standard match. When the man stood up for a final attempt, Minjun decided the fooling around had reached its limit. He dashed forward with explosive speed, dodging a desperate grapple before slipping behind the man. He gripped the soldier's belly and heaved him over the boundary. Before the man could even fathom what was happening, he was flying through the air, landing well outside the arena. As expected, Minjun's team transitioned smoothly into the final round. However, they did not end up with the first squad of the 1st Battalion as their opponents, contrary to Guangshik's expectations. As they marched toward the final arena, Jiang Han-young glared at their upcoming opponents. He noted that they looked like former wrestlers, a fact Kim Guangshik confirmed by mentioning that Choi Seongwoo had wrestled until high school before his awakening changed his path. Han-young observed that judging by the man's poor game manners, his skills were likely poor, despite his history of winning competitions. The tension between the two squads was palpable. Han-young was particularly incensed because of how Seongwoo had conducted himself in the quarterfinals against Oh Sat-byul's team. The memory was vivid. Seongwoo's squad hadn't simply pushed the ladies out. They had systematically subdued and humiliated them, ending the match with a brutal 6-0 score without a single out-of-bounds push. It was technically within the rules of combat training, but the lack of warmth or sportsmanship was evident. As the teams faced off for the final lineup, Han-young asked if Seongwoo intended to fight them all alone. Seongwoo smiled mockingly. noting he wouldn't dare try that with the infamous Sergeant Lee Songho present. He then turned his gaze toward Minjun, remarking that he thought beating up Minjun's little girlfriend, referring to the pink-haired Sha-Marie, would piss him off. But he was surprised to see Minjun so unfazed. The claim left Minjun's team dumbfounded. Guangxik quickly retracted his earlier assumptions about the waving, looking flustered as he realized the lady had indeed been cheering for Minjun all along. Hanyang, trying to defend Minjun's honor in his own way, shouted that Minjun didn't care for real girls, only for Lumi, a beginner NPC from a game called Dungeon Power Fighter. The arena fell into a confused silence before Xiongwu and his men erupted into frantic laughter. Songwu mocked Minjun for having a crush on a 2D character, calling him a pathetic loser. Minjun's face went blank, showing no emotion, which only made his teammates more worried that he was reaching a breaking point. The coordinator called for the match to begin. Xiongwu wiped tears of laughter from his eyes, promising to go easy so Minjun could get back home safe. The whistle blew. Minjun's teammates dashed forward in a wave of heat and aggression, leaving Minjun standing alone in the center. Choi Xiongwu charged straight for our boy, screaming to ask if he was still spacing out. But the moment he reached out to grab him, Minjun struck. He unleashed a wave of energy that hit with the weight of a falling mountain, catching Xiongwu completely off guard. The stadium fell into a heavy, bewildered silence the moment Minjun struck Choi Xiongwu. The impact was so sudden and the weight of the blow so absolute that Xiongwu could only clutch his face in a state of pure rage and disorientation. He reasoned to himself that he must have simply taken a wrong step, pleading with the circumstances to let this slide just once. Even the coordinator was baffled, his gaze lingering on Minjun as he tried to grasp what had just occurred. Our boy merely offered a blank sign, as if he were just as clueless as everyone else. The coordinator looked toward Battalion Commander Lee Junbiam for guidance. Junbiam simply waved his hand, signaling that the match should proceed exactly as it was. Though the official felt a lingering discomfort, he warned the participants to avoid unnecessary clashes, reminding them that while he would record the performance, direct hitting remained strictly banned. Xiongwu, however, was past the point of rules. He glared at Minjun, hissing him for the cute display, and swearing that the playfulness was over. In response, our boy offered a maniacal smile that set a chilling tone for the arena. Minjun mentioned that he wasn't quite done being cute yet. Before Xiongwu could even focus his attention, Minjun suddenly dashed out of his line of sight. Xiongwu was confused, suspecting that Minjun was simply planning to run around the perimeter, but he was soon hit by a wave of shock. Minjun didn't target the enemy. Instead, he surged toward his own teammates, Jiang Hanyang and Sergeant Lee Songho. With two swift, heavy strikes, he sent them flying out of the stadium. Minjun didn't stop there. Moving with a deliberate and terrifying rhythm, he dashed between the remaining participants, striking both his own team members and the opposing side with equal force. He cleared the arena until only one person remained on the opposing team. Minjun turned his gaze back to Xiongwu, his strange smile growing wider. In the stands, Jian Songkyun began to scream, demanding that the match be stopped. However, Battalion Commander Lee Junbiam remained calm. He reasoned that Minjun hadn't actually broken any rules, so there was no legitimate cause to interfere. Songkyun complained that it wasn't normal for a soldier to take out his own teammates, and though the battalion commander was momentarily out of words, he sat back down and fathomed that he could no longer make excuses for the boy's behavior. When Songkyun asked who would take responsibility for potential injuries, Yojihye intervened, noting that the judge would handle things just as he had in the earlier matches, a chilling response that left Jeon Sungkyun baffled. Back in the dirt, Xiongwu tried to regain his composure. He suspected that Minjun had cleared the field to make this a one-on-one wrestling match. He laughed, grabbing Minjun's belt and concluding that strength meant nothing without wrestling technique. He pulled with every ounce of his power, but he realized with growing disorientation that Minjun wasn't budging. Our boy then reached down and raised Xiongwu up as easily as if he were carrying a baby, before striking him straight into the ground. As Xiongwu lay there coughing, Minjun told the son of a bitch to get up. Songwu was shocked, wondering what had happened to the techniques he had mastered. He sensed that Minjun was truly dangerous. When our boy dashed forward again, Xiongwu tried to surrender, but Minjun grabbed him and tumbled him to the ground before he could finish the sentence. Minjun gripped him once more, asking who had given him permission to give up. Raising the screaming man high, Minjun leaned in close. He mentioned that Luminona wasn't just some 2D character. With a powerful, arching movement, he executed a devastating chokeslam, The spectators watched in astonishment as Xiongwu's body hit the earth with finality. While Chamari was excited by the raw display and Sun Yunseo was taken aback by the intensity, the result was clear. Choi Xiongwu lay unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Our boy glared down at the defeated man, clarifying that Lumi was his absolute favorite in the world. The whistle finally blew, and the coordinator announced the victory for the 2nd Battalion's 2nd Squad. Minjun walked out of the arena to find his team waiting for him. He expected them to be furious, and he offered a sheepish excuse about getting a bit too excited. To his surprise, their mood shifted instantly to praise. They huddled around him, noting that he hadn't even broken a sweat. Guangxik mentioned it was the most impactful match he had ever seen, watching the infamous Xiongwu get destroyed in a one-on-one. Jiang Hanyang added that it was refreshing to see the bully crushed, even suggesting that if Minjun had wanted the match to be dramatic, he should have just asked them to cooperate beforehand. Minjun was baffled by their positive reaction, but he concluded that it was a good outcome regardless. However, a voice from behind cut through the celebration. Sergeant Lee Sungwoo approached, looking annoyed. He mentioned that no matter the reason, one cannot justify team kills, and he expressed his deep disappointment before walking away. Minjun realized he had likely crossed a line. Yet, as Sungwoo walked off, he secretly smiled. He understood that if he let his guard down, he might become our boy's prey one day, and he vowed to win the next time they met. The training concluded with a formal ceremony. Yu Jihye delivered a speech to the assembled troops before presenting the medal for the guerrilla training trench combat to Minjun. As he was officially recognized as the Guerrilla King, the troops saluted him, marking the end of the grueling process. Later, back at the camp, Kim Guangxik finished changing his clothes. Lee Sunggo called out to him, noting they would be leaving soon. Guangxik mentioned he was heading to the bathroom, grumbling to himself about why Hunter Corps members had to do guerrilla training. He dreaded the long walk back to the base. However, his thoughts were interrupted when Sun Yunseo walked into his space. Guangxik turned to look at her, a fond expression crossing his face as she stood there before him. The next day, following the intense conclusion of the 104th Division's guerrilla training, a heavy sense of anticipation replaced the exhaustion within the camp. Kim Guangxik and Jiang Hanyang huddled together, their voices low as they navigated a topic they knew was dangerous. Guangxik warned that they needed to be incredibly careful, but Hanyang remained firm, reasoning that even if they were disciplined for it later, they had to push forward with their plan. They both knew the risk of the sergeant finding out, but Guangxik dismissed the fear, noting that getting forgiveness is often easier than getting permission. Their scheme relied on lure and timing. Guangxik explained to Hanyang that they simply needed to bring the targets to the rendezvous point, confident that once there, events would take their own course. They turned their attention to the young troop member, Li Dongjin, emphasizing that his role was the most important. And Dongjin eventually pointed out that the eastern part of Gyeonggi-do was the only logical borderline for their meeting, as any other location would take too long to reach. The tension of the secret meeting was interrupted by the buzz of Guangxik's phone. He checked the message and saw it was from Hunter Sun Yunseo. She thanked him for the number and asked if they could speak. The conversation was long, but it reached a turning point when Yunseo asked if he could provide Kim Minjun's personal number. Hanyang worried that such a move would lead to them being caught, but Dongjin pointed out the obvious. Since they were in the same squad and lived together, claiming they didn't know the number would be entirely unbelievable. As Guangxik grappled with the decision, Hanyang grew frustrated, declaring the situation a mess and stating that he wanted nothing to do with it if things went south. He and the others walked out, leaving Guangxik alone in the cold. Guangxik called after them, wondering if the sergeant might actually want to hang out too, but his words were met with silence as his teammates disappeared into the camp. Inside the facility, Minjun walked out of the training room, his focus entirely on his status window. He reviewed the results of the guerrilla training and recognized that his stats had increased significantly. He felt a sense of gratitude toward Choi Sung-woo, realizing that the intensity of their fight had been the catalyst for this growth. Though raising stats past 60 had become a slow, heavy grind, he noted with excitement that his agility had increased by 1 and his strength had jumped by 5. The quiet of the training ground was filled with the rhythmic sound of Minjun lifting dumbbells. He was pleased with the progress until Lee Banggu called out to him. Minjun dropped the weights with a heavy thud, his annoyance clear as Banggu asked if he could have some soup. Minjun questioned why he was being asked for food when he had already provided Banggu with money to take care of himself. Banggu simply thanked him, his strange happiness only irritating Minjun further. Banggu then mentioned that he had discovered a mysterious aura. This caught Minjun's interest immediately, and he scolded Banggu for not leading with such an important detail. He asked if it was demonic energy, but Banggu clarified that while it wasn't demonic, it was definitely foreign, an aura he had never sensed during his time in Asgard. Just as Banggu was about to explain further, he stopped abruptly, stating that the soup had arrived and asking if he could finish the story after eating. Minjun, berating him for the ill-timed break, gave up on his workout. Picking up his phone, Minjun found a text from Son Yunseo. He felt a wave of disorientation, wondering why everyone was suddenly trying to contact him and how she had obtained his number. Before he could process it, Guangxik dashed into the room, screaming for Minjun to stop before he could block the contact. Guangxik grabbed his hand, pleading with him to reconsider. He argued that such a chance was rare, and that as a sergeant moving toward higher positions, Minjun needed to consider the mental health and morale of his subordinates. Minjun was baffled, asking what on earth Guangxik was talking about. He quickly reasoned that Guangxik was the one who had distributed his number. Guangxik admitted to it, asking for understanding and explaining that they were all giving their best to the military, and small gestures like this kept them going. Minjun's expression shifted into a strange, cold smile. He noted that they were currently in the training room and suggested that Guangxik better start answering his questions clearly and immediately. A week later, on a quiet Sunday, the scene shifted to the vibrant atmosphere of Thunderland. A large group of soldiers from Minjun's battalion arrived, their presence grounding the space. Zhang Hanyang thanked Minjun for the opportunity, admitting he never imagined he would be there. Guangxik, still bitter about the earlier abandonment, called Hanyang a traitor and reminded him of what it took to organize the outing. Minjun interjected, clarifying that they weren't there because of Guangxik's efforts alone. He noted that Jin Cheolho had expressed a strong desire to come, and they should be grateful to him instead. Hanyang laughed, adding that he was surprised Sergeant Lee Sungho had given permission so easily. Sungho replied that he simply thought this was better than hanging out with just the men all day. As the group looked around for the ladies from the 4th Battalion, they spotted them near the ticketing area. However, the atmosphere shifted instantly as they noticed a towering, stern presence standing behind the women. It was the father of Sun Yunseo. Hanyang was struck by a sense of bewilderment, wondering if the man was a gangster. Sergeant Lee Sungho immediately called the group to attention, and they all saluted the imposing figure. Li Dongjin recognized the man as Son Taeho, the 107th Division commander, having seen him on television. The revelation sent a shock through the troop members. Yunseo tried to plead with her father to leave, having only expected him to drop her off, but Taeho smiled and insisted on staying long enough to greet the hunters walking with her. He gently removed her hand from his and walked toward the soldiers. Our boy stood his ground, though he felt a flicker of confusion as the commander approached. Son Taeho was a massive man, literally towering over Minjun with a sturdy, serious demeanor. He stopped directly in front of Minjun, his gaze stern and piercing. He questioned if he was indeed Kim Minjun, his voice carrying the full weight of his authority. Much later, the atmosphere at the park shifted to a buzz of anticipation as the group began to collect their tickets for the rides. Cha Mari was particularly swept up in the excitement, turning back to urge Minjun to hurry since their time was limited. In her haste, she grabbed him by the hand to pull him along, a gesture that drew immediate attention from the others. Corporal Yoon Hyeju observed the scene with a quiet sense of bewilderment, recalling that she had specifically advised Mari not to use such a formal tone with him. While they moved through the crowd, Zhang Hanyang and Kim Guangxik assured the ladies that they had planned the most efficient, time-saving routine possible, promising to handle everything. The troop members followed them eagerly, while their superiors, Sergeant Lee Seungmo and Sergeant Oh Satbiol, lagged behind. Satbiol exhaled a weary breath, admitting she truly disliked crowded places like this. Sungho found himself in agreement, mentioning that he preferred spending his weekend working out alone. Satbiol sensed a shared personality trait in him, though she suddenly shifted the topic to ask how heavy he could squat, a question that left him momentarily stunned into silence. As the day progressed, the steady rhythm of the park took over. The troop members were seen on a variety of rides, their screams of excitement filling the surroundings. Minjun, however, was clearly not enjoying himself, maintaining a grounded and stoic presence amidst the chaos. They eventually stopped to pick out various animal headbands before moving on to more intense, faster rides. In a quieter corner of the park, the group watched with interest as Sungho and Setbiol engaged in a spontaneous arm wrestling match, adding a layer of competitive heat to the outing. Eventually, they arrived at a shooting gallery called the Cowboy Hunter, where 10 shots were offered for 10,000 won. Kim Guangxik was the first to step up. gripping the rifle and calmly targeting the structures. Despite his focus, he only managed to win a small apple, a result that left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Zhang Hanyang stepped forward with a smirk, questioning Guangxik's skills as a soldier, and promising to show everyone how an expert handled a weapon. The ladies murmured in approval of his posture, but after he fired, he too walked away with nothing but a small consolation prize. The embarrassment of his teammates paved the way for Minjun to take his turn. He had spotted something specific, a limited edition Lumi keyring from the game Dungeon Power Fighter. He was baffled that such a legendary item was still available, and recognized that it had to be his. Our boy grabbed the gun and fired with a deliberate, mechanical precision that surprised the shop owner. After landing every shot, Minjun dropped the rifle, leaving one bullet remaining. The owner pointed out the extra round, but Minjun simply stated he didn't need it. The ladies discussed his performance in hushed tones, confused as to why he would leave the final shot. But Chamari secretly hoped his restraint was a gesture for her. Minjun took the gift he had actually wanted, his usual stoicism breaking into a genuine, excited smile. He realized that coming to the park had been a great idea after all, as this was the only moment of true happiness he had found on the trip. His teammates could only laugh at his sudden change in mood as he began to play with his new prize. While Guangxik began directing the group toward their next destination, San Yunseo called out to Minjun. She was curious about the conversation he had held with her father earlier. Minjun's mind drifted back to the quiet of the car park. Division Commander Son Taeho had dragged him away from the festivities, apologizing for the interruption during his vacation. Minjun had remained firm, stating it was no trouble, and asking what the commander wished to discuss. Taeho had been surprised by the boy's confidence. He reached out and gripped Minjun's arm, pressing down on his shoulders with a heavy, testing weight. Minjun stayed firm, glaring back at the commander without budging. Taeho eventually removed his hand and smiled, recognizing that the boy was well trained. He reached into his car and produced a box containing a wristband, an item retrieved from a dungeon. He explained that while it was intended for general ranks, he was giving it to Minjun because his daughter owed him. He noted that while military evaluations weren't yet perfect, the item was designed to raise stats in random proportions. Our boy recognized this as a total jackpot. Taeho instructed him to use it well and keep the gift a secret, mentioning that they should share a meal if Minjun ever visited Daejeon. However, the commander's tone turned cold and stern for his final warning. If Minjun ever tried anything with his daughter, Taeho would kill him. Minjun had simply pocketed the wristband, assuring the commander that his concerns were unnecessary. Returning to the present, Minjun told Yunseo that the talk was nothing serious. He showed her the business card her father had given him, explaining that the commander offered to treat him to a meal if he ever came to Daejeon. Yunseo was surprised, but Minjun reasoned that her father was likely just bothered by the fact that she owed him for carrying her after she broke her leg. This realization caused Yunseo to blush. She thanked him for dealing with her father, but Minjun stretched out his hand, noting that he would have the man buy him an expensive meal, so everything was fine. As the activities continued, Kim Guangxik approached Chamari to ask why she had suggested they all hang out together. Mari smiled, reminding him of how her squad had been humiliated by Choi Seong-woo in the trench combat. She explained that because Minjun had taken revenge for them, they felt a need to repay the favor. Sergeant Oh Sat-byul joined the conversation, confirming that lunch would be on the ladies. The ladies walked off to order, leaving the men standing in a state of sudden, distraught realization. They gathered that they had played no actual part in the fight and had only been invited as an afterthought to Minjun's victory. Guangxik began to tear up, realizing with a sense of irony that Minjun's revenge had actually been for Lumi Nona, not for the ladies at all. Meanwhile, at a guarded dungeon site in Deokju, Lee Bonggu arrived in the form of a crow, observing the surroundings with a sharp eye. He watched the soldiers on patrol, including Lee Sang-jin. One of the soldiers mentioned the discovery of a mana stone estimated to weigh 100 kilograms within the cave walls. Sang-jin looked into the depths of the dungeon, a smile crossing his face at the excitement of such a find. After a long day in the mystical magic Thunderland, the hunters gathered outside, standing side by side as the ladies began to wave the men off. The atmosphere was light and shared a lingering warmth from the day's activities. Chamari mentioned to the group that the experience had been truly fun, while Oh Sat-byul told the guys to return home safely. Kim Guangxik responded that they had enjoyed themselves as well, promising that the men would be the ones to pay for the meals during their next outing. Sun Yunseo gave a slight wave toward Minjun as they prepared to depart for their respective stations. As the men walked toward the bus they were about to board, Minjun's ears buzzed with a message from Lee Bonggu. The tone was urgent, with Bonggu calling out to his master that there was a problem. Minjun felt a flicker of frustration, warning Bonggu that if this was another request to buy food, the consequences would be dire. However, Bonggu explained that the dungeon he was currently watching appeared extremely suspicious, noting that the site was supposed to be under investigation, and he had already planned to start his vacation in Daejeon the following day. Bonggu clarified that while there had only been restriction signs and guards recently, the area had suddenly become frantic with activity, signaling a genuine issue. Minjun grew angry, instructing Lee Bonggu to keep reporting continuously until he arrived. The next afternoon in Daejeon, the bus arrived, and Minjun stepped down into a scene he could only describe as a total mess. He made his way to the entrance of the dungeon, where the environment felt heavy and tense. Soldiers were busy pushing wheelbarrows filled with mana crystals out from the depths of the cave. Minjun pulled the card from his pocket, wondering if showing it to the staff would grant him a tour of the facility, or if such a direct approach would be ineffective. Suddenly, a crow appeared beside him. Minjun recognized the bird and questioned if it was Lee Bonggu, noting that his appearance seemed different. Bonggu confirmed his identity, mentioning that he had been on diligent watch duty until the very second Minjun arrived. He explained that he had heard reports of 100 kilograms of mana stones being found. Minjun understood the gravity of that number. Finding that much mana stone was a feat one might only achieve in Isgard with extreme luck. It was an amount nearly 100 times greater than a standard find. As they stood near the entrance, Minjun sensed a strange foreign energy emitting from the depths. He asked if this was the otherworldly aura Bonggu had mentioned. Bonggu confirmed it, sensing an ominous energy he couldn't quite identify, especially since no monsters were yet detectable inside. Minjun noted that it made sense Bonggu wouldn't recognize it, as he himself had only encountered it once in his life. Before Bonggu could ask for more detail, the situation at the gate escalated. Tentacles suddenly erupted from within the dungeon, lashing out to snatch the surrounding workers. The scene turned to chaos. Someone screamed for everyone to get away from the gates, and people began to run frantically. The commander ordered his men to abandon the mana stones and retreat. When troop members cried out that a platoon was still trapped inside, the commander strictly ordered them to stay back, rather than attempt a rescue. Minjun saw his opening and dashed into the fray. He realized that this was a fake dungeon. A troop member tried to stop him, warning that the situation was dangerous, but Minjun ignored the command. He identified himself as Sergeant Kim Minjun of the 104th Division, and declared his intention to open the dungeon from the inside, requesting that the man report the situation to the division. Before anyone could fathom how he planned to do so, he jumped into the yawning mouth of the cave. The entrance sealed shut instantly, leaving the commander outside in a state of total shock, realizing they were in deep trouble. Inside, Minjun received a notification that he had entered the dungeon. He stood on the ground and looked up to find 5 troop members, 2 privates and 3 private first-class soldiers, looking completely bewildered. Minjun asked if anyone else was present, and when they questioned his identity, he introduced himself as a sergeant who had been passing by. He gathered that they were confused, so he promised to explain later, asking instead if anyone was injured and instructing them to check their equipment. The men dropped their gear, and Minjun was annoyed to see how little they had. They explained they were only the transportation team, and that the inspection team had already departed. Minjun sat down, his mind clouded by the illogical decision to leave a transportation team alone in such a place. He told them to take back their gear, explaining that they were currently inside a fake dungeon. The men were baffled, so Minjun simplified it. They had to consider the entire dungeon as one giant monster that lures people in to swallow them, using the mana crystals as bait. Seeing their fear, Minjun offered a small, reassuring smile. He took responsibility for their safety, promising to get them out of that shitty place if they followed his orders. He explained that they would have to fight their way toward the center. When one of the soldiers asked if there were monsters, Minjun pointed out that the fight had already begun. From the ground behind them, mud-faced, slime-like creatures began to erupt, growling with a heavy sound. The soldiers were disoriented, but our boy didn't hesitate. He pushed off from his position and dashed toward the creatures. The impact was immediate and absolute. Minjun's punches landed with such weight that the monsters exploded on contact. He took a firm stance and told the men to stay behind him. One of the troop members, Private First Class Lim Daejeong, realized who was standing in front of them. He whispered that this must be the man from the hunter community, who became a sergeant in record time. While they talked, Our boy continued to lay waste to the horde, striking each creature down with a single, devastating blow. The invisible monster of the Hunter Corps was at work. What a beautiful, one-sided slaughter. Outside the dungeon entrance, the heavy silence was shattered by a booming voice calling for Li Sangjin. It was the division commander, Sun Taeho. When Sangjin attempted to respond with a formal salutation, Taeho cut him off with a roar of pure fury, grabbing him by the shirt and demanding to know what he had been doing. Sangjin, visibly shaken, explained that he was merely retrieving the mana stones found within the cave. Taeho's anger only intensified as he questioned who had given such an order. He berated Sangjin for failing to conduct the dungeon investigation he was ordered to do, expressing his disbelief that Sangjin would dare deploy soldiers without a raid team in a fake dungeon of all places. Sangjin attempted to justify his actions, claiming that after a 2-week investigation, the dungeon had been confirmed as empty, and he was only trying to secure the stones safely. Taeho dismissed this as nonsense, realizing that Sangjin had put soldiers in a deadly situation merely to pad his own track record without permission. He threw Sangjin aside, warning him to be ready to take off his uniform regardless of the outcome. He stared into the dark mouth of the dungeon, vowing that if there was even a single casualty, he would hold Sangjin personally responsible and see him in prison. Deep inside the fake dungeon, Minjun stood among the remains of the small monsters he had just laid waste to. He looked toward the troop members behind him, his frustration evident as he asked why they kept interfering when he had said he would handle the combat. The men sheepishly replied that they only wanted to help. Minjun explained the mechanics of their environment with a calm, deliberate tone. He noted that they had to push through these parasites to reach the center. These creatures were extensions of the fake dungeon itself, designed to absorb any prey that wandered inside. He warned them that as they neared the heart of the dungeon at the center, the monsters would begin swarming in massive numbers. He reasoned that the men needed to save their stamina until then, because if they were injured now, the entire group would be in trouble. The troop members looked at Minjun with a sense of awe. He offered a small smile, though he understood a truth he didn't share. While his explanation sounded plausible, his primary motivation was the massive amount of experience points this place provided. He intended to claim every last bit for himself. He then signaled for them to move forward, and the men followed with newfound enthusiasm. They soon arrived at a different area where more monsters erupted from the earth. In front of the horde stood a glowing orb, which the creatures seemed to be protecting. Minjun observed the men behind him, deducing that their low stats were causing their stamina to drain just from being inside the dungeon's heavy environment. He knew that if he had forced them to fight, some might not have made it this far. He told the men that they were almost there, and that they just needed to smash the orb to escape. He instructed them to stay in the rear and focus entirely on defense, promising to finish the task in no time. The men saluted with a firm response. Minjun then turned his attention back to the enemy and dashed forward. He realized that since there were witnesses, he should refrain from using his specialized skills. He dodged the monster's clumsy attacks and dashed past them, leaping into the air. The momentum of his jump was immense. As he descended, he shattered one of the creatures instantly upon impact. He jumped again, striking the rest with swings of his hands that caused them to splatter like mere mud. The monsters seemed shocked, unable to grasp the sheer weight of the strength being leveled against them. Minjun paused for a moment, smiling as he challenged them to bring him more experience. However, he soon sensed a shift in the surroundings. He realized the orb was emitting a high level of demonic energy, and quickly identified it as poison. He warned the troop members to stand back as the orb released a massive cloud of gas. While Minjun knew he would be fine due to his poison immunity, he grasped that the others would be trapped and killed by the fog. He needed to clear the space quickly. In that moment, the bracelet in his pocket began to glow with a sudden warmth. A notification informed him that the item was reacting to the demonic energy and that its hidden power had been unlocked. He pulled out the bracelet of imitation, remembering the division commander's words about its dungeon origins. A notification screen explained that the item allowed the caster to use any skill they knew of, even those they didn't currently possess, though the item would disappear after one use. Minjun realized he was insanely lucky. He reasoned that he knew the perfect skill for this crisis. As the poison fog ran rampant, Minjun concentrated. He used the bracelet to channel the creation of a gigantic foreign sword, a sight that left the soldiers behind him completely bewildered. He rested the heavy blade on his shoulder, smiling. This was the unique skill of a dark knight, a monster he had once struggled to catch and would never forget. He raised the sword high and activated the skill, Banishment. The demonic sword ripped through the physical space of the dungeon, creating a dark rift. The resulting force was so immense it propelled everything forward. The monsters and the poison gas from the orb were all swept up, flying into the space rift. It was a convenient and absolute erasure. As the poison seeped out and the orb began to crack, the sword dissipated into nothingness. Minjun stared at the shattered remains and smiled, sensing the end. Suddenly, the voice of Li Banggu echoed in his head, warning him of a big problem. Outside, soldiers were installing a mana bomb at the entrance. The announcement came that the installation was complete, and that all non-essential personnel were to evacuate. Minjun was momentarily shocked by the mention of a bomb, but he quickly regained his composure. He walked toward the shattered orb and told Banggu not to worry. He realized their assignment inside was already completed, and that they were leaving right now. Outside the portal, a soldier approached Division Commander Son Taiho and handed him the detonator for the mana bombs. Taiho looked at the small device, his mind clouded by the risk. He recognized that while the explosion might force the gate open, it could just as easily provoke a catastrophic reaction from the dungeon. Still, he fathomed that they had no other choice. His thoughts drifted back to his arrival on the scene, remembering the disorientation he felt when he was told that Minjun from the 104th Division was inside. He had questioned why a soldier would be in a dungeon so far from his station. The guards had informed him that the young man had rushed into the gates immediately after stating his affiliation. When Taeho asked if the 104th had been contacted, he was told that Minjun's battalion commander was already en route. Knowing Minjun was inside provided a small, flickering spark of hope in an otherwise grim situation. In the present, Taeho looked at the detonator once more. The troop members had been evacuated to a safe distance, and the realization hit him that the men inside had been trapped for 4 hours without proper equipment. He wanted to trust in Minjun, but he reasoned that they could no longer afford to delay. Suddenly, a strange, heavy wave of energy rippled from the portal. The stone-like seal covering the entrance began to crack with a sharp, tectonic sound. A soldier called out to the division commander that the gate was changing. Taiho didn't wait. He sprinted toward the portal, shouting orders for the medics to prepare convoys for survivors and for all field officers to arrive armed. Taiho reached the entrance and, with a display of raw physical power, grabbed the remaining seal and tore it to shreds. He ripped a hole through the barrier, his hands working with a mechanical rhythm as he cleared the way. An ambulance arrived swiftly, and a medic reported for duty, but Taeho simply ordered them to stand by as he continued to dismantle the portal's seal. Silhouettes began to emerge from the darkness. 3 troop members stepped out first, prompting Taeho to feel a surge of genuine relief. He called them brats as he grabbed them, checking for injuries. The soldiers informed him that everyone was safe, and the raid had been a success. Finally, Minjun emerged, carrying the last exhausted soldier. Our boy looked a bit flustered as he found Taiho's gaze fixed on him. Despite the tension, Minjun snapped into a stern salute. Taeho, his face softening, wore a smile and saluted back. That evening, the two sat in Taeho's office at the 107th Division headquarters, sharing tea. Minjun explained his presence, stating that he had come to Daejeon to take Taeho up on his offer of a meal. Taeho was shocked that someone would use their vacation for such a reason. Minjun added that as soon as he arrived, he happened to pass the gate right when the accident occurred, and his body simply moved on its own. While Minjun knew the excuse was far-fetched, he realized he had no other choice. Taeho began to laugh, noting that Minjun seemed more eccentric the more he looked at him. He understood then why Du Seokyung cherished the boy so much. He thanked Minjun for clearing the fake dungeon without a single loss. A truly great feat. However, the tone turned serious as Taeho observed that Minjun was standing out too much. He cautioned that the Hunter Corps headquarters would already be paying attention to him. He promised that if any trouble arose, he and the 104th Division commander would step up to protect him. When Taeho offered to grant a personal request as a sign of gratitude, Minjun asked for a promotion. Taeho laughed it off, noting that such a thing wasn't up to him. Minjun then spotted a crystal on the table, identical to the ones he had taken earlier. He sensed a faint, refined demonic energy coming from it, and realized he hadn't noticed it until now. When Taeho asked if he wanted it, Minjun claimed it was his first time seeing such a stone, but that he wanted to add it to his collection. Taeho chuckled at the bizarre hobby, but mentioned that since it was a dungeon byproduct, it shouldn't be taken outside. However, seeing the enthusiasm in Minjun's eyes, Taeho mentioned a recent burglary at his house that had left him with only this one. Not realizing the rascal thief was sitting right in front of him, he handed the crystal to Minjun. As Minjun took the gift, he sensed a growing, comfortable bond with the commander. Taeho then cleared his throat and asked about Minjun's relationship with his daughter. Minjun firmly stated they were fellow hunters and nothing more. Visibly pleased by the answer, Taeho dismissed him, telling him to send his battalion commander in on his way out. Much later that evening, Minjun sat outside with Lee Bonggu. Bonggu was noisily eating, drawing a sharp complaint from Minjun to keep his mouth closed. In the quiet of the night, Minjun crushed the crystal in his hand, absorbing its demonic energy. He felt his stats increasing. 1, 2, 3, 4 points. He reasoned that the effectiveness was reaching its limit as his energy grew higher. Suddenly, a notification appeared. He had unlocked the skill, Demonic Energy Whip. Minjun was excited because this would go on to play a pivotal role in his combat method moving forward. Meanwhile, in Gyeonggi-do, a tense meeting was underway at the Hunter Corps headquarters. Lieutenant General Kim Chang-mo was shouting at Son Taeho, berating him for the accident. He warned that the 107th Division would soon be audited and that Taeho was lucky to still have his uniform. Do Seo-kyung sat silently in the room as Chang-mo ordered that Lee Sung-jin be sent to HQ the following day. Suddenly, the doors swung open. Kim Chang-mo stood and saluted immediately as a high-ranking man entered the space. The pressure in the room just doubled. The man carried the weight of 4 stars on his shoulder, his presence filling the room as he spoke. The man, the high-ranking General Ji-yu Hakcheol, simply smiled at the gathered officers. He told them that it was finally time. He then looked at them and asked if it was Minjun again. It was clear to everyone in the room that a battle had officially begun to see who would finally claim Minjun for their own unit. At the Hunter Squad base, a sleek golden car skidded to a halt near the corner of the building. The door opened, and Colonel Lee Junbyum, the battalion commander, stepped out with a heavy, fuming stride. He moved through the halls with an intensity that signaled a storm was brewing, heading straight for the company commander's office. When he threw the door open, the officers inside snapped to attention, their voices ringing out in a loud salute. Lee Junbyum didn't waste time on formalities, demanding to know what was happening and where the people involved were. Platoon leader Kim Cheolman was momentarily bewildered, asking for clarification. The battalion commander asked if the target was who he thought it was. When Kim Cheolman confirmed that it was indeed the case, Lee Junbyum sat down heavily in a chair, cursing under his breath. He realized that those involved must have deliberately timed their move for a moment when he wouldn't be around to intervene. 1 hour ago, Kim Cheolman had been sitting in his office facing 2 sergeants from the Hunter Special Task Force, Yu Taiwan and Jang Min-soo. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Kim Cheolman had been trying to reason with them, noting that it was quite early in the morning to be requesting an audience with a soldier who had only just returned from vacation the day before. However, the STF officers cut him off, reminding him whose orders they were operating under and asking for his cooperation. They explained that their goal was to have a brief, quiet meeting with the soldier in question and then depart. They insisted that Minjun be summoned immediately. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Minjun walked into the office, offering a crisp salute and identifying himself as Sergeant Kim Minjun. He noticed the distinctive markings on the visitors' clothes and recognized their high ranks. He fathomed that they belonged to the elite special unit directly under the Hunter Corps headquarters. Kim Cheolman tried to introduce the guests, but Yu Taiwan interrupted, confirming Minjun's identity with a sharp gaze. He introduced himself as a member of the Hunter STF and shook Minjun's hand, offering a familiar pat on the back. He mentioned Minjun's recent feat of jumping into the fake dungeon in Daejeon to rescue fellow hunters, calling it truly amazing. He suggested they sit down and have a chat, and Minjun took a seat beside his platoon leader. Yu Taiwan wasted no time, stating that the Hunter STF needs competent personnel like Minjun. Minjun sensed a scouting offer was on the table. While Kim Cheolman looked on with a growing sense of unease, Taiwan described the nature of their unit. He explained that unlike regular hunters, they are deployed for high-risk situations like dungeon raids, VIP protection, and overseas missions. Our boy listened to the long list of duties, but he understood that the details of the work didn't matter much to him. His interest lay entirely in the possibility of a significant promotion. Yu Taiwan continued, noting that because they deal with crimes committed by civilian hunters, exceptional combat skills are a mechanical necessity. Minjun's attention perked up at the mention of a special promotion, a reaction that clearly let Kim Cheolman down. Taiwan explained that while the unit doesn't typically accept regular soldiers, if Minjun volunteered to join the Hunter Special Task Force, headquarters would promote him to staff sergeant immediately. Jiang Minsu added that the STF offers more opportunities for advancement than the rest of the Hunter Corps, as their missions allow soldiers to rapidly increase their professional accomplishments. As Minjun considered this, Yu Taiwan's phone tapped on the table. Minjun noticed the device and realized it wasn't a standard smartphone. Taiwan explained it was a specialized security device issued to the STF, as their work is strictly confidential. Minjun's next question shifted the tone of the room. He asked if he would be allowed to use the internet and computers as much as he wanted. The STF officers informed him that because security is the highest priority, the use of the internet and personal electronics is strictly prohibited in the barracks. They noted that such devices are only for use during vacations, calling it a small inconvenience compared to the honor of the duty. Upon hearing this, Kim Cheolman deduced that the STF officers had no idea how much this would affect Minjun's decision. Yu Taiwan offered a card, telling Minjun to think it over, but Minjun didn't hesitate. He stated firmly that he would stay where he was. The refusal was shocking to the two sergeants. They glared at him, demanding to know his reason. Minjun went on a long rant to explain his position, which fell on deaf ears as the sergeants screamed in annoyance. Jiang Minsu stood up in disbelief, shouting about Dungeon Power Fighter. He was outraged that Minjun would throw away a career-defining opportunity for a game. He mentioned that the generals had held meetings specifically because of Minjun, and he accused the young man of trying to be funny. Minjun remained calm, stating that he wasn't joking. For him, the game was a vital source of energy for which there was no substitute. Yu Taiwan stood up, his expression stern. He noted that he understood Minjun's stance and that his will mattered most, so they would be leaving. Kim Cheolman quickly opened the door, his subtle laughter evident as he ushered them out. However, Jiang Minsu couldn't leave without a parting shot. He turned back to Minjun and claimed that the reports of his feats were likely exaggerated. He suggested that Minjun was simply making up lame excuses, because he was scared and wouldn't last in the STF anyway. Minjun's calm demeanor vanished. He looked at Jiang Minsu and asked how he could be so sure of that. Kim Cheolman felt a wave of disorientation, wondering why Minjun was provoking them again. Jiang Minsu walked up to him, looking down on our boy with annoyance, and asked if he wanted him to prove it. Tensions boiled over. Kim Cheolman tried to stop the confrontation, but Yu Taiwan grabbed him by the shoulder and asked to use